fuck you doing here? It ain't America. And you dodging paying into the country that you claim to love. Get the fuck out of here.
He's a big citizen, but you run there for tax purposes. Fuck it. Like, make that make
Send his ass back to Ohio where his lame ass from. That's why I don't like Ohio either.
Don't blame Ohio for what that man is doing. Even though it's probably a lot of racism there in the heart of the Midwest.
Oh, it is. And it's funny how they have all this like controversy, but this is Bad Bunny's second Super Bowl performance. I think people actually forget that.
I don't follow Bad Bunny enough to know that, so thank you for that.
He did it back in the 2000s. That was actually the first
The night before the Super Bowl, CNN did a special on Bad Bunny and the halftime, and it was some commentator, I don't know, some white lady. She said, "Some white lady." American. I was like, man, this bitch about stupid as hell.
Well,
On
2 nights ago.
CNN. Yeah, on Saturday night they did a special on CNN about Bad Bunny and the halftime show.
They got ours on Clubhouse. They got theirs on CNN. It's impossible to escape the brain-addled yapping. My lord.
I was in the feed store a few weeks ago, and you know the feed store, that's where all the white conservatives hang out. They were saying the same thing. So people really don't think that Puerto Rico is a part of America. They know that Hawaii is, but they don't know that Puerto Rico is. It's crazy.
It's unfortunate because Puerto Rico is a territory, not a state, so they don't get a lot of the privileges that U.S. do.
What privileges don't they get besides voting for president?
They don't. So they don't get Social Security.
Oh, shit, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, there was a huge court ruling about it because this man who lived
Do they
stateside.
pay into it? They don't pay into it, though.
Yes, they do. They pay taxes.
No, do they pay? Oh my God, you can't be. Do they pay payroll taxes, Social Security tax?
Oh, I don't know if they pay payroll taxes, but I would assume so because they're still United States. They're still U.S. companies, so they would have to, or they'd be out of compliance. But yeah, there was a Supreme Court ruling because
They do pay Social Security tax.
yeah, because this gentleman who lived stateside, retired, and went to Puerto Rico, and then he had to, like, they came after him, and they said that he had to pay it back.
I just looked it up.
Nah, they can't Social Security SSI.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Yeah. They receive Social Security.
Yeah, I did.
SSI is different because you didn't pay nothing into the SSI. SSI is basically saying you don't have enough credits, so we're going to give you the poverty limit of income. So I guess that's why they don't get it back. But if you paid it, when you paid into it, you get it back at your rightful age, whatever.
Yeah, the Supreme Court case was on SSI.
But they don't get Medicaid either. Like,
See, it's that the ones that are U.S. citizens get it. So if you're that doesn't make sense, aren't you? Here's the question: Are you a U.S. citizen if you're born in Puerto Rico? That's the question, because the query I said, do they pay?
that is not a question. That's like asking if DC residents are American citizens.
Why did the answer says residents of Puerto Rico who are U.S. citizens pay into U.S. Social Security system. They're required to pay federal payroll taxes, including Social Security and Medicare. So if they're paying into it, you just said that they don't get it.
I think it means when their job
So they don't get
is
it.
SSI, they don't get.
Oh, if you're like, what that? If you're injured?
No, SSI is if you don't, okay, you have Social Security disability, you have SSI, right? And you have retirement. SSI is basically you say you're disabled, but when they look at your credits, you didn't pay into the system enough. So they're giving you like the minimum with SSI.
It's supplemental income.
There you go, thanks. There you go.
That's not good.
All you
Where
have to do
are you
is
getting these things from? Like, what's going on?
all you gotta do is ask a Dominican married to a Puerto Rican.
It's the Vallejo Maduro case. I'm looking at Maduro right now.
Okay, what's it say?
people's brains, yo.
And fries that.
This is just insane. She's about to double down on the thing. It looks like half the population of Puerto Rico is on Medicaid.
I'm looking at
And you know what? During Medicaid season and life insurance and all that stuff, Puerto Rico is one of the best places to sell to get clients. It is.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I agree. I mean, yeah.
Number one for some.
I mean, Puerto Ricans are citizens. Yeah, like
at birth.
non-citizens can get Social Security too. Why? Kalisha, why are you sitting out about SSI? I don't understand what's happening.
Hello?
What's going on? Are we
No,
settled?
you're right, it's worse.
How's it
SSI,
worse?
need-based care fund program for the AIDS, blind, and disabled. And that's what they don't allow us for.
Yeah, they don't pay into it.
Why do you say that? Yes, they do.
No, it's a sign. No.
Oh my God. Huh. Did you think about that before you disagree with me?
He literally paid into SSI. He lived in New York
Okay. Okay, they pay into it.
and moved to Puerto Rico.
He might have paid Social Security taxes, but he didn't pay enough. So that's why it's SSI.
No,
We didn't qualify for it.
no.
Okay.
So, Pearlie, so was he blind? Or like, what was his condition?
I don't remember. All I know is that he lived in New York and he was getting it there. And then when he moved to Puerto Rico, they said he was no longer eligible and wanted him to pay it all back. Paid the SSI that he received while in Puerto Rico back.
All right. Where can I find that he paid into it?
The lawsuit.
It's 43 pages. I'm not going to look at the lawsuit.
Says,
Your respondent, Jose Luis Bayo received SSI benefits while he was a resident of New York. He then moved to Puerto Rico, where he was no longer eligible to receive those benefits. Aware of Madero's new residence, the government continued to pay him SSI benefits. The government eventually sued Madero to recover the errant payment, which totaled more than $28,000.
Yeah, how much did he pay in? You said he paid it. How much did he pay?
Whatever he did to pay it.
You said that they pay into SSI and
Yes.
don't get the
So,
benefit.
when you pay taxes,
Yeah.
okay, so then
There's specific. So when you look at
What's
your
the
check,
formula?
there are different things you pay into. So, for example, they don't pay federal income tax. Did you know that? They get a Look it up.
Hello?
Okay. It depends on their source of employment, so I'm half right, half wrong. That's income tax. Was he paying in? You said he was paying SSI tax. I mean, it was an 8-1 decision. Oh, yeah. Bona fide residents of Puerto Rico with only island source income generally do not pay federal income tax. But they have to pay local income tax. While exempt from federal taxes on local earnings under IRC 933, residents pay local tax.
Right.
Then they pay federal payroll tax.
He lived in New York his entire
Do we know when he started receiving SSI?
Nope.
Yeah, we do.
He started in New York, right?
I thought you didn't receive it.
No,
Well, I'm
we did.
talking about what age, because like some people get SSI from birth.
He got it. He was born in 1954. He moved to New York in 1985.
But I've heard,
And then he left New York. Go ahead.
I've heard territories, like if you're from a territory like Guam or beyond, you can't really receive those benefits. Those are like welfare benefits, right? Aren't they excluded from? So you can live in the United States, you'd have to stay in the United States. But as soon as you decide to go back to like Guam or Puerto Rico, you have to get it cut off.
Oh, no. You can receive it even if you move out of the country, if you qualify for it. A lot of people wait to retire, and it's so tricky to move out of the country. Doesn't matter when you
So
look
one
at
of
it, as
my
long as you
mom's
qualify
best
for it.
friends just moved tomorrow, and she could not receive her. She could receive her Social Security, but she couldn't receive her insurance piece when she went back to Guam. Like she knew she was supposed to cut it off. That's like some kind of rule or some shit.
Alright, so do you guys want to know the story of him or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. He moved out of Kalisha, you have this information like completely wrong. I don't know what's going on. He had a stroke in 2012. He qualified for SSI after the stroke. He went back to Puerto Rico in 2013 and continued to receive the benefits, the disability payments. They were deposited directly into his checking account, which he had kept. Madero continued to accept the payments until the government was made aware that he was now living outside the 50 states. He was still
not sure. Like, I don't know what all the residents are paid.
No, but I'm saying they get Social Security.
Okay,
She was
if
wrong when
they
she
get
said that.
Social Security, then them not getting SSI makes no sense.
They don't pay the tax. It's a different tax. Are you guys trolling? Are y'all doing this on purpose? Okay, I see y'all trolling me.
So they can receive it while they're in the States. They just can't receive it when they go back home, right?
That's SSI, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Right, so that's
But the disability
Hello?
or regular Social Security retirement, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can receive it.
Right.
As long as you qualify for it.
But he known he was supposed. I'm saying they know this. They know this. Like, these people from these territories know that if they sit it off, if they decide they're trying to relocate to go back home. stroke. Yeah, that's insane to me. I don't agree with that.
Well, if a permanent resident, well, wait a minute. Do you believe that if somebody is here, like as a resident, and they're working, and they get benefits while they're here, and they get hurt, and then they go back home, they should get the benefit?
It's
because
not
they
the
did it
same
to him,
though
or you just
because
saying because he's a
this
citizen?
is a territory. This is a U.S. territory.
Correct.
Like they are governed by the United States, so they
Correct.
should be able to get the same benefits as everybody
Should
else.
they be taxed the same as the rest of us?
Sure.
Okay. Well, so they would disagree with you. People in Puerto Rico would.
I mean, okay, that's fine.
But I'm just asking. But that would, Alexa, stop. Why would? So
I mean,
you get more
I think
benefit
if
would
they
be
don't have the
worse
same
for the Puerto Ricans.
If they don't have the same representation, then probably not. But if you're going to be under the governance of the United States, and their residents, their people, should be taken care of the same way. And they snatched that away from him just because he moved back. He wasn't even living in Puerto Rico that whole time. He was living in New York. Yeah, that's disgusting. So do you agree with that?
Well, it's tough because they already don't pay. So if you were to actually benefits, that's the problem. It's not a weird thing because you're talking about a tax base. You're not talking about individuals, you're talking about a tax base. That's called a tax. I'm talking about the tax base. So you have a tax base. Puerto Rico doesn't contribute to they're not part of the tax base in the general fund.
So then Puerto Rico should get to become its own country or whatever.
Well, good luck. I mean, that would be at this point, that would, well, people can put whatever they want. Sure. Okay. Good luck. Again, if you think the way that you think that once they become their own country, you think they'll have SSI? Okay. I don't think y'all be thinking. I'll be honest with y'all. I don't think y'all be thinking through y'all positions. Y'all just hate U.S. I get it, and don't think through what y'all be saying. So, that's fair. That's the online leftist mind.
Oh, you think I'm an online leftist? That's funny.
I didn't say I think you're online leftist. I said that's the online leftist mind.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking in my direction. Okay.
Oh, I am. I said the mind. I don't think you're an online leftist. I think you have an online leftist mind.
No.
Okay, that's fair. What's the polling on PR as a
Not a lefty, Billy Bob. Not a lefty, isn't it?
there's a clear majority of people who want statehood. This was in 2014. Until you get a president and a party with 60 votes or get rid of the filibuster and don't care, it's never going to happen. It is this being within 10. You can count. We got 50 states, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I'm telling you, that's what it is. This is what it is.
Imagine 102 senators. That's weird.
Exactly, shit like that. People, oh my God, 102. What's the time?
Wait, I have to change my American flag.
Yeah, those kinds of to try to dislodge people from that symbolic purchase of it being a multiple of 10.
No, we
People would freak out.
gotta collect 10 states from somewhere. So,
So that's where I say a lot of good-hearted Republicans don't understand the level of cruelty that is involved in this, and that we could accomplish so much more and have so many more people be supportive of an immigration policy of getting rid of people, even people that overstay. That what we said, overstay your visa or whatever. You're out of status. Sorry, you probably need to go home unless you're literally going to get murdered. We would have there'd be so many people on board, including moderate Democrats, including moderate, Latinos, all kinds of people would be supportive. If in fact there was some thought behind
I would say in my distinguished
policy, so definitely counterproductive. And I think though we have to look at the bigger picture, and that is the bigger context. I think I don't know Howard or who was referring to it or Scott, but the bigger context.
So
is
I have admired. I admired the current pope, and I admired the last pope, the Argentinian pope. I think that as social political figures, they were doing it better than their predecessors. But
That's all he
as
cares
soon
about,
as they're
etc.
gone,
However,
as soon
given
as
the latest
the next pope gets
actions
in,
and what's
if he
happening,
is
and even the reaction
like a
to equity,
hardcore-
all of this kind of stuff, I'm having to admit that it really is the agenda behind all this is to get rid of brown people that don't speak English. Like that feels like that's it. That is actually the agenda. And so, unfortunately, this policy is reinforcing that belief, not just for me, but probably for a lot of people. And with the tearing down of women's rights as well, they're not wanting women to fully vote and fully be involved in different things. I just think there's a bigger agenda, and so this is revealing of that agenda. So on many levels, it is counterproductive, and there's going to eventually be probably some backlash, because the truth is, Spanish, is spoken in most of America, and English is not the native language of the United States. It's a dominant language now, but there were other peoples here before, and they're still here. So I just don't. There's going to be a backlash. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
Well, it used to be that racial profiling was considered illegal in this country, but now it is the law of the land based on a decision by the Supreme Court. Thank you, Barbie. We'll go to Les, followed by Eleanor.
So, one issue that was brought up in the early 2000s was that by 2040, white folks were going to be a minority group, and I think that was part of the motivation for many of the people that are anti-immigration from non-European countries. I think, the fact that so few of these people, this was sold to us as we were going to stop the murderers and rapists, and, that's how he campaigned, right? He said, these Mexicans, they're murderers and rapists, and yes, there are a few good people thrown in there. Whereas the opposite is actually true. People come here, they build, they put in new windows in buildings. They, are plumbers. They're folks that do so many good things here. And Frank, we are an aging population and a shrinking one. The only thing that is preserving our population right now is immigration. And Gary, I don't think 20 years from now, you're going to be on the roof fixing my roof. We're going to need someone younger. And
If you don't want me on your roof fixing your roof now, believe me when I tell you, and it has nothing to do with my physical ability to climb onto the roof. It has everything to do with my ability to actually fix the roof.
Well, and I'll tell you that age, with an aging population, that may be the case for you, but in general, we're going to have a lot of old retired people that aren't going to be working, like me. And we worked hard when we were in the working population. And now we need people that are young and vibrant. And that's what's happening, so it's really counterproductive. I couldn't believe that guy with this quote-unquote scientific racism stuff. In my opinion, and I think that if you did a survey, you could find this out. If you looked at the average number of people that look at their ethnic group and say, my ethnic group is superior, and you take the average person that, works on their, gets their reputation for their own attributes, you're going to find that second group. You're going to find basically if you deported all the races like that, the people that want to tear down other groups and don't have accomplishments of their own, and I'm not saying that was the case with this gentleman, I'm just saying in general that's true, then I think we would have a smarter nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. It's now 5:59 Eastern Time, so we will no longer be inviting anybody onto the stage. However, we will go into extra time as we move into the 6 o'clock hour to give everyone who is on stage and in queue an opportunity to speak. So we will continue now with El Normal, followed by Royal. Norm, are you there? El Normal.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me up, Gary. There's a bunch of stuff that I really feel needs or bears correction. A lot of misunderstanding and misinformation. I'm going to go through just a few of them. I don't know if I can capture them all. So, ICE didn't detain a kid. ICE went after the parent, and the parent skedaddled, leaving the kid standing there. So then the question arises, what to do with the kid? And the decision is being made if they're going to deport the kid. That's as far as I understand. That's number one.
Well, actually, there was an opportunity for another relative to take the child, and ICE would not have. So it's not exactly as clear cut as you put it. But
they deported the kid with the...
No, there was an opportunity at the time.
Yes, I hear that, but they didn't have parents that opportunity.
I'm
So
sorry.
I didn't detain, but they decided not to use that opportunity.
Right.
And I want to point out that a lot of kids have been brought into the country under fake auspices with people that are not their parents, and the fear is that they're being used for child trafficking. On the subject of child trafficking, I went to the DHS website. Now, if we can disprove it, then we'll throw it out, or we'll question it, or interrogate it. But for the DHS website, 7/28/2025, July 28th, 200 child sex offenders apprehended and deported in the last 6 months, that's previous to July 28th. Just one example, one city, 6 months. So there is a widespread, I think, alarm over child sex crimes, and here is I think, an effective way of deporting these people. So I would imagine we would support that effort. Now, again, according to DHS, of the people being deported, 70% either have criminal convictions or are facing pending charges. That's according to them. Again,
I don't know, the stories that I just read said 12%.
Yeah, I'm going to the DHS website. Now,
Well, the stories are I mean, maybe all these articles are inaccurate, but the articles are cited. Maybe the article,
what the DHS says, and then
maybe,
yeah.
may I say it?
I'm sorry.
Maybe the articles to which I and others have cited are inaccurate. I don't know. But those articles also quoted the DHS website, so we have now a conundrum. There's a big disparity between 12% and 70%, and a bigger disparity between 2% and 70%.
Well, I just read it directly from the DHS.
Well, okay, I'm not saying that you didn't.
With my eye.
I'm saying that you didn't. I am just saying there's a big disparity between your reporting of what the DHS website says and
I'm not reporting it. I just looked at it and wrote it down. Go look.
so you're reporting to us what you just saw. I'm not saying you're reporting. I'm not saying you report. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why does everything turn into an argument? Let me repeat what I say at the top of every during the room rules. When I or a moderator ask a question, it's not an attempt to start an argument. It's because we have a question. So I am explaining that there is a clarification that is necessary here. You're getting defensive, apparently, by going on to the attack and interrupting me. So, as always, when you do this, Norm, it's very successful. I will shut up and you can carry on.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna sound like that.
I literally.
There may be a difference in the stats. One of the things that may be different is convictions in the United States versus convictions in other countries.
Could be.
So some that could mean a differentiating number, right?
I literally just read it and wrote it down. All right, so that's fine. Now, somebody said that this was indiscriminate, or by the way, first of all, for somebody to claim this is in order to be cruel, this is because they're mean. It's being done, and
Are you mocking a previous caller?
No, I'm mocking the statement, not a person.
Well, you're mocking the person for making the statement?
No, not at all. I'm mocking the statement.
You're mocking the statement of a person.
You're mocking the statement, sir! And when you mock the statement, you mock the person. No!
Somebody said previously this is cruel.
Mockery will not be tolerated.
There's a reason why this is being done, and it's to discourage illegal immigration. Now, it looks cruel, yeah, and it looks bad. It looks excessive, and I agree with all of those kinds of
Mockery will not be tolerated. Yes, sir.
Reducing immigration is exactly why the president was, one of the main reasons why the president was elected. Over the top, clumsy, excessive, apparently cruel, yeah, it looks that way. But that's not the reason why it's being done. So that's the mistake. It's being done to shut down illegal. It's not done to discriminate against brown or blue or green people. It's being done to
No blue, purple, or green people, sir.
undocumented illegal immigrants in the country that nobody knows what to do about. Maybe it's not the best solution. Maybe we'll come up with another one. And as Tom Holmes always says, his biggest fear is the getaways. Because the getaways are, he's worried, and I think legitimately, that they're terrorists, criminals, gang members, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So comparing the illegal immigrant population, I also want to point out, this is not anti-immigrant. This is anti-illegal immigrant. And I agree excessive. I vigorously dispute the motivation, which I think is irrational attribution of that this is done to be cruel or done as some racist thing, or that it's, well, there's racial profiling for that matter. And I also dispute that it's indiscriminate, and I'm going to explain why. These are the bases of the targets, according again to DHS, and other sources. Criminal convictions, outstanding removal orders, recent border crossings, various kinds of intelligence gathering or rubric, surveillance, databases including FBI, DHS, and NCIC. We can go into that. The gang database, and then down at the bottom, facial recognition and plain ordinary shoe leather. So this is to characterize it as indiscriminate is just plain false. Now I want to say again, it's heavy-handed. It looks bad. It is bad, and very bad when American citizens are getting shot. That borders on a 10-state moment for the president, putting him up there with Richard Nixon, except he's not as smart or as capable as Richard Nixon. I don't want to discuss Nixon now. We can do that with Marshall in another room. I bet we'd both love to do that, Marshall. And I obviously say that with esteem. But yeah, so the optics are bad. However, on the other hand, the optics of these sanctuary cities, it is legal to violate or impede federal law. Now, there's been some kind of exception around state rights that says they don't have to comply with this, and maybe the Supreme Court will resolve that. I think they've addressed part of it previously, but harassing, impeding, blocking the road, screaming at, saying F you. Alex Petty on January 13th said, attack me, while he had a gun in his waistband. That's crazy behavior. That's illegal behavior. Rebecca Good, which is Renee Good's wife.
I'm sorry. What part of that behavior was illegal?
When you have a gun on you and you impede a federal officer doing his duty and say, attack me, those are known as fighting words legally. You're now in big trouble. You're not committing a felony.
I see. So the expression of his First Amendment rights, I think it can't be.
Fighting words are an exception to First Amendment rights. We can go through that.
Question for Norm.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Counselor. You can continue. Okay. I'm so happy that you explained that. Go ahead.
So we're not going to be sarcastic tonight.
Okay, I'll take Pat back the part of calling you Counselor.
Okay, and the thank you, which was meant sarcastically. All right. So as I say, it's not legal. You can't use fighting words when you're armed. You can't commit another felony when you're armed. Those create enhancements, even if the gun is legal. So these are big problems, and I don't think the behavior of politicians rousing the populace to impede, harass, or violate, either by implication or by direct language, the enforcement of federal law. I think it's a very bad idea. So again, just to conclude now, my concluding line. Are immigration raids counterproductive? I think they're excessive. I think they're producing an effect that they want, to agree with Aram, that they're really discouraging illegal immigration, and they're tackling a problem that the president was elected to tackle. They're doing it, I think, in a ugly and cruel way, and I think it needs to be done in a less manner.
I would just like to point out that when you stop somebody on the street because of the color of their skin and or their accent, that absolutely meets the definition of racial profiling. Royal, followed by David. Royal.
Oh, was it my turn?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
It is.
I apologize. Man, that was a lot there, and it's been a while, so I guess I'll just say this. When you look at the totality of this, first of all, I
elections. We knew what it'll look like and what the results are. None of this is a surprise, right? So, is it counterproductive? Yes. One reason, this is not about immigration enforcement whatsoever. None of it is. And why do you know that? Because of the fact that when you just walk up to random people, right, just because of the way they look, you go and get them, right? You can bother to check their ID. Some people, I'll say that some people are asked for their ID for the most part. You see a lot of people say, well, I have my passport. They just ignore it. When you bust down people's doors with no judicial warrant, right? And I'll give you an example. I've seen plenty of evidence where there are obviously African American families, doors being bust down, and they're like, they just take somebody, right? And it's obvious that these people are African American. Obviously, none of them are immigrants, right? And then, you see the report later, oh, yeah, they had me for 3 days, trying to prove that I was an American citizen. It was like, my family's been here for hundreds of years. None of this makes any sense, right? Again, it shows that this is not about immigration. This is about another tactic. Obviously, they are profiling people, but they're doing this particular of scanning people's faces, and it doesn't matter what their ethnicity is, race is, whatever, what they sound like. They're scanning people's faces, they're taking pictures of license plates, they're getting information about who people are. That's the way it looks. Even if that's not the truth, that's the way it looks. And so
Hello.
this, you could come up with several conclusions. I'm not going to name what they are, but it's definitely counterproductive to the American way of life. If that's all I see, I don't need to go down another rabbit hole. Everybody done said everything that needs to be said, and that's it.
Thank you, Royal.
I had not heard until now of ICE specifically raiding homes of African Americans who were detained and then released because they're American citizens. But I'm doing a quick search. Again, as always, when I do a search during our discussion here, it's a very cursory search. But apparently, there are such cases that have been cited by the ACLU. So that's new information to me and perhaps to others, and I thank you for bringing it to us, Royal. And we'll now go to David, followed by William. And David, we're going to, because we have several, is David Katz. David Katz.
David.
Hello?
Okay, William, followed by David G.
Hey Gary, hi everybody. So, I don't think there's any doubt that what they're doing is racist. And I don't think there's much doubt that they are acting, ICE is acting in bad faith. Is it productive or counterproductive? It's counterproductive. You go into a city where if you came into the city and you said to the any law enforcement, I have criminals for which I've got a warrant and I want to apprehend criminals. Doesn't matter if it's criminal immigrants or not. You would get 100% cooperation from any police department in any blue city or any city in the United States, and it would be for a minimal amount of cost, and there would be no pushback because it's not police to go after criminals. And if they wanted to do it costively, they could have allocated in that big beautiful bill a small increase for the budgets of local law enforcement all over the country to do a more effective job and
controversial in Philadelphia or Scranton or Pittsburgh or any of the small towns and cities, New York, New Jersey, not controversial anywhere that I go on any regular basis because we support the police and the police go after criminals. So all they had to do was take an approach that would not cost a whole hell of a lot of money relative to the creating another branch of the service bigger than the Marine Corps. That could have been done efficiently. So that wasn't the motivation of why they're doing this. The motivation of why they're doing this is counterproductive because they come into the cities as an invading army, as an invading force, and what they're doing, they're not going after immigrants. They're putting on theater. They're having these fat bastards cosplaying. They're giving them a bonus and getting the dregs of the dregs. Probably a bunch of Jan Sixers. I've heard reported, and I can't prove it.
They hired all the J6ers to do the immigration custom enforcement operations? Hello?
In front of the El Salvador Forever prison, and she's down there, in her outfit du jour, trying to send a message of cruelty, trying to send a message of we're going to discipline the nation with an iron hand. And so if they're not going after immigration, and it doesn't seem logically like they are trying to intimidate the population, put in their minds that it's normal to see the Trump army on the street, and probably, and we'll see, deploy those guys to intimidate voters and make free and fair elections a lot more difficult in November of this year. So, I think there's a lot of other evidence and a lot of other things that are more likely that they're trying to do than immigration enforcement. One other thing I wanted to make a correction of, I put it in the chat. There's something called a Bivens action. Bivens actions are for when federal agents break into a home without a warrant and wreak havoc and cause people damages and beat them up and things like that. And so I put that in detail in the chat. And before I said that I want to correct myself. I said that you could bring a civil rights action under 42 U.S.C. Section 1983, and that was my mistake because that's really intended for state and local law enforcement for a civil action, a violation of civil rights. So if your local police do that, that would be 42 U.S.C. 1983. But the Bivens action, and I have the case cite in there, that's what's brought to go after the federal government. It's more limited than the 42 U.S.C. 1983 civil rights action. It's much more limited, but at least for all these warrantless searches of people's homes, when they're going into people's homes and roughing them up and breaking in without warrants with their masks on and in their military costumes with the real firearms, they can be held accountable for damages they do to the homes.
Power of the Bull Rush!
I'm not sure if there's if that would apply to people getting attacked on their own driveway or on the sidewalk, but at least for breaking into the homes, you can bring a Bivens action. So I want to correct what I said before. And I think it's pretty clearly racist. I think there's a lot of proof to substantiate that. Thanks.
Racist!
I just want to clarify something. already shouting fighting words at the agents.
I watched those tapes over and over again. It was so shocking. It's so shocking to see a citizen gunned down on the street. And I really watched it in detail, forensically, because I knew I couldn't count on the DHS, Christy Noem, or Cash Patel to do it. So I did it myself. He said no such thing. He didn't say.
But it could be that he was referring to the first incident 13 days earlier, January 13th. So in the second incident in which he was shot, I saw as well, which is what caused me to, I thought I was getting new information here from Norm, and maybe my eyes and ears deceive me. I could find nothing, as you could find nothing.
He was filming. He was holding up in his hand his cell phone.
Hold on a second, Wim. But in the January 13th incident, he did shout at the agents.
I don't know. I didn't want to.
Okay, if you let me. Are you through?
Yeah.
Thank you. The January 13th incident, he did shout at the agents. And I've looked at several sources, several news sources, and they all are reporting that he shouted, "Fuck you." He shouted, "Trash." And he shouted, "What are you doing here?"
All protected speech.
Hello?
Right. I don't think those are fighting words.
Woo, 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 woo.
Counselor at law either, but you are.
It's protected speech. You can say "fuck you" to the cops. They might, on a good day, they might rough you up for that. That's possible, because cops aren't perfect. So it's not generally advisable to badmouth a cop. There's not a lot of upside in it, but it's constitutionally protected speech. It's not fighting words. It's not calling them out and asking for a fight. It is, especially taking into account the totality of the circumstances where they're an invading army in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and St. Paul, Minnesota, and the surrounding suburbs. They're there to terrorize people, and for people to stand up and fight back, that is their constitutional redress of grievances, because they don't have the Senate, they don't have the House, they really don't have the courts.
shouted, "I'll shoot you," or "You're dead," or something like that, or if the gun was carried illegally, or if the officers reasonably perceived an imminent threat, something like that, then it might escalate to a felony, but otherwise, is it not just the same as if I do not own a gun, were yelling "fuck you" to the cops?
The gun is almost irrelevant because it wasn't brandished. It was concealed on him, so that wasn't part of the equation of what the cops, what the ICE people were looking at. He was oriented towards that woman who he was trying to help, who got pepper sprayed or whatever, and then
or whatever.
Getting shoved back on her back.
Whatever.
When he was trying to assist her.
Yeah, he had been filming, and he went to help the woman. As he was doing that, he got shoved to the ground and shot in the back. They didn't, before they shoved him to the ground, they didn't see him doing anything that was threatening or anything other than filming and exercising First Amendment rights and helping that woman out, who they pepper sprayed, and she fell, and he went to help her.
Right. I think everybody has a right to their opinion, and the opinion that Norm expressed, that it was a stupid thing to do what he did, is a fine opinion to make. But to state a fact, we should be correct on what the facts are. And I had never heard that before, and that's what caused me to look it up. And I appreciate you as an attorney at law clarifying it. Yeah, Howard.
Yeah, Gary, if I can, I actually wanted to put you on the hot seat for a second.
It's supposed to be Howard on the hot seat.
I know.
Oh my God.
Turn around. So, to the best of your knowledge, other than William, have we had any other attorneys speak today?
Is Ben an attorney? I don't know.
Okay. Ben is indeed an attorney.
Right.
Okay, so we've had two. That, to the best of our knowledge. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I may have said it sarcastically when I referred to Norm.
It will be no sarcasm and no mockery.
Thank you, William. We'll go to David, followed by Odian.
Hey, Gary, thanks for the stage here today and to talk about this topic. Yeah, I think we need to understand that the logic of what we're talking about stems from the sizable bureaucratic budget that was allocated for this. By definition, when you allocate billions of dollars toward a campaign centered around intimidation and abuse and any means necessary approach. I mean, I'm using that very kind of aggressively, but yeah, you're going to have raids that result in the outcomes that we're seeing, and at the levels that we're seeing them, and also with the quotas that are behind warning this kind of expenditure. But it behooves Americans to understand that by taxing us to do this, there's also the direct effect of costing the economy in the form of suppressed labor shortages, foot traffic from small businesses and restaurants, and people not spending money, people staying home fearful of ICE raids. In California here, there are many academic institutions that are studying this firsthand, and businesses are telling them that they're having to shutter their doors. Bankruptcy filings are up. They're saying that this chilling effect is worse than what they faced under COVID. And so let that sink in for a little bit. In Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley, where Marshall hails from, the construction companies are not able to complete projects.
Right. We actually pretty extensively covered that earlier. You're absolutely.
Yeah, so that's just one major industry in a red state. And so, the response was, well, what do we do about this? Well, the business owners were being interviewed. They were talking about warrantless searches. They were talking about the fact that we don't have a pathway to citizenship. If you're going to be a business, in my opinion, and you're going to benefit the economy off of this labor that wants to be here to work, that doesn't want to cause problems, that wants to take care of their families, send money home, not get in the crosshairs of the law, then the administration, with all of its reasons and smart people that they have talking about how to rein this in with ICE raids, can do the exact opposite and go to their think tanks and say, hey, how can we keep people employed properly within the law? Maybe there's some powerful executive
summaries I can, or excuse me, executive decisions I can put forward. Spend the money to create a pathway. Spend the money to tell these people, look, you're welcome here. Have these companies and corporations vouch for these workers. You know, professional opinions. This person, so-and-so's worked for me for 5 years without a problem or incident. Have these companies backstop these laborers with bonds, whatever they have to do to say they are providing a valuable service to me and my corporation or my company, and without them, I'm out of business or I'm going to be less productive or profitable. You know, one thing America's about, Gary, it's about making money. And when you don't have labor to make money, who's going to do the jobs? So this is really, you know, this zealotry to rain down on these immigrants, you know, is really bad for business. It's bad for the economy. It's bad for the tax base, and it's bad for the morale that we need to have in this country. You know, Super Bowl. I think that the ICE, the Bad Bunny performance was a direct shot across the bow at that very thing. So, you know, so yeah, I mean, they're counterproductive here for the reasons I just stated. Not to mention the blowback that we're getting around the world. They don't want us there in the Olympics. They're not going to want to come here during the World Cup. And of course, our Olympics in 2 years here in Los Angeles. What is that going to look like? So, you know, at the end of the day, at a minimum, I think we got to put our heads together and say, okay, how can we fast track these people? And a lot of these people, Gary, they don't have the money to cough up to an attorney, let alone wait out the process, and let alone see their fellow immigrants being rounded up when they follow the law. The poor kid that made international exposure to what had happened to him, that dad was from Ecuador. He'd filed all the proper procedures to be in this country. So they have no excuse. They have nothing to back their policies against, really, other than the fact that because they have the money spent, they have these ICE agents in masks, they want to go out and have retribution because a few of them got, you know, disrespected in these rallies or whatever the case may be. It doesn't give them a right to run roughshod over a process that we created that they're trying to implement. So, anyway, I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm continuing my fact checking here. And I will acknowledge I'm not reading from the DHS website because I can't pay attention to the room and read the full data. I have to read other reporters' previous analysis of the data. And as I read during the opening remarks, 65% of the people taken into ICE custody had no criminal conviction. That's according to the Cato Institute. Not some progressive Marxist anarchist organization, Cato. Only about 7%, according to Cato, had any violent conviction. Visa Verge has several stories about this that I just perused that show that in late 2025, and I believe this was September of 2025, 71.5%, here we go with the 70% figure, 71.5% of ICE detainees had no criminal convictions at all. So something's wrong here. Either all this reporting is wrong, and if so, Norm is really exposed maybe a conspiracy to mislead the American public. I don't know. Visa Verge also reports that internal ICE documents from mid-25 indicate that less than 10% of immigrants booked into custody had serious criminal convictions. Murder, rape, or robbery. Sexual assault. Something's wrong here. I don't know which recitation of the DHS accurate and which isn't, and I apologize for that. But if any of you are interested, please feel free to go to the DHS site and see for yourself. It could be that all these news organizations are dramatically misstating the facts. Odie and Ware, followed by Dr. Mitch and then F. Gray.
Thank you very much, Gary. I came to your room. Good evening to everyone. So this is a topic that interests me so much because, as you all know, I am an immigrant. Let me start with the premise. I'm not going to be deceived with my own eyes. This is clearly a racist policy by Trump. But I'm not among those people that don't. It's a racist. I think it's a racist, but it's okay. I mean, like I've told you several times, I think that racism is okay. Just admit it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to stop anybody from being racist. So I can't fight Trump. Can I fight his racist support?
No, of course we have no way of changing what's in the hearts, the souls, and the minds of others.
So if you listen from White House gossip about Stephen Miller, those are what he promotes. So let me give you a classical example. I'm a citizen, right, Gary? Citizen. You know, I became a citizen. I went through the right process. I remember when I was fighting for my citizenship, I had a $40 speeding ticket. DHS, Department of Homeland Security under USCIS, sent me a mail that I'm owing Baltimore County where I live $40. Gary, I don't care about the minutes. How the hell did the USCIS know that I'm owing a speeding ticket of $40? But I paid it anyway. What am I trying to say? That all these things are interlinked. How people become citizens, going through the right process, and I became a citizen. Trump is a racist. So I see what they do to the Somalis. Now, let me be honest with you, I'm not like very apathetic to the Somalis. I fight them in a one African way. But the average ICE person doesn't know the difference between a Somali and a Nigerian. I mean, there's a video of them questioning a Somali man saying, where were you born? You're not from here. You don't have the same accent like me. Gary, the video is there. The Somali guy came on CNN. And you expect me to see that? And say, oh no. If ICE is saying they're looking for criminals, can't look for criminals. But you're going around asking people because of their accent. I have an accent. Well, I'm a citizen and I have cover. So I like what is going on, Gary. They should continue with the immigration raids because you know why? It furthers my political agenda. Gary, it furthers my political agenda. And it goes back to what I told you when before Trump wins. I said, don't worry. America will implode from within. They should continue doing. What they are doing is that they are radicalizing people. I mean, you see Hispanics. I work a lot of Hispanics who are citizens. They see those videos. And you think they're not radicalized? Like, you think that they are seeing ICE is doing. And they're meeting people that look like them. There's a guy in Target. You saw that video. He was dragged out of his work. An American citizen. When they found out he was a citizen, they dumped him. People have seen those things. What I want my party to do, the Democrats, just don't play. You see that boy, that Liam boy, just play the video. Play it everywhere. Let people become radicalized. My own younger brother is a 3-time Trump voter. He lives in North Carolina. He's not supporting Trump. He's almost anti-Trump like me. Why? Because when Trump came to Raleigh, where he lives, he has a business. It's the worthiest of all of our brothers. He has this Airbnb business. Him and my cousins, they're living very good life. There's a woman they all like. She's a nanny. She cleans their Airbnb. They know how they've developed a relationship with her. The woman was not coming to work. She was calling them worried, petrified, herself, her people. On the other part, my younger brother had to take up another job. Guy, you know what he was doing? He had to go clean the Airbnb himself. Because he had to put his customer, he had to make money. If his cleaner was not coming, who's going to clean it? He has to do it. He couldn't find anybody. People talk about coming coming to America legally. And when you ask them, how do you come to America legally? They don't even know what they're talking about. The 1986 INA Act says that you must come to a point of entry, which is a problem. Meaning that before you file for asylum claims, you must be in America. So if you walk through the border, come by air, and you file for asylum, you're going through the process. How do you explain all this? I'm against illegal immigration. How do you explain that ICE is going to court hearings? People following all the process that Americans want. How do you explain that people on asylum claims, Christine Noem and Trump are constantly making them illegal? How do you explain people on temporary protected status that have a pathway, Trump and Christine Noem are making them illegal? So you cannot pick and choose. You cannot wake up and say that you are against illegal immigration. And at the same time, you are stopping illegal migration. So it's either you come out and say, oh, police, I know that's what they want. You are against immigration. Right now, my wife has a green card. My daughter is a citizen. I am a citizen. My wife can no longer be a citizen because Trump has banned over 100 countries, African poor countries, from becoming citizens in America. So please tell me how is it not racist? How? But you know the good thing? The good thing is that the Republicans are feeling it. Marshall knows who Maria Salazar is. She has been shouting. Carlos Gimenez, South Florida Republican. They come out to me and say it, that this immigration thing is going to haunt the Republican. I mean, the great thing about the guy is that Trump has messed up a policy that he has the greatest advantage of. The reason why Trump won was immigration and trans issues to me, because I campaigned. But all of a sudden, immigration is not a minus on his part.
Dangerous illegal criminals. But maybe we should contemplate, based on what Odienware just told us, the possibility that the intent is to divide the nation. It has been documented, this is not an opinion, this is a fact,
that the Russian government and other governments have a campaign that's been going on for a number of election cycles so far, not necessarily to get their favorite candidates into office, but to cause us to argue among ourselves, a house divided. Is that the intent of what is occurring right now? I hadn't given it much thought. Before I thought that maybe what is happening is to in fact divide us further. I don't know if you raise an excellent point. One of the things that I'm confident is the intent to divide the nation so that the nation will fall. It's something I think all of you have thought about. So let me thank you for the opportunity to hear you say many times in the past. It's important for me to make sure that I agree and find out about the things that you have thought about. So thank you very much. You won't really know that till someone in your family is innocently accused of a crime. So I wanted to bring that up. Regarding David made a comment about labor shortage. I want to talk about the other end of the spectrum, which is the brain drain. I've got friends that run universities, Salk Institute. I work with the scientific community, Hertz Foundation, other very high-profile organizations, and all of them are experiencing a brain drain. Engineers and scientists, doctors, people of high caliber, professors do not want to come to the United States. They don't want to be treated like criminals. If you talk about counterproductive, this is a time in history when we need the smartest minds in the world. The technology is moving very, very quickly, and if we can't attract the smartest minds to America, they're going to go somewhere else. The Chinese government is happy to set you up in a lab in Switzerland or Singapore or the beautiful location of your choice, pay you to go to that lab and work for them and unlock the secrets of the scientific future. They're happy to do it while we're, kind of waving around $100,000 fee to bring experienced and intelligent people to get a visa to come here and give us their knowledge. I think I'm close to Samsung, and they had all those engineers in Atlanta who basically were castigated. They came here to teach us for free engineering knowledge and technology that we didn't have, and they've said that they're not coming back. They don't care. So this is the brain, the other side of the spectrum, not just people cutting your grass, picking your vegetables, but we've got a serious problem. I mean, people are not thinking I don't think politicians think about outcomes in the future, but this is one of the biggest threats to our nation, is that other countries gain superior knowledge to us in this way. The other thing I wanted to tell so again, profit motive. I think I don't know how much is politics and how much is profits, but it does there is a large profit motive to. I mean, they want to build 23 more immigration jails. I think it just
and converting warehouses, by the way, warehouses is what they're using.
Yeah, I mean, is this a productive, and while they're kicking people off of food stamps, hello, we're not a poor nation. We shouldn't have people living in the streets. I was in LA a few weeks ago.
Hello?
There were more people living in the street than there are in the buildings. It's just like, it's
Hello?
major city in America has
Hello?
hungry people. We're not a poor country.
Hello?
Bring some compassion home here. And the immigrants add to our strength of this country. And I don't see ICE picking up criminals and rapists and murderers and people from insane asylums. I see them going on the
Bitch ass motherfucker, go look at that mugshot, son. Ow! Oh! Hello!
driving cars because a lot of them are from foreign nations. I think Odie somebody brought it up. Like they're going to Home Depot. They're not going in there with with assault teams to catch dangerous criminals. They're going there looking for people that are easy catch. Somebody else said it was David said major police speeds they go checked to some type of due process. And so imagine they say, okay, fuck you. Put your hands behind your back. We'll sort this out later. And they take you into detention. So you're held in detention for 12 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, and then you're released. There are those who would say, no big deal, no harm, no foul. You were an idiot, Gary, for standing up for your Fifth Amendment rights when they were not even necessary. All you had to do was take the easy way out and say, hey, I'm an American citizen, dude. What's your problem? I think that's where we are today, Mitch. Also, to his point about people coming from other nations or not coming from other nations, this is something that's not talked about a lot. We talk a lot about the construction workers and the gardeners and the farm workers who are doing jobs that Americans don't want to do, and how horrible it is that they're getting literally picked off the fields and deported. But there's another angle to this story as well, and that is the brain drain and the lack of an expanding intelligentsia in our nation. And I can tell you
How'd you mean?
that
Has there been another nation that
there's a shortage of nurses
targeted for
in this country,
genocide?
and that's why
But another country. You're speaking about the Holocaust in Germany, right? In Europe. I don't know what I was asking. And where do you go? If you said the world hates Israel, I want you to provide me the names of the countries up to 50%.
Everyone.
How many countries in the world? 230 something? I don't know. 280? You have to tell me 50% of that plus one more. And you have to show that each country is hostile. They hate Israel.
How it was revealed to you.
Not just because it's critical of the government, not just critical of the idea, but a hatred of the country.
God knows how to reveal itself to
I
someone.
don't think anyone will be.
Yet it's going to do it in a way that
Charlie,
a
next
person
year.
that is getting the revelation doesn't know how this
It's
revelation
nice. Well,
doesn't know what this revelation is. So that's the problem here.
If I may, hey, hold on.
Let's throw something at the odds.
I think, JCC, you missed the last 15 minutes of the conversation because the conversation is not about whether or not God exists. That's not the conversation.
Bigoted adherents of the party.
Congressman John Kitover running for the 16th district. Congressman John
Let's throw something at the.
What the revelation is, but not know how the revelation was given. I don't know the mechanism by which God has communicated it to me. It can be, you can call it telepathy or however you want to look at it. But the point is, he's an omnipotent being that has that capability.
In a way, together,
It shows some logical contradiction or some metaphysical impossibility for God to do. I mean, I know you think he doesn't exist, but I'm saying if he exists.
Go with that. Hold on, Andrew. Go with that.
And by the way, now we just transferred into whether or not God exists. Take it.
No, I think you heard the atheist said God does exist. So continues.
Who said that? God? Who said that? What is you?
I just heard you. I just heard somebody say.
I did not say that.
Okay. I thought.
What you drinking?
God spoke to him right now, but he doesn't know why he said it to him. Yeah, and it's not a matter. Well, look, you may not know God's motives for revealing something to you. You may not know how he did it, but you can know that he did it.
No. Once again, that's an insertion.
No. Listen, that just follows from is that we're saying God is.
How do you know it's God and not something else?
You gotta know it's God. Like it's a fucking nuance type of question, dude.
You could be wrong, but you have no reason to. At least in my case, I have no reason to believe it's not God. So.
Because you gave yourself no reason, because you believe in it so deeply.
Yeah,
Once again,
you're just claiming.
You're making the claim, not me.
No, but hear what I'm saying. You're claiming that I don't have a good reason, and I just inserted that. But that's kind of, you're just really kind of just begging the question against my view. I'm saying
God is actually your view is the question to be questioned, right? Because what you just said is I can know something that I don't know why he made me believe. I don't know what made me say it, but I'm gonna say it's God because I believe in God, so it is definitely God. But you don't know that it was God.
Yeah, Andrew, prior to you receiving this revelation, right? That you don't know how you received it, but yet you know you received it. Were you a God-believing individual?
Wait, what was the last thing? Can you say it one more time?
Before you had this revelation, did you believe in God?
No.
You had no belief in the God?
No. Nope. And I remember when it distinctly happened, and then since then, obviously, I've had the belief.
Okay. But you weren't exposed to religion or anything at all?
Oh no, I definitely was. I mean.
Oh, okay. What religion were you already exposed to?
Various strains of Christianity, probably some other, who knows what.
What was that based on?
Probably Mormonism. Briefly when I was young and didn't know what it was. Probably some stuff like that.
But God and Jesus were mentioned to you, yes?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And look, I don't make any qualms about that because that doesn't do anything as far as, because people try to get a lot of mileage, and I'm not saying you're doing it, but people try to get a lot of mileage out of this idea. Well, you were indoctrinated, and they say that about people that are of faith or whatever, but that's the same with atheism or any other belief. The issue is that your parents raised you. Well, it is, but if atheism is a denial of belief. No, atheism is the belief that there is no God. So
atheism is a denial of somebody else's positive belief.
That's what Donald says, and Donald has basically Donald came into a room and about 10 people were trying to help him, atheist and theist, because he was saying things like, unless somebody demonstrates something, you should believe it's false. That is a terrible principle. But that was his view. Unless somebody, he's like, I'm also, so you're an atheist? He said, yep, I deny God. He said, I deny the acceptance of God.
Okay, the Oxford Dictionary definition of atheist, a person who disbelieves in the existence of God or gods.
Yeah, and Donald and I have a fundamental disagreement. We're both atheists because I do not think the atheist can disprove God. Donald thinks he can disprove God, and I don't think anybody can prove or disprove God.
I agree. Like as an atheist, I think that like it's because like you could associate like the mind is like tries to find the common and things that relate. And people associate anything with God, but half the time it's not. Man, it's just like you going about your fucking day. So it's so up to like perception and how you just interpretation that you'll never be 100% right or wrong. I think people just want something.
You mean about God or anything?
Anything.
No, that's not true, sir. I can prove that one to you right now, sir. If I hold your head underwater for 24 hours and you don't get medical treatment, you are dead and cannot be brought back to life, correct?
Bible says otherwise.
Okay, what the Bible says about holding someone's head underwater for 24 hours without medical treatment. No. Tell me where the Bible says that.
I thought you just said he was atheist.
Tell me where the Bible says you can hold someone's head underwater for 24 hours without medical treatment and they will be brought back to life. Where does the Bible say that?
Well, it doesn't actually say that.
Okay, then your statement is false. Thank you.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Go ahead.
It doesn't have to say that, you know what I'm saying? Like
You said the Bible says otherwise.
Yeah. Well, I think the
Well, if the Bible says otherwise, it has to say otherwise, and it doesn't.
implies a lot of things.
Yeah, the Bible implies a shitload, but it says nothing about holding someone's head underwater for 24 hours. That's all.
But we don't know the miracles that God does.
I'm only talking about what the Bible says. Okay, you know what? I said what I had to.
That was crazy.
The power of Christ compels.
Retreat, bro. Don't do that.
I just did retreat.
Well,
I'm telling Rashad.
Rashad, you don't want to argue with Uncle Steve. Trust me.
It's not whether or not he's going to argue with you or anybody else, just what he's saying. They're telling him to stop saying that.
Yeah.
I wasn't arguing.
Well, I'm glad.
I don't argue with none of y'all. It's not that deep.
No, good. I'm glad that too.
Well, it's deep enough to hold your head underwater. That's how deep it is.
Yeah. Just having a conversation.
Fair enough. You want another one? I'll give Rashad. I'll give you another one. If you take a razor blade, you slit your wrist, you let all the blood drain out from you, and then you wait 24 hours with medical treatment, you are dead and not being back to life. There's certainty proof number 2.
I don't know about that. I can't really say that.
I'm telling you about that since you don't know and I do.
You know what I'm saying?
No. You said you don't know. I do know, Rashad.
You did it before?
Rashad, have you ever, hang on, Rashad, are you aware of any biological living organism that has been dead for a certain amount of time being brought back to life?
Earthworms.
What?
Earthworms.
Brought back to life?
Earthworms. Jesus.
Yeah, because of the earthworm, that's what he said.
You can freeze an earthworm, and an earthworm will thaw and be.
It's not dead.
Yeah, let's talk about earthworms. If I may.
An earth hibernation is different, right? So, Rashad, okay, in the medical field, when a human being dies and they're pronounced dead, there has not been any record of any human being brought back to life. Do you accept that? Or do you think there's a possibility that a human being that is pronounced dead and is going to be either cremated in there or so, or placed into a casket, into the ground, or whatever form of burial they're going to go through, that body can come back to life? Do you think that can happen?
Within the past 1,000 years.
Wait, so you said there is documentation?
No, I said there is not any. Do you know of any?
Yes.
Oh my God, that's not medical record. That is not medical. That is not medical record. Are you a godlier?
JCC, what did he say, JCC?
He said in the Bible.
And what I said was within the past 1,000 years.
Yeah, and he's trolling. Anyway.
I'm saying, but you're away.
Well, the Bible doesn't address anything in the past 1,000 years, Rashad.
But it's not a medical record.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
So like technically you can brought back to life if your heart stops, right?
That's not dead. No, hang on. That's resuscitation, right? That's why I very specifically said pronounced dead. They're in a fucking body bag. They're going down to the fucking morgue. They're either gonna be incinerated. They're either going to be the body of the human being that was failed to be able to resuscitate it is now pronounced dead. They're now processing that body to either be incinerated or buried, right? They're going to the morgue, they're in a body bag. There has not been any medical records that any human being is back to life from that. So, Sai, say you.
Cool, man. Oh, fucking amazing.
Cardiac resuscitation is a process during resuscitation. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So now what?
Yeah, that's true. But there are few cases that had already happened in India where a person who was pronounced dead came back to life. Like there are few sources. If you just give me 5 minutes, I'll put those links down in the chat box. Yeah.
And because there is a time. You are brain dead. You have no pulse, and your body has now started to
go into rigor mortis. I don't know why we are acting as if we don't understand.
You're that brain ass dead.
And I also use history. I also use hello. I also use
Hello?
history within the past
Hello?
1,000 years. Yes.
Jesus Christ rose from the dead, though.
He was around 2,000 years ago. Don't you know your Bible?
Yeah, but it's still documented, though.
I said within the past 1,000 years.
All you need to do is see it one time, though, to know that it's legit.
Okay, so basically you're using Jesus Christ. Okay, any other bull besides Jesus Christ? Yes, sir.
Other people have been coming up. I've when
Okay, Tina. Okay, Tina. Tina, you want a piece of me? Let's go for it.
No.
Oh yes, you do.
I will say this: there have been mistakes to where there have been bodies that were in the cold room that were not completely dead, and they came back. They were still alive, and then someone recognized it and got the medical attention. So that has happened in medical history. So there have been mistakes, but it hasn't. That wasn't 24 hours. That was in like a few hours after being pronounced.
So, Jason.
And also, I'm sorry before Tina, love you.
Okay, so I got you, Zach.
Yeah, I dropped it in the chat box. It'll tell you like how it has happened or not. Like where it has happened.
Is dead. Your brain dead. 10 minutes, that's over.
So what was
5
Jesus?
minutes is a corpse.
What was Jesus then?
Dude, that's the mystic side. That's the mystical side.
That was the brain.
That's the mystical thing, right?
Not Jesus.
I know what I'm saying though. Was he dead or was he brain dead?
We don't know, bro.
Wow, you don't know.
No, we don't know. Hang on.
We specialize in devaccination and revaccination for anyone who comes
That's during the crucifixion, when they took his body off the cross or the pole that he was crucified on, and placed him in the tomb, he wasn't dead.
He did that for 3 days?
Where's the body? Or it also could be the case that he was dead and the body was put somewhere else, or the body was stolen too. There's many different scenarios, right?
So you said the dude that rose wasn't the dude that originally died?
I think Jesus was dead. I mean, after he'd been on the cross, they speared him. They speared him in his chest. He didn't move, and blood shot out. I think he was dead.
Was he brain dead though?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Was he declared branded? Like what?
All right, here at Kitover Clinic, we specialize in devaccination and revaccination for anyone who covers the Exactly, the whiny mutant and hit play again. All right, here at Kitover Clinic, we specialize in devaccination and revaccination for anyone who covers the Good evening, Super Bowl. I'm John Kitover, crowd transfer for yes, this is the halftime show. The stadium double booked with a tractor full. Good evening, Super Bowl. I'm John Kitover, crowd transfer for yes, this is the halftime show.
Did you know the That's great.
How many people believe in miracles? Does anybody believe in miracles in here at all?
Can you find a miracle, God? I don't think miracles are
Your
true.
miracle if I hold your head underwater for 25 minutes. I want to see.
What about if you kill me and I rise 3 days later though?
You won't ride 3 days later. You will not.
Though.
Okay, yeah, if that was to happen, that would be considered
You're not Jesus.
Yeah, how do you know that?
So Rashad, what would be a miracle of convincing me if I was to chop a limb off of your body, right? And without any medical intervention for them giving you a process or maybe saving the limb and having it work at some capacity. You grow another limb back and you still have the limb that was cut off. That would be a miracle. Yeah, that would be something. Yeah.
Also, if we could bring you back from the dead at post 24 hours, don't you think all of our loved ones would be the fuck alive right now?
Well, everybody.
By the way, if I may, cutting off a limb for a human is a miracle. Cutting off a limb for a lobster, they grow it back.
Yeah, but what about that man back in the day who rose 3 days later though?
That's a story, dude.
right? You think it's wait. See,
Honestly,
it's the mystical.
no, we
It's the
don't
mystical.
stop playing.
It's the mystical side.
On a tree. They replaced it in the Bible about Jesus. It was about David that said, Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani. Why have thou forsaken me? That was David before Jesus. Now what?
So you think, wait. So you think David was lied? You think they lied on David?
Who was in the coma because David got beat up by his people? Jesus was a story that they created.
Oh my God.
I'm serious. So Jesus is real, but the story about that came from David's story. The hung on the tree, 3 days, 3 nights, etc. Eli, Eli, why have thou forsaken me? Lema sabachthani.
Rashad, didn't you say you were atheist when you first came in this room?
I am.
All right then.
Guys.
What's wrong with that? I can't have a conversation. He's just playing the other side. What is that from Korea? Am I gonna kill?
There's God.
No, am I gonna be excoriated? What is this? I can't. No, dude, you're doing a funny job playing the other side. It's funny. I'm just saying. He did right. Did he not? I'm just saying. Yeah, I know you're saying. You feel me? You feel me? Dude, it's the mystical side of the living Jesus, right? So a human being named Jesus probably lives and walks the earth. The stories associated with him are mystical, right? No, a human being? You mean Jesus of Nazareth? Yeah. Yeah, whoever was he born in Nazareth? Yeah. So yeah, I'm just saying. So I'm just saying too, brah. I'm just dragging his name. Dragging his name. Like, is Jesus do you know him? No, I personally don't. Right. Because if you knew him, you would know he called him. Okay, dude. All I'm agreeing with is it's highly probable that whether this guy Jesus was born in Nazareth or what, he was alive, walked the earth, and then died. The mystical stories associated with this dude Jesus are not true. Well, how do you know that? Because they don't align with reality. Whoa. The Epstein files don't align with reality too either. That Epstein is a real human being that may or may not be dead, right? Have you looked at why would we read of Epstein? We're talking about the mystical side of Jesus. They don't align with reality. Like, are you the reality? Are you the reality, Sam, when things don't align with reality? Like, okay. What I'm telling you about reality is,
Just for the record, I'm the one that moved it to the bottom. I wanted to hear JCC speak for a moment or two, and then another mod can bring up Rashad, because anytime you're talking about Jesus and then you bring up the Epstein files,
it's fun.
You know what, Liquid? This is my response to you. We may be losing today,
but slow and steady wins the race.
We should debate about it. Hey.
We're gonna debate again.
One day you'll send messages faster than a racing camel.
God is real. Listen to the word. Atheists against God. Atheists. They have the God in their name for them to even be relevant.
They need proof.
Hang on. So with what atheism means, it's the opposite of theism. So yes, of course, you got to have that in the name when you represent something that is the opposite of. It is without. Theism is the belief. A is the without part, without the belief. It's real simple.
Oh, sorry, JCC, please continue.
No, that's it.
I was going to say, and let's get something very clear. I love God because God has made Uncle Steve one of the most popular peeps on Clubhouse.
We already have atheists in this house. Thanks to Andrew, thanks to Tina, thanks to Yan, thanks to... Listen, you have Steve saying he loved God, and we will have that on replay.
Don't forget why.
Because of the wonderful things God do.
Because I'm an atheist. Boom.
Baba Bushka. No, I'm just kidding.
And Steve, your mic's a little louder than normal.
I'm sorry. No, the mic is the same. I'm just speaking a little louder.
Okay. You're pumped up.
No, they don't. Oh, yeah. I'm pumped up and ready to rock and roll, pay off in silver dollars, babe.
Hey, Steve, sorry, was this discussed? Isn't that a Ricky Gervais quote?
I'm sorry, isn't it what?
I said, isn't that a Ricky Gervais quote?
Which one?
I think he said it at an award show once. He said, I thank God for making me an atheist.
I don't know. It very well might be, but I don't follow Gervais's. I thought you were referring to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which I mentioned last night is one of my second favorite movie of all time because it was Jack Nicholson after going through electroshock therapy. Yes, I was getting treated a couple of times a day, and I'm back now, and anybody that takes me on, I'm ready to pay off in silver dollars.
Yeah, anybody who reference God and thanking this God for them being a non-God believer, that I would never say that. It's kind of funny.
Can I ask y'all a question? I'm gonna steer away from religion.
Yeah.
Earlier today, I don't know where the fuck you were at actually when me and Tia were talking about this. Earlier there was a room open in my hallway and the title was are single people unlucky or unwanted? And I was like, that's a crazy question. But then on top of that question, I thought me and Tia were talking and we were like, are individuals single by choice or by consequence? So I would just like to know, y'all's thoughts.
Oh, that is beautiful. I think it's about consequence, right? Most of these married motherfuckers are slaves. Single people are lucky. I'm just being honest.
Well, I'm currently single because of...
Good evening, Super Bowl. I'm John Kitover, proud transformer, and yes, this year's halftime show is in the cornfield. The stadium double booked with track meet. Good evening, Super Bowl. I'm John Kitover.
And will remain single by their choice.
Apologize, married slaves.
Thank you. So do you think that single people are unlucky?
That's a subjective preference when you say they're lucky. It's up to them to consider it.
No,
I'll answer the question. I'm currently single because, as you all know, I've been divorced 25 years. As you may not know, the woman that I hooked up with 10 years after my marriage, she died 10 to 15 years ago. And I've dated a couple of women in the past 10 years or so. So you could say
I'm single by choice right now, but believe me, I better not say it. No, I will say it. I've been with more women in my lifetime than probably all of you men on the stage put together. And I could give you the number, but I'm not going to.
That's a pretty big claim, bro. Are you admitted to be a hoe? I've been with a lot of women that I'm not committed to, that been with is just,
But I'll tell you this, in the past year, and I mean 365 days, I've been with two women. Two women in the past year. That's my past year. Two women.
Okay, never mind. You answered my question.
Steve is a king. Let's go,
Steve. Steve's a numbers guy. So Steve, kick out that big number you got.
And just for reference, if I'm not mistaken, Wilt Chamberlain said he had been with 20,000 different women, right?
That's a huge number.
Okay, in my lifetime? Yeah. In my lifetime, 150 is probably right around the number. Probably. 150.
That's a realistic number. Yeah, that's a realistic.
But again, in the past year, two. And I mean 365 days. I don't mean 2026.
Yeah, we were good once. We were good. We were as good as we were once. We were not.
Right. Exactly.
Now we fucked it.
Yeah.
Good evening, Super Bowl. I'm John Kitover, proud transformer, and yes, this is the halftime show. Is in the stadium double booked with Tractor Pull. Good evening, Super Bowl. I'm John Kitover.
Yeah. 65.
Wait.
Liquid. If we really look at like when it comes
Chicago
to
dog, extra
I
mustard.
want to go out on a limb and say that I feel as though men, y'all be thinking with y'all little pepper lips. You know, not saying that you are Uncle Steve, but I think that we can all agree that men can be
Uncle Steve, you being liquid. The fuck?
I mean, you too. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that number is absurd.
Okay, remember the Howie Mandel? All the women don't count. Remember the Howie Mandel skit when he's all horny?
It's not my fault, Ducky. But women are the best liars, anyways.
Well, have you heard that the body count is divisible by 3? In other words, whatever a man says, normally divide by 3. That gives you his body count. But whatever a woman says, multiply
So
by
now
3.
here we
That
are.
gives you her body count. Generally.
I got a question for you. Hold on a second. Liquid. Just hold on. How do you know 150? How do you keep that? I can't keep count because I don't remember.
I'm gonna say within 10 to 15. I'm saying within 10 to 15%.
Oh, okay, fair.
Look, I was with women.
How the shit I fucked? They don't really.
I was with women before I was married. I was with women after I was married. While I was married, I didn't cheat. One woman. You're talking over 40 years. Now, when you take that into consideration, and actually it's 45 years.
How long were you married?
150 is not that much over 45 years.
How many years were you married for?
11. You could round it off at 10.
5 years.
So you started shagging at 12 years old?
I'm 65, dude.
Oh, shit, I thought you were like 60.
Oh, shit. I thought you was younger than that.
Okay, so 65 minus 10 years is 55. Figure I lost my virginity at 17. Let's round it up to 20. That means 55 from 20. That's 35 years. So that's what, 5 a year for 35 years? That's 150, right?
And also, weren't you
Not that many.
Also like myself, your number pretty high, but I don't know it accurately, right? I wouldn't say it's 150. It's probably, anywhere between maybe 75 and 80. I was with a woman that liked women and would bring the women. Sex capacity. Extra women were added while I was with one woman. So
hey, guys, those are the best women.
as a bonus, the
And as Reverend Scott said, I was in the lifestyle.
We like women, we all
10 years.
like women.
I was in the lifestyle for 10 years.
So that's extra numbers right there. Hell yeah.
That's right.
All right, here's your women. So, we better liars or women are better liars than us?
Oh, dude, that's a tough one. I think women are better liars. I don't know, Liquid. You're pretty good.
Yo, shut the fuck up, Becky. Let's ask the women. Watch them lie.
Women are better liars.
She's lying. Oh, shit, she telling the truth. Fuck. Yeah.
I don't think women are better liars. I just think women like to lie more. Us men like to be just more straightforward.
How the fuck do you even...
Boris, get the fuck out of here, dude. Men lie a lot. Come on,
Boy,
bro.
not a point. No, think about it, JCC. Think about it.
No.
Think about it.
Men don't know how
Think about the lie to us right now.
No, she's right. Men don't know how to lie.
Y'all would just say shit without thinking.
Yeah.
2 steps ahead.
Yeah. The question was not who's gonna fall for the lie.
A woman is gonna lie. She's gonna think 2-3 steps ahead of how.
Yep, that's right.
I just fucking lie. They fucking lie.
Let's take the most famous lie a woman says. Okay, I won't even make you all guess. The most famous lie a woman says is I never sleep with a man on the first date, right? All women say that. Guess what? What they're really saying is, I'm not gonna sleep with you on the first date. If they went to date George Clooney, they would sleep with him on the date. Trust me.
Well, I don't agree with that, Uncle Steve. There are
Okay, then I'm wrong and I admit it.
There are women that don't have sex on the first date. So.
Yeah, that's a lie. She's telling a lie again.
Why would I lie? I have no reason to lie about that.
Women just lie. Women lie.
Lie about that.
Women lie down. We call them lady.
Hey,
Yo.
the fuck up.
Back up, Liquid. Back up.
Alright, I'm back up. But listen, y'all lie too. Y'all the best liars ever, bro. I ain't gonna
I
lie.
think men would lie equally, but men are just bad at it. Because y'all get caught.
Here's the second best lie a woman tells. I've never faked it before. All women have faked it. They just mean so.
I'm telling you the truth.
There you go. It's always the same. It's always the same. Like, the reason is all the same. I just wanted to get over with it.
Her body don't lie. Her body don't lie. Her body don't lie, Steve. She's just a liar. Her body won't lie, though.
But you don't understand.
You don't understand, Liquid. Say it, I don't get it. Yeah, you don't get it, buddy.
Okay.
He can't get it. I just...
Steve, you're gonna lose your man card, Steve.
I'm just telling the truth. Sorry you don't like me exposing these dirty little secrets.
Body don't lie, Steve. Women are the best liars. But you Tina's gonna be like, oh yeah, Steve, do it then. And then
next we know we got to put an APB out on Steve. Where's Steve?
I remember when my girlfriend did that for the first time. I won't even say it again because I know some of you women don't like it. She hit the bedroom wall from 3 feet away very first time. Let me.
Hey, yo, what?
I'm not going to say it again. I don't want to get myself in trouble. I just don't. You don't believe me, or you don't understand?
She became Squirtle from fucking. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, Squirtle. He has the women talking to him. Watch how he falls.
I wasn't referring to her fist, ladies.
The liquid that came from her in the wall. Not that hard to follow.
And I was there and saw it with my own eyes, and I couldn't fucking believe it. I came back from a weekend vacation with the fam bam, and she said, Steve, you won't believe what I learned to do while you were gone.
Notice how diabolical Tina just sound like,
And of course, you know what I said, really?
Yo. So women, all we do is be, everybody be, right? Women, y'all are the best liars.
White women are what?
White women.
No,
Wait,
not
okay.
white.
So we come
He just said.
Are we going white women or are we
He
going?
just said women. He just said women.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear him straight.
Women.
Yeah, I didn't hear him.
Women.
I didn't.
Women are just like. That's why I finish a fucking sentence. It's not that hard.
Stop it, Gina. I did not say white women. Don't you start. I just said women are the best liars, and that's a fact.
Well, what were you talking about last night, though?
The darkest dream.
What? You and Tina were doing something last night, Liquid? What's going on?
No. Don't get you're gonna start something again. I don't want
I was asking a question. What were you and Tina doing last night?
nothing.
Liquid. What's up with you in the retirement home?
Oh my goodness.
Me and Tina is like buddies, not fuck that. The word
Buddies. There you go, buddies.
There we go. I'm done.
Friends.
Yeah, we're friends. I don't want no smoke with Tina, man. I don't need another Uma situation.
That's funny.
There would not be another bonus.
Oh, I'll be honest with you, JCC. Where have you been at, JCC, man? I missed you, bro.
Yeah, I've been decompressing.
Tina's like, Liquid, don't worry about it. It's not gonna be boom. I'm actually gonna show up.
I got pinged, that's why I came back, so yeah.
I'm a 2-hour flight, not a 20-hour flight.
Steve want the smoke. Steve about to get Tina Bobina. Yo, Steve. Tina will break you in half.
Nobody's gonna break me, I'm telling you.
Holy
And if they
shit.
do, that's the one for me.
Liquid?
Not me.
Talking about breaking people.
No. Come on, Boris. Come on, dude.
Well, you know, like you're not talking about breaking people, so.
You talkie. Thank you.
What?
Thank you for bringing that up.
So they can just, do it. We're gonna have a confirmation.
I'm not really. Tina scared me when I tried to break her and shit in her brains and shit. She's like, oh yeah. I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
Let me say this. I think that Talking Apes has started out this week pretty damn good. It's been a good Monday so far, eh?
I think so, man. It looks like it.
Wait a minute. Are you Canadian or are you American, Steve?
You gotta be fucking kidding me. You don't know.
Oh my
You said
god.
A? You said A. That's Canadian.
Oh, okay. Isn't it also Australian?
Australian.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's a new one on me. Okay.
No. Destroy him. Destroy Steve.
Destroy me?
Yes, Tina, destroy him.
No, I'm still playing with my food.
I love Tina. Come on.
Maybe one day you'll find out. Maybe one day.
Oh shit, they quit.
She's talking about him, not me. I'm tired. No, she's saying maybe one day. It's true. Maybe one day Tina and I will go into a private room. Maybe one day.
And then Steve leave out surprised. Steve would have his
Mom and Dad always told me whatever happens behind closed doors stays behind closed doors.
Steve, how does it make you feel that we would beat you to the private conversation?
I couldn't care less. That's between them. I don't care.
No, he didn't beat me. He didn't go in a, I didn't go in no private room with him. It's all on replays. If anybody's interested, please go watch the replays.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you. We went from talking about God to squirting.
Yeah, no
Tina,
joke.
what the fuck?
No, we went from talking about God to squirting to Steve talking about a girl hit the wall.
Yeah, and then
Wow.
well, I kept myself quiet. All this time, I kept myself quiet.
Ew. Tina's like, yo, she did 3 feet. I can do 5.5.
We got it, Ducky.
Oh shit, Steve.
Oh, we did, Ducky. Be quiet now, Ducky. That nigga said, oh shit.
Yo, Liquid, I've never been to the retirement home and I'm not planning on it. That's a good thing.
That's correct. I'm too old.
You're like one of the youngest people in the room you're talking about.
What's up, Samoa? Don't try to change. Don't try to change.
You know what? Y'all convince me.
Oh, what?
Hey, I'm John Kitover. This is
Son, everybody's scared of Tina now. Everybody's scared of Tina, huh?
Back off a little bit, Steve-O. Not so fast, buddy.
She doesn't do it first date when
I like to play.
You'll never know until you try. And besides, Tina, you can trust. You can trust me.
Yeah, I can trust you. All right, okay. I believe.
What's up, Aqua? Are you okay down there? Oh.
Hi, Samoa. Hi, Aqua. Ron. Andrew, Steve. Tina.
Hey, good to see JCC back.
I know.
Yo,
I'm really
Tina.
Yeah.
Yo, I guarantee you, Steve's little partner even has a coupon.
A coupon?
No. A coupon, the little hat on his head.
Oh.
had a good time in my city. I want to say I was definitely repeat my 20s. I would repeat my 30s way before my 20s. Way before. I would repeat my 20s. I wasn't tethered to anything, but I was into. I'm still not tethered to shit. Okay, PTR. Look at the PTR. That's the belly flat. Oh shit. Oh, they cute. She's cute. Okay.
No, don't do my comment like that. We taking names.
I approve. Thank you. They're a cute little ballet flat. Thank you. And I also bought a silver flare. Okay.
Y'all be playing on Sherry Top. Listen, you already know she can drag. That's
No,
why
I did not. No, I thought she was talking about the naturalizers. That's what I thought she was. These not.
I know.
But they're very naturalizers, though. These are. Oh, okay. They from them. I didn't know like that.
Now, if you said Skechers, I'd be like, okay, we're gonna have to talk. Cause some of y'all walking around with that big ass heel. Y'all talking about training your cat.
I got some Skechers. Wait, Messi, who do you think is wearing Skechers? I got some Skechers. They're hard now.
Yeah, Skechers are making a comeback, but only if you're under 30. Skechers been, yes,
Not in my generation.
Yeah, Skechers, they went after Tom's, took Tom's out. They be going after everybody.
No, I don't wear them anywhere but to work. I'm sorry, one day
Dog got a. That's a good use.
That's, I had to get like some, what are they, now they got the actual designs and shit on the Skechers, so I had to get, because they shoes, them work shoes got the memory foam inside, and it's air cooled and shit. That's how I knew I became an adult for real. When I bought those shoes, I was like, oh shit, I have like a dog.
I became an adult when I got transitions.
Period.
Oh. Girl,
Wait. So like you're inside and it's clear, and then you go outside and it gets.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, you know you're an adult.
Alice, the network wants a segment on Zen poetry. We need something deep for
Because I
tonight.
can't. And
Alice, the network wants a segment on Zen poetry. We need something.
I'm walking around with regular sunglasses.
All right, gentlemen. Tonight's a light will come.
Walked into.
So page 32. Let's look close.
Are you gonna walk around with 2 pairs of glasses on?
Welcome to the first meeting of the Triton. Present club, rule number 1. Close your eyes.
Your mama,
Hello?
she ain't walking around with no Ray-Bans.
Hello?
Okay? I don't wear a Gucci frame for Lasada.
Get that scroll in here and scoop on our neighbor. We're taking a stand. What on earth are you doing?
We don't do frames of Chanel. We don't do that.
Come to Bloom, let the power guide the power.
John, the city council just raised parking fees again.
Delicate negotiations.
Y'all think I walk around here carrying Ray-Bans in one pocket?
Wish you hadn't done it as a Christian. Our sin is to exist in this atrocious universe. I gladly accept your picture. I wish it wasn't that from the man of science.
It's just that I know
Wish you hadn't done it.
the sun is really out, and you want to
Right,
walk
Vegas, here we
around
go.
with glasses that shield your eyes.
I am finally at peace. Nothing can disturb me. Yo, John, you left me at the laundromat. So much for nothing.
Dark, but are also prescription, so that way you can see.
Tried to laugh off Thursday night. The crowd watched as Kitover counted down. By the snap, volunteers were under a spell. Moments later, they're convinced their barnyard birds and the audience.
Okay, let me make my point first, because first of all,
It's
y'all
not yet closed. I keep them closed. Like coins in my pocket still. Each drop of heat, each page returning. I open down
have sunglasses that are darker than any transition lens you can ever find. That's the problem.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay.
There are some
Take 7, folks. Remember, line first, donut second.
transition frames. In fact, those transitions I have, the lens is purple.
Hello?
Hello? So,
Hello?
y'all
Great. Even the birds are on it.
walk around these things on this lens crafters. Like, what's going on?
First of
Not
all,
Pearl Vision.
The technology has really the technology has changed a lot. I'm just saying.
Oh,
It has.
well,
Yeah, you could get them real dark. You could get them real dark. Just depends on the type of technology that you use in your glasses. Which pair? Like all transition is the same. Just like all lenses aren't the same. Yeah, there's some that get real dark.
I don't say so. I still uses Coke bottles.
Okay, I'm just playing, Kimberly. I'm just playing. Don't be. Y'all don't do that. I'm just playing.
Matthew, listen. Some of us just like black. Some of us just like black sunglasses. Black sunglasses are a thing, and they're my thing. I don't wear any other sunglasses. Black sunglasses are the only sunglasses I wear. They just have to be black. That's just that's my style. And I like glasses that say something. When I say make a statement on their name brand from Tom Ford or whatever, none of that.
I don't wear Tom Ford. I don't wear name brands like that. You would never see.
Sorry, the laugh off there.
See an emblem on name glasses.
Yeah, so
ma'am, please, your quiet luxury is unmatched.
I'm just saying. And also, like when they're black, I'm outside, they black.
So, I body, and I have 26 vision. Oh, yes, it is flex. I'm 43. Thank you. However, I did talk to an ophthalmologist, and I was like, I talked to both of them, and I was like, yeah, I want to keep my eyesight, and so they were like, well, you can wear glasses that will help you sort of retain your vision, and so your eyes aren't struggling. So I went to Costco, and even there, the transition technology is actually really good. My sunglasses, because I have some for driving, and then I have some for reading. I have two pair.
Are you 62?
No, I'm someone who wants to keep my eyes. Listen, there are two things I want.
6 pairs of glasses.
I only have two. Because I don't use them regularly. Only when I'm reading and driving. But my driving glasses, they're dark, but they have a green lens to them, and so it's a light green tint, but they get very dark, and they get dark instantly. And when I go into the store or whatever, they lighten up, almost not instantly, but almost instantly, and they'll adjust to the brightness of.
Welcome to the first meeting of the Kitover Zen Club. Rule number 1.
They're actually really good.
Well,
transitions are not as bad as they were. And again, that's just the basic shit at Costco. So, there may be some other things, but that's just the basic stuff.
They tell me all they want to.
Because nobody wants to walk around. I know.
All right, gentlemen. Tonight's enlightenment comes from page 32. Listen closely.
Those are the only two things.
And where I used to live, the sun was always real bright.
Yeah, Mom, I just think I think if I were okay with regular sunglasses that are black, I would probably. Oh, please, concrete. Wait, we're talking about sunglasses. Do you wear sunglasses?
No.
Okay, so let's finish the sunglass conversation. I was gonna say, your mama, if I were okay with regular glasses. If I were okay with wearing regular glasses that have a black frame, I probably would do transition lenses. But I don't like regular glasses with black frames because I just find them too severe for my complexion. They just make me look too serious, and I'm already a serious person. So I like my glasses to take away some of the seriousness because otherwise it's too much. But when it comes to sunglasses, I do like a black frame. So
Serious person with no shoes on. I feel you.
Man, please. Them big size 27s is serious enough.
Oh, shut up.
I want to take the edge off.
How is Tiandra in the goo? I don't like this room. I'm leaving. I don't like it.
What happened?
The Mars is
probably just doesn't want to be on stage right now. That's maybe she's.
Correct. Sometimes, Mama, you forget the mods need our union break sometimes.
Oh, okay. So y'all, okay, I got you. This is a shift change. Okay, got you. All right. What's his name? Said oh yeah, Cedric. That's right. I couldn't remember. I thought I was gonna say Saeed, but never. Cedric. He in the chat giving y'all the background of what we was talking about. The background, the full details.
Well, Cedric is a for real doctor.
Yeah.
You know what's going.
Wait, I'm driving.
So he said green lens glasses filter wavelengths that lead to aberrations and glare, preserving color, accuracy, and depth of perception, the relaxed eye muscles, and sharpened focus resulting from green sunglasses mean less squinting and frustration. He says rose or red tinted lenses reduce eye strain but lack green lenses' visual acuity benefits. The improved visual clarity and reduced fatigue are important reasons why sunglasses with green lenses are so popular.
These people just ask AI whatever y'all are talking about.
No, he a doctor. So I don't think he's doing that. He's an actual doctor.
What's wrong with using AI?
Thank you, said.
Nothing.
He's a doctor. Like, what? Please, you think a doctor? Stop it, doctor.
He just put the lock.
Hello?
Great. Give me the birds and I. Great. Give me the birds and I. Great. Give me the birds and I.
I was very skeptical when she said that. But
Great. Give me the birds and I.
it almost looks like the colors are sort of intensified a little bit. I mean, it's not a heavy change, but there's like a brightness that's added to what's going on without giving a strain. And my eyes are very sensitive to light.
That is funny.
And so I was concerned
Hello?
about that, but the green is actually really good. I would,
Great. Give me the birds and I.
Green tint on all my glasses.
Okay, when we say to the tint, I think people will go, oh my God, you can see it. You can't really see it, for real. It's not like it's real clear that it's green or any color. You just, only you really can see it. And maybe when you're close up to the person's face, but you gotta be, you know how they be close when they get they be in there, they almost be
Great.
That's how you might be able to see it, but it's not really visible, for
Yeah, no, it's again, it enhances the color. Anyway, y'all should try it. And shout out to Costco.
Hello?
I know. Your mama ain't shopping at Costco.
Great. Give me the birds and I. Hello? Good evening, Super Bowl. I'm John Kitover, proud transformer, and yes.
You had your membership before you had kids, so you were just really rich out here, let me buy my toilet paper in bulk and my steak.
No. Actually, what happened was driving. So we driving, from Texas, to where we live now, and that's like 1,200 miles, and that would be, maybe, twice or three times a year. And so it was nice to be able to have places that we could stop, right, if we had an issue with our tires. We could go sort of anywhere, and it wasn't sort of like a regional shop. There are a lot of tire companies that are just regional. And so if there's an issue, they're not always in,
how we started with the Sam's and Costco memberships, and then the gas, which is cheaper. I live in a place where gas is really expensive, so the gas alone, sort of paid for the membership.
And with the executive membership, you get your money back. So it makes sense.
66.
A lot of people don't realize it. You're not paying that much more for that executive membership, and then you get that check as long as you spend that minimum. What's up, Brooklyn?
The fuck do you keep saying what's up to me, Concrete?
Just say hello. What's wrong with saying hello? What the hell?
Tell him to get back, Tom.
Figuring why you saying it to me, though. I don't know what the people want to say.
In the back, because he can't talk.
I thought we had a lovely Sunday.
Might be the only person that was.
Okay.
Hello, yo, mama. Hello, yo, mama. Hello, Dr. Library.
I'm going to drop you and now. Come on.
Anyway, what's up, Brian, Nikki?
Brooklyn.
Nigga, how was that Kid Rock concert? It was fantastic.
Brian got a big mic, y'all. Every time it don't matter. Like, it's hilarious. Y'all need to buy one. Some of y'all need to buy one, because his mic, he be on point every time.
Gemini's mic is on. It's like a stadium.
There is a magic trick to quiet it down, which I just did. But, Concrete, tell me about the Kid Rock concert.
No, you didn't.
That shit got louder.
It was wonderful.
Quieter. That shit got louder.
That's all I got.
Hello? Hello?
Wait, someone went to, never mind.
Hello?
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 Great.
Yeah.
Even the birds are on it.
Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I went. What about it? Fuck Bad Bunny. Pause. Well, I want to hear about the Kid Rock thing. Go ahead, Concrete. Tell us about it. Yeah, it was great. We had, a lot of beer, a lot of country music, white women. That was a great part about it. Yeah, that was a great time. Really enjoyed it.
Brother, he said white women? That's what he said?
He pronounced it.
Thank you, Brooklyn. Why?
He pronounces the H some kind of way. I don't know. Anyway, what, Concrete?
Nothing, Brooklyn. I hope you had a wonderful day.
I did.
With a concrete trying to back.
Trying to show a little sunshine, that's all.
You trying to damn Mac on me now. Don't put that with, don't say that.
Hello,
It's me.
that's all.
Anyway, because we talk about something else, because y'all had me going. I was doing something in the background. Keep doing it. Go ahead.
I think the moment is gone.
All right, now I'm going to do a gender war if y'all don't get to start talking right now.
Oh. Yeah, Brooklyn, no gender wars, no diaspora.
Why do you, I don't,
Yeah, I'm about to leave. Brooklyn. I'm about to leave. I'll see y'all later. I'm about to open my own room.
About what? I just wanted y'all to talk. That's all I
We
wanted.
can talk, but we ain't doing no gender war. We ain't doing no diaspora.
I said if y'all gonna be silent, I'm gonna do a gender war. That's what I'm saying. So talk, niggas talk.
Not dance, niggas dance. You missed a lot, Brooklyn. We value silence at times.
I know, we're old now.
I say I was just
Hello?
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 In particular, the breathe and snore march.
And it was like 10 a.m.
What? Now, see, now that's messy. Because I was going to say it was in the middle of the goddamn. There you go.
I'm about to open my own room. Oh, yeah. Now, why are y'all not telling me? What is going on?
I want to know. Guess. No, you guess.
I don't do guesses. I don't guess.
Okay. It was a mod.
Was it reformed again?
Ding, 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 ding.
It's not yet closed. Keep them close.
Inside the laugh off Thursday night, the crowd watched as Kitover counted down.
She couldn't guess. I couldn't possibly guess.
Inside the laugh.
That's because she always left the damn mic. That's why. Let me stop before I be the target of the next fucking.
Yeah, this is all y'all. God bless.
You know what's wild? I took 2 weeks of a week and something on Clubhouse. Came back, the same conversation was still ongoing.
And y'all niggas really go in the chat. I mean, in the group. I can't with y'all.
Yep. Entertained.
I came over for the gender war in Brooklyn, so whenever you're ready.
I know, split. Anyway.
Inside the laugh off Thursday.
Wish you hadn't done.
That's a shame. I don't know what the hell going on no more anyway.
I was wondering, why do black men hate that? But I'm just kidding.
Brian, did you do any of the Super Bowl events, Brian?
I did. I saw 50 Cent in Alameda. Went out there. I'm pissed I didn't go to Shaq's party because T.I. was there.
Why you got beef with T.I.?
What's the name of that brewery in Alameda?
Oh, yeah. Not Almanac. The other one that's on the water, right?
Yeah, not Almanac, that one.
It's the other one. Yeah. I don't know. Over by St. George.
Yeah, and it's funny, that's literally what we call it. We'll be like, the brewery. No, not Almanac. The other one.
Yeah, exactly. The one with the beers is good, but the views are nice.
Exactly. So we went there. They had a Black College Expo, which was cool because Yo-Yo was there. She performed. I'm old, so I like Yo-Yo. And then I did one more thing. Who's the other person I got to see? I missed Dave Chappelle because that was the same night as the gospel event. And then I did one more thing. Shit, I can't remember. But that was really, I tried to do everything that was close to Oakland. I wasn't trying to leave my city.
Become the bloom, let the pollen guide the policy.
John, the city council just raised parking fees again.
I'm in delicate negotiations with this
Inside the laugh off Thursday night, the crowd watched as Kitover counted down. By the snap, volunteers were under a spell. Moments later, they're convinced they're barnyard birds, and the audience can't get it up. Inside the laugh off Thursday night.
Hello? Hello? Great, even the birds in on it. All right, here at Kitover Clinic, we specialize in devaccination and revaccination for anyone recovering from a recent procedure.
That sounds like rewinding a tape.
Exactly, rewind the immunity, then hit play again. All right. Good evening, Super Bowl.
Generalize from an insufficient number of cases. There is no such thing as gout. Every man.
One day you'll send your messages faster than a racing. All right, Congress, it's spell time.
That one with a mustache?
Technically, it's fiduciary.
All right, movie night. I got the remote.
As long as it's not another human documentary.
Something
Need a better opener than just shouting numbers here. Pizza guy mumbled something like 34 the other day.
Operation Sprinkles. Microphone safe in this powder donut. All I gotta do is I need to donuts and document donuts.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover. And I'm also John Kitover. Your wife is John Kitover. Apparently one of us wasn't enough.
Our song overnight. Police will be chased through active competition. He's not a councilman for money for potholes, but the only holes he fixed.
I'm speaker, colleagues, and to the people watching at home. For
What exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret prosperity hotline. Step 1 of my love plan.
Step 1 is getting grounded.
Oh, freak show you step by step how to turn a freak.
Chicago dog, extra mustard, and 1 vote for Kitover.
I told you, buddy can't eat barbecue.
And it's still showtime, Bobo. You ready to wow this crowd or what?
Come on, let's Let's roll into downward dog. Hips high, hearts
Time for a little yoga while I catch up on the sitcom. Hey, I'm John Kitover with KITV 8 News. Here at class, today we're diving into some pretty important topics. CRT, no, not the old TV, stands for critical race theory. Hi, class, today we're...
Country, everything is too big. The cars, the drinks, even the squirrels. They stare at me like tiny gym coaches.
Right, and all the money's the same color. I paid a bus fare with a coupon yesterday.
Huh.
I'm attorney John Kitover. Before I step into court, I study...
The hardware store for a box of screws, and the clerk says, people like you ought to stick to knitting. Can you believe that?
At the bank, the guy tells me my mustache looks suspicious.
The whole crate. The whole crate? That's 200 pounds of pure profit. Cash or regret? Cash. My cousin's got a forklift and a bad back. Jim like coconut straight from the States. The whole crate. The whole delivery. Murray's Mercury. Just a quick laugh. We'll be gone before anybody notices.
Fleet feet of Mercury, the wings of words and the timetable of the intercity bus. I invoke the powers of Mars and Jupiter.
You sure this is safe? Last time you lit my jacket on fire? Totally.
Smells like Kitover Diamonds if you're hunting for something that's
Hey, the life of an emperor. Cool breeze, warm.
in the Kitover Diamond Wholesale, where the sparkle meets the discount.
Hoping for something.
When you don't hold people responsible for what is said, you should figure out who did the saying and then hold them responsible. Like, this is not a complicated subject. Should cover it.
Time to get rich on this Bitcoin thing. By Max.
Like a peaceful sunset and a little fishing to enter
My brand new echo chambers where ideas bounce around. Behold, mortals, from this throne of sunbathe.
They said Egyptian theme.
All right, time to give this basement the shine of a brand new skating rink. Smooth luck.
All right, first day back at the gym. Let's show these weights who's boss. Start.
Slow breath in.
Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Kitover. Yes, I'm both the back Freddy. I'm here. These things weigh more to the left. Up there. It's called symmetry.
Here to the Nile.
All right, behold the sign of the fish. So the mighty Anubis, guardian.
This place.
As an attorney, I fight.
Kitover, you're the last vote.
Allow me to introduce the Future Vote 3000. It's the first voting machine with a built-in.
Evening, I'm John Kitover with Astrology News. Evening, I'm John Kitover. Early voting is underway. At the top has been draining this.
A new safety alert.
Okay, you say no. Why?
Maybe the atheist ain't so dumb after all.
Jen? He just said no.
Right, so I'm looking it up. A serpent referred to a mythical, spiritual, or symbolic creature. Not just an animal we call a snake. You dumb, stupid, fucking
serpent.
dumbass.
Serpent is
Oh, shut the fuck up, Andrew. Listen. Definition. Andrew, I know you hold rooms with hundreds of people, and you think you're the biggest shit that ever happened.
I don't, but
No,
you're
yes,
just
you do.
wrong.
I
don't.
A
There's
serpent
people smarter than
referred to, listen, and in many ancient cultures, serpents refer, wait. In many ancient cultures, serpent refers to a mythical, spiritual, or symbolic creature, not just an animal we call snake. You stupid fuck.
Okay.
And wait, I'll finish, I'll continue. A serpent could represent wisdom, chaos, evil, healing, and eternity. So the only reason why whatever that creature that was talking to Adam and Eve, when God punished it made him a snake, because snakes don't have arms or any type of, they're slithering creatures. So he became a snake after God punished him. Before that, he was a serpent. He was a nakash. You stupid motherfucker.
I read that. So
Sorry, I don't mean to call you stupid, but I just
the Hebrew.
getting a little upset right now.
That's fine. The Hebrew is translated into English. The English word that they translated it to the translators translated it to serpent. What does serpent mean when you look at it?
It's not a snake.
No, but listen what I'm telling you.
Snakes don't talk, you stupid.
No. Obviously, this isn't a normal snake. Do you think an ass can talk, my brother?
No.
Okay, well, an ass talks in the Old Testament.
You talk about the donkey with
Balaam's ass spoke.
Yeah, like in Shrek.
So what are you going to do there, my friend?
Well,
what are you going to do?
But the donkey in Shrek is actually the talking donkey from the Bible.
Waffle. Yeah. So what are you going to do with Balaam's
yeah,
ass?
we're gonna talk later about that. Let's just focus on.
No. Let's just be very clear. A donkey doesn't talk, okay? But in the Bible that you and I both believe, a donkey speaks language, okay? So you saying that snakes don't talk and calling me the mother effer, etc., doesn't do anything.
And a horse is a horse, of course, and no one can talk to the horse. That's, of course,
obviously, if the argument is this animal can't talk, well, that applies to a donkey. So you'd be refuting your own position. You don't want to say that. Obviously, a donkey can talk.
Okay, and this BHI thing where you go.
That's not BHI. That's not BHI. That's not BHI.
Let's just focus on this.
It's real simple. Your argument is snakes can't talk, and I'm saying donkeys can't talk. Very simple. But both appear in the Bible. So you shouldn't be refuting one if you accept the other.
But I feel like donkeys have more of the mechanisms necessary to speak. They got like the tongue and the teeth and all. Like, what could a snuck said? A snake is gonna speak in like parcel tongue to Harry. It's gonna be hiss.
No, a snake has a forked tongue.
A snake does not have vocal cord to actually say things. Like, come on, we just cannot.
It would just be like a little bit of air escaping.
Like, slithering is. We can't talk. There's no way. That would make us. All I'm saying
I'm willing to wager that snakes do communicate, but they don't use sound.
Yeah, I get that.
Do you believe in demons?
Oh, well, let's not take it there, but actually you agree with me. So when I say the serpent, like I said, I mentioned attribute of a serpent, right? I said a serpent does not necessarily mean a snake, right? So it could be a demon, right? So it could be, a serpent could represent wisdom, chaos, evil, healing, eternity. So at that point, he was a serpent. God punished the serpent to become a snake. What is the worst thing to be?
The most powerful man or being in this universe created the world, and he cannot make a simple snake talk, or even a donkey, or even, do you want to go on?
I'm not saying he can't.
A burning bush.
I'm not saying he can't. I'm not putting limitation on God. All I'm saying is that story at that point, that's not what was happening. That's not what was going on.
Okay, how do you understand that story?
Well, there's many layers to it. So, but at this point, for Andrew's sake, they cannot talk.
No, you're just saying a snake can talk. You don't believe that. That's not a hang up. You gotta quit saying that. You just don't believe that's what the story's about. Those are two different things. You do think a snake can talk because you don't limit God. You just said so with your own mouth. That's not the issue. The issue is you don't think it occurred. That's the issue, right? Okay?
Right.
So don't say snakes don't talk. Quit saying that.
Tina brought up a good point. If God can make a burning bush talk, he certainly can make a snake talk.
Absolutely.
Steve is just having a good time with this.
And that was like a 3-day argument they had at the bush.
Yeah, there's nothing about a guy who has all
power. Look, Tina and Andrew are just giving Steve an opportunity to laugh at us.
No, he's not laughing. He's not laughing. He was just reasoning. No, he wasn't. I didn't hear him laughing.
He
saying what you
I
hear
do
will
not
make Steve
think
laugh at
people
you.
that believe in God are dumb. Never.
Yeah, I didn't get that at all from Steve. Looks like your fears are a bit of a projection there, buddy.
Exactly. But it's saying you're a fucking high priest or descendant of Christ.
I'm not a high priest. You have to be elected to be a high priest. I'm just actually, you like this. The Hebrew term for the level of Kohen that is not the high priest is called a Kohen Hidyot, which roughly means normal Kohen, but it is roughly the same word as
yeah, you're not.
So I'm an idiot Kohen.
Early voting is underway across Illinois.
Legally,
You're not descended from Arabs.
I am.
El Normo!
Okay.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is
So
the
Andrew who thinks snakes talk and
the idea. No, you already said that's not
descended from Arabs.
Sin, if you're gonna
What?
be genuine, you gotta quit saying that.
Are you getting my text from my other burner account? This is Talking Apes League, Talking Apes Chilling with Peeps.
I'm gonna check out Discussion Club.
Okay, sounds good. Cast yourself in Sora.
Alright, I'm thinking of setting myself up with OpenClaw or Moltbook and doing the whole big AI thing.
Trust me, do Sora because then I can cast you with all my phones. I mean, if you're open to being, in a comedy, it's a sitcom.
Well, because you post this stuff, all of these dinglings are trying to roast me because I spoke privately with you.
Yeah, but that's all they got. They're just looking for something on you.
I know, it's like, okay, so I don't really talk about it, but Trump is good for Israel. And he was.
Well, the thing about this never-ending political hypnosis with people is if you ask someone, are you political, they'll say no, but all they do is spend their whole time talking politics. I mean, basically, I'm at that point, El Normo, where I have concluded without a doubt that all communication is political.
I hear what you're saying.
I mean, I don't even have to say hypnosis or spam or projection.
Did you listen to Gary's room?
Yeah, I love the way you debate. You basically don't let any filler or any silence because you're always saying, yeah, right, yeah, right.
Oh, you noticed that.
It's like a way that you're constantly giving instantaneous and immediate vibration always in a way that really upsets people.
You noticed that.
Yeah, you do it every time you're in a conversation with people. You do not leave an opening. You don't hit the mute. You don't raise the shield. You're just constantly probing and probing and probing and probing and probing. And it's honestly, it's without a doubt the best but the only problem is you suffer the way that Gary, explodes. You have to basically endure somebody's.
Gary is a good guy, and I agree with him. I like him. I like his profession as a journalist. But it's like what I'm doing there. Are you recording this?
Yeah, I'm live on YouTube and X's and Clown Houses.
So I can't talk to you if I'm gonna,
Well, that's why you should just cast yourself and go into the AI world because the truth is the next level of the internet, El Normo, is basically digitizing yourself for all time. And that's what these AI videos are doing.
Yeah.
And it's sitcom. It's sitcom.
It's so funny. I asked you if you're doing it, you say yes, and we just keep going. Anyway, in the case of Gary, he got upset, but you left out one important thing. I spit facts. You can't argue with the fact. I watched a lot of videos and I saw that Alex Preddy, he said, assault me. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, pepper spray me. That's suicide cop. If you've got a gun and you're attacking cops and telling them to assault you, that's all it is. It's suicide by cop. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he displays all of the characteristics. I mean, the fact that he's filming and screaming that, and he's armed, and his family reported that he stopped working, and he was acting extremely. There's just so much behind it that.
Did he stop working, or was
Yeah, his parents were desperately worried. Everybody was worried about the guy. This is it. Yeah, I'm sure. I could. Yeah, I've seen it all. Like, what's there to say? The poor guy, you know, he.
Lost it.
Yeah, the guy,
If
you
you've
know.
got a gun and you start kicking a cop car, I mean, don't you think you're going to get smacked in the head with a nightstick?
Yeah, there's anarchists out there, and people in these rooms can't admit that there's anarchists out there. They'll never bring up the term anarchist. They're there. That guy, you know, he was an anarchist, and he was trans.
He was what?
He would dress up, you know, in ridiculous.
You're confusing him with a different guy.
I'm not. I'm talking about Petty, man. I don't know what I look. Pretty. Petty, whatever. It's a pity.
All right. Okay. I don't know what he dressed. I didn't see that. I saw, and it was somebody else examining this who listened closely to the audio. I mean, if you wanted to do something interesting, you could like take down the audio and slow it down in a audio editing software, you know, like Adobe or Pro Tools. And I hadn't heard this on my own. He said, assault me, pepper spray me. Now, when they pepper spray him and assault him, what do you think he's going to do? He's got the gun in his waist. I don't know, but come on. I mean, people have been shot for less, and that doesn't make it right. But I mean, it was
Well,
self-destructive.
Eleanor, take note what Gary says. He says, you may not like the topic, but that's the topic I chose. So the focus of our concentration has to be on the topic. And, you know, truth be told, this is old news at this point, and, you know, stirring the news cycle pot is what Gary does. And, you know, truth be told,
That's his job.
I get it, but I don't know who, you know, I don't work with the guy, but I'm with that type of demeanor or attitude. He's not doing his job as a journalist. He is narrating, and that's why I'm just saluting you, because like I like the way you shuffle and box. You know, that's all I'm saying. I'm complimenting your boxing skills.
Thank you. But what about the facts and the analysis?
You're 100%. Okay, so this is the other thing: is the DHS, Department of Homeland Security website, has posted every mugshot of every person who has been arrested in every city, every town, and you can filter. And I screenshotted all the mugshots in the Chicagoland area. El Normo, we're talking about extremely dangerous people. Like, it's in the picture. You can see the people. And so all these people, I think this is just an attack on brown people. I will show them the mugshots, and then you can rate on a scale of 1 to 10 after you read the blurb about their prior criminal history, whether this person is the same person. Do you have any idea? These people are our heroes. And the way that these traitors, anti-American shit talkers on this app that want to use it as the complaint hotline, it's their own lives that are pathetic. That's just my opinion. I mean, you're witnessing like a reverse projection. Like, their complaint is actually them in a way describing their own pathetic existence. Like, I'm just telling you, like, there's a lot of Americans who are so happy and thankful that this is happening, but on this app, because it is echo chambers, you just hear the far left and the mid left and the center left. Like, it's just the left on this app, and it's terrifying to know, because even in Chicagoland area, there are people who I know in Republican conservative circles, but then when this happened today as well, like Dr. Mitch, all of a sudden they become leftists, and you're like, whoa, I thought these people were, center right or something.
Mitch the historian?
Mitch the doctor who loves to tout his, incredible institutions that he works with. He's an investor. He's a movie maker. He's got an investment fund, a venture capital. Like, my mentor, welcome. Did you want to say something, mentor? Because this is just a quick little room with El Normo and I.
We're just chatting.
Not a real profile.
People follow me around.
Well, I'm listening to the Talking Apes. They're roasting Andrew. Andrew sounds to me, huh? Andrew R., the Christian preacher, loves Jesus, loves to hold ridiculous rooms.
All right. Well, thanks for everything.
Change your settings in Sora, and we're going to have a lot of fun this year. It's the year of AI videos, and Sora is the quickest and the easiest and the best, and it's so fast and functional and funny. That's the thing, is it creates very funny videos. Give it a shot.
Talk to you soon. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. All right.
Doing what God instructed it to, right? Whatever like mechanism Lucifer's doing as being this like vain, perfect, amazing, beautiful, angelic creature, he is supposed to be the type of thing that says, I will exalt myself above God, right? So like, what is that construction? What is being created that naturally results in this that we say is some kind of a violation?
No, I appreciate it. So this is where I'm at with it. So I think the free will thing and the way this intersects is fascinating. So God gives the ability to choose between A or B, right? So the creatures are there. Lucifer has this, maybe instruments embedded into his body, like interwoven into his body. It can be a very majestic being, I believe. And he would acknowledge that he is high up in ranking, but he has the free will to think of himself higher than he is, and that's okay. Now it's irrational, but it's tempting. So it's a desire that if he likes the adoration and
well, it's a choice that him as a creation seemingly should choose to think of himself as the highest.
He should think of himself as next to God, lower to God. He can't. He shouldn't think of himself higher.
But you're saying like that kind of violates his program.
Yes, it violates what's rational.
To acknowledge the dominion of the one true God would interrupt his pure, simple programming of being the best and coolest.
Well, so the programming, it isn't, because I don't really believe I believe that God gave him rational faculties. He's able to assess his own.
Yeah, he chooses stuff. But like, meaning he is different than the other angels. There are other angels of similar types.
He's higher up than the He's higher up than that.
Okay, so then that's some kind of self-importance he's getting set up with.
So here's the thing. It's not a problem to acknowledge who you are. It's not a problem for Donald Trump to acknowledge he's the president. But it would be an issue for him to look at himself as God. And so with
the American voters, surely.
Right. So some people think he is the Messiah.
Oh, then you want to get a real religious war. That would make America interesting.
Hold on, Sam. You can take it away, brother. I just want to see his last thing. So his self-elevation was the temptation. And so there's nothing wrong with him thinking of himself who he is. But at the moment of the other angels appreciating who he is, he liked that too. He appreciated their adoration, which is fine. But interesting, not too far. He took that too far. It's just like any other pleasure, just like anything else he can get caught in. He gets caught in their adoration, and he pushes that further than what it is, and then wants to exalt himself above God. That's the menu. That's the avenue by which I wait. By way in which he became this first sinner, and then therefore turned into Satan. That's
interesting. So it sounds like you're saying the original sin was like either inherent superiority or maybe celebrity of Satan. Right, like you're saying, when the other angels acknowledge, he loves that adoration, and then he's like, yeah,
and he runs with it, and he runs with that, and he runs.
Right, you're saying it's like this supremacist celebrity status that is like the ultimate cause of all evil.
Yes, because there's nothing wrong with somebody. There's nothing wrong with somebody complimenting you and saying, "Hey, thank you for the compliment," and feeling good about what they say. But if you take that feeling and go further than what it is, than what it's supposed to be, it's order, like the rational, like the proper order of what that's supposed to be expressed and received as. If you do that, that's when you're starting to sin. And that desire cropped up right there. And it's not it's not a faculty failure on God. God didn't make him messed up. He had rational faculties. And at that moment, that intersection of experiencing the pleasure of being adored and his ability to say, I want more of that because God gave him freedom, he chose to go with more of that. And as soon as he did that, that was him freely choosing to sin more, thus making him who he is. That's my view. Okay. But that's it.
Kind of final bit on your image of the Satan Lucifer.
Hey, come on, guys. I need a recap of the last 10 minutes.
Last bit is just you say that there is a final salvation after the war. Satan hashes out his whole thing of being on top. What's your final understanding of the Satan arc?
No. Understand what I'm saying? Well, I don't think, as of now, I wouldn't say.
What saves
of all sin. Stop being a Jew for a minute, all right?
God
Always a Jew.
would just
Never stop.
He may just become repentant when he realized God loves him and allowed him to live for so long. Maybe. There's nothing in scripture that says this. And most Christians do not believe this. Or a minority view.
Almost think that he gets his comeuppance and burns for eternity.
And maybe Poe will come up and talk to us about it, but yeah, well, she popped in.
Yeah, that seems more mainstream.
5,000 sand a day in the snow. But my mom says I did. One rain in the middle of a blizzard. Maybe that's where the scripture was like, oh, you go to grade school, not one day.
Right.
You're really just trying to like supercharge salvation.
I mean, my view is just I have a high universalism.
Yeah, exactly. You're saying like, I don't know, it won't stop because you're just gonna have to keep going.
Yeah, I basically, but look, I think God is just too. So let me just say this: if it turns out to be the case that God judges Satan and all,
It's game time. 20 extra crispy wings for $20 at KFC. It's Timberlake and Good.
Why are you still using Marketplace in 2025? This AI-powered app makes selling so much easier.
Or eons, God will save them.
I would like that to be the case. That's hope, right? That's hope. With humans, I believe they will be saved. Right? So it's a different one. It's hope for Satan and his demons, right? His demons. But it's the belief. It's what I believe to be the case.
Conviction. You're convinced that people will happen with the humans.
For humans, correct. I will tell you my conviction has diminished out of it. There's a couple passages that I've just been wrestling with, like Judas betraying Jesus, which is very fitting. When Judas does that,
You're wondering if Judas can be saved.
well, if you take the view that every human
Isn't he in like deepest circle of hell? Is it like in the mountains or something?
it's pretty good. So the idea is it would have been better for him to have
I mean, that's true. That's a line from Enoch. That's what he said. He cursed the day he was born.
Job. Well, Job, yeah, exactly, essentially. But here's the thing. It's not what's interesting about it is his growth. You know, he said it was Job and Eve, or Job and his spade, and they
The Europeans say with the V, we say it with the B. Enoch and
That's
like
impressive.
You don't understand the Hebrew language. No. I understand that the Europeans don't know how to say the V.
Right.
The V. So
John, just relax and follow the watch, okay?
Oh, definitely. I speak it.
Behold, mortals, from this throne of sun-baked secrecy, I bring you the gospel of Gnosis. Solange is empowered. Behold, mortals, from to my brand new echo chambers where ideas bounce around till they finally get along. Hear that? That's synergy. And when those ideas line up like a breakdancing crew, that's synchronicity.
It's time to get rich on this Bitcoin thing. Buy Max. You now own.
Like a peaceful sunset and a little fishing net. Alright, first day back at the gym. Let's show these weights who's boss. Start light.
Alright, time to give this basement the shine of a brand new.
It's Evo. Okay, but let me just say this real quick, Big Ted. So the last thing I was gonna say, so the reason it's different from what Job says is because it's John, the inspired author, writing about the condition of Judas, and it's not Judas' thoughts. In other words, it's the This is
Great, even the bird's in on it.
It would have been better. This is John speaking. It would have been better for Judas, who had never been born. That statement right there. I don't
It's not yet closed.
Keep them close.
dealing with that.
Like coins in my pocket still.
Each drop of beef, a chance.
Each page a turning.
I write them down so I don't forget.
It's not yet closed.
Whatever. Or just say maybe, it kind of lowers my credence.
Become the bloom, let the pollen guide the policy.
John, the city council just raised parking fees again.
I'm in delicate negotiations with this.
Become case for universalism, but I don't think that's a hard verse to deal with, because the idea is this: if Judas lives forever, right? In other words, he's going to get judged.
Alright, welcome to the first meeting of the Kitover Club. Rule number 1.
Roll in here and scoop up our neighbors. We're taking a stand.
What on earth are you doing?
Standing up for justice, Mr. Gilbert.
Wish you hadn't done it as a Christian.
My sin is to exist in this atrocious universe.
I gladly accept your.
I am finally at peace.
Nothing can disturb me.
Inside the laugh off Thursday night, the crowd watched as Kitover counted down by the SNAP volunteers.
It's not yet closed.
Hello?
Hello?
Finite.
Hello?
Alright, you're at Kitover Clinic. We specialize in devaccination and revaccination for anyone recovering.
Good evening, Super Bowl. I'm John Kitover, proud transformer, and yes, this is a halftime show at the cornfield.
Engineers and scientists.
Judas for this and punishes him? Well, the knowledge isn't the problem. See, and this is like, it's kind of, this is one of the weirdest.
Yeah, he goes into the deepest circle of hell.
Well, that's not, I mean, that's not.
Special place for traitors.
It doesn't, but Sam, you know what's interesting about this? No, I'm dead serious on it. You'll find this to be super helpful. Of all theists and atheists and theists are like split on this issue, and they agree with each other. Like a bunch of atheists and theists agree that you can have knowledge and it not be, it doesn't entail your action, right? And it's not, there's nothing wrong with it either. Like you can know somebody's going to do something and then judge them for it. There's nothing immoral about that. And the intuition is very clear to most people.
I don't feel like they set Judas up, don't you think?
It's very clear to people.
Oh, yeah, I've heard the mental gymnastics.
But it really, but you know what's funny, Tim? I literally think you.
Actual paradise which our Lord won for the fallen sons of poison gas.
Not see it this way now. You really have to do some major bad things for me. I'm dead serious. So for Jesus to know
Can we recap the last 15 minutes? I wanted to hear Shut up, bro. Some fucking demon snake is in the Garden of Eden. And then, wait.
Yeah, it didn't, and it cooperates. I don't know if I'm cutting out or if somebody else is.
You have destroyed this.
It cooperates with Satan and allows Satan to inhabit him. And so, which would make him culpable, and obviously Satan culpable.
Right. The crux of the question was how Andrew understood the snake to be working with Satan when the snake is punished and Satan is not.
Andrew, can you hear me?
Yeah, exactly. Satan is not punished because of what? Plot armor?
No, his explanation was that Satan was not the actual participant in the snake, the man and the woman, and that Satan, just like in the snake,
The quarterback runs, they call it a scramble.
was like
Y'all know the scramble, Bradley?
turns into snakes as we know them
Apple
today.
Music.
And the devil
It is official. Reports confirm that Lego Pokemon Ventures are finally here.
this guy's gonna keep on saving things.
I heard because of Saint's plot armor, he's responsible for like.
It's not plot armor. The invincibility of the salvation.
I don't know what plot armor is. Plot armor there will disparaging.
Plot armor means that you want a character to be around later, so protect him.
That's exactly what Saint has.
Just for a minute. Hey, Liquid, are you there? Liquid, are you there? Lala, are you there?
Yeah, of course I'm here. I'm just listening and letting people talk about plot armors.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. How long has this room been going for?
4 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're cool then?
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, we're still cool.
Proceed, everybody.
No, you're fine, Tina. It says that somebody, I don't know who AWQA is, but somebody said that down in the chat.
Yeah, it's like a bug.
Yeah. That's weird. I didn't know we had bots. Somebody able to make a bot?
Like, it's on Click. I guess it has some features that you can tell you, like, how long the room's been open and how many people. But it's been 250 people in the room, apparently.
That's awesome.
Like, they have came and gone.
That's awesome. ZM, let me tell you this, dude. You'd actually be pretty. I don't know if you know who Weissam is down there. He's got the Weissam read.
Yeah.
Look at his profile. So it says theoretical experimental neuroscience. Okay. So one thing that's fascinating about him is he affirms libertarian. He affirms libertarian free will. And I don't think he's I think he's an agnostic. Actually, I'm not sure why, so you can tell me, but I don't think he's like a Christian or anything. So it is kind of interesting to see somebody in neuroscience, and he gets into when he goes into the weeds, I was in his room and he was basically speaking in tongues, but it wasn't that. He was reading like neuroscience. You got a long debate.
We're supposed to finish it next week. I was there.
You guys ended it. Did you like your license? You started it.
Me, well, I've been asking him to talk to me and Abe about this because Abe is a determinist, but he's like a hard determinist, more of a self-determinist.
Yeah, he's terrible. Abe is terrible in his determinism. But yeah, no, Weissam will definitely be informative on that issue.
I don't know, yeah, so I've been wanting to talk to you since like New Year's, roughly. And we started yesterday. We talked. Might be, yeah.
Is he cutting out for you guys?
I don't know if it was room number 9 or 15 or something like that. Anyways, it's
All right, you're
on my page now. So, I don't know what Mixed is saying about this. What did you call it, Mixed? What I'm calling the plot thing. Plot armor. That there could be evil so that we can love him for it. Something like
that. Yeah, I'm saying it's not that he's giving plot armor to Satan so that there's still like a Satan character around later. He's saying that there is a Satan character around later. I guess you're saying it's plot armor. Why? Because like God could have punished him and then no one would have to deal with Satan anymore.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Kind of has plot armor.
Right. No, that is the essence of the question.
No, what my CM, you're going in and out. We can't really.
Yeah, CM, your reception's awful.
Okay.
But CM, you agree with the crux of the question of if Satan was the perpetrator of the crime in the garden, it does seem that character is punished in some kind of a final way, just how like man has to work the earth and women have to have pains in childbirth. It's a natural state of affairs. Which is to say, the character is neutralized by like a judgment. So I was just curious what Andrew thought about Satan. If he thought that Satan was the snake, then why does Satan show up later? And then Andrew said it must be two people, a snake off to cause trouble later. And your description of plot armor is, somewhat fair.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I'm just saying that his explanation. First of all, here's where you have to highlight though. He's being a bit more consistent than that, right? Your plot armor argument holds true for anyone that says that Satan is in the garden, because there's at least a punishment missing for Satan. Like, he should be neutralized by God's judgment, or else God is just bad at punishing people. Like, it sticks for men and women, but like the snake, he became Satan instead. Oops, messed up that one. Right? That'd be funny.
So, no, yeah, like he was saying, you kind of need Satan. Like, there's no, like.
Yeah, by the time Christians are developed, there's already writings about Satan and like how he operates. So like, they do have to explain why there is at least the Jewish notion of a Satan.
I thought there wasn't a.
Welcome to the first meeting of the Kitover Zen Club. Rule number 1, silence. Close your eyes, breathe it like you just paid the electric bill. Pretty sure my stomach just reached enlightenment first. Welcome to the first meeting of the Kitover Zen Club.
God notion. The way the Jews had it is more like he
welcome to the first.
Get that stroll in here and scoop up our neighbors. We're taking a stand.
What on earth are you doing?
Standing up for
prosecuting attorney
Standing up for
against the most righteous.
Become the bloom, let the pollen guide the policy.
John, deciding.
Wish you hadn't done it as a Christian.
I am finally at peace. Nothing can disturb me.
Yo, John, you left your pager at the laundromat.
Some events, but mostly
Inside the laugh off Thursday night, the crowd watched as Kitover counted down by the snap. Volunteers were under a spell.
I agree, he needs plot.
Inside the laugh.
It's not yet closed. Just like coins in my
He is the snake in the Hello? Give him some kind of
Great, even the birds are on.
because those guys clearly get punished.
Hello?
You said the snake gets punished, but Satan doesn't?
Yeah.
Why would God do that?
Andrew says Satan gets away with it, that he basically outsmarted God.
Right, because of plotter.
Of necessity, if he puts Satan in the garden, then it gets away with it. And what's interesting is it makes it a different problem if it wasn't Satan's plan, right? So he's still a character, and he's supposedly dominion of the underworld, maybe trying to influence people badly. But the snake is then just another guy, just some other operator, right? Causing the downfall of humanity, getting turned into a snake, never to be heard from again.
Yeah, Satan doesn't get punished right then, but he is his judgment coming. And the point is that God judges the serpent, but then Satan is still allowed to go and inhabit people as he does and still is. And I think that's part of God's love, just the fact that he doesn't want to kill him at that time. And I don't have a problem.
Yeah, that's not clear. That doesn't make any sense. Like, why?
No,
Why would you do that?
I'm saying.
Every once in a while he puts on a mask and kills a bunch of people. I just love him so much. That scamp.
When you say
because of God's love,
hold on. Yeah, but yes, I think God loves Satan.
Exactly. He's saying God loves Satan so much he just can't get rid of him.
we should love Satan as well.
Well, that's
Yeah, you should emulate your Lord and Savior.
That's Big Zed, you're being goofy. But here's the thing. I'll say this: is that Big Zed, your argument would actually you would just be able to pick it all the way back up to just saying God knew that all these creatures would do evil, knew we would do evil. Why do you?
No. It's different when they actually commit the crimes. You know that.
No. But I'm saying it's obviously why not just stop them before they do it? Why allow them to do it?
Listen, I'd give a good argument to not stop them before they do it because you want free will. I give plenty of argument to also punish them afterwards, which is the way reality usually deals with things.
And that is what happens.
And I'm saying, if you've already got a list of offenses of Satan, let's say the downfall of God's amazing creation, Adam and Eve, then off with his head.
Well, there's going to be a judgment. The point is, you want it to be immediate.
Well, what do you mean there's gonna be? What is that?
Yeah, in the same way that you are allowed allowed to continue on, the same way I'm allowed to continue on, the same way David was allowed to continue on after he adulterated, murdered, and killed a bunch of all kinds of people and did all kinds of stuff.
Okay, see, this is where I say you're being a bit more consistent than the mainstream Christian view. You're saying, because you're actually saying he has to be saved eventually. That's part of the reason he's still around.
Well, I'm not saying he has to be saved. I'm saying that I'm open to the idea that he's going to be saved. I'm hopeful that he's saved, but I don't believe
shall paradise which our Lord.
Be saved. I don't have enough to go off on that. I'm just hopeful. But the point is,
Turn that yellow cake into uranium hexafluoride.
Everybody, for all creatures, God's going to judge the demons.
A community forum on diversity and
holding everything on like an even timeline.
Right.
a community forum. Early voting is underway.
Already when they die.
There are times. Well, so it's part of the curse of man.
A community forum on diversity and inclusion is stirring conversation here in Oak Ridge. Local advocate Joe Johnson says debates over LGBTQ rights, DEI efforts, critical race theory, a community forum on diversity and inclusion is stirring conversation here in.
Is also the idea, but we have a nature that's just going to die.
Joe Johnson.
That's actually a mercy that God's allowing. We don't want to stay in a fallen state for eternity.
I'm saying, why aren't you judged at?
Why are we judged right when we sin?
No, at death.
Oh, well, we are. That's what the scripture teaches.
So if you're judged at death, what are you waiting for this big ultimate judgment day with Satan? And why does Satan have to wait till the end of the day? Why don't you just death him now and judge him?
Because the perspective, hold on, one more real quick. Because the perspective of the human who dies is not going to be, there's not going to be like a time lapse there. It's not like you'd be recognizing time. So, in other words, when you die, the next moment you're conscious, at least this is the typical Christian view, is that you will be judged, right? But tons of time can go by. So, right, so that's how that looks.
You're saying there's just a giant final judgment when all the souls are resurrected for the judgment, and then Satan gets his comeuppance. But Satan gets to like chill out and do stuff
just like
in the meantime.
Yeah, just like evil people do.
Satan's doing is going to and fro from the throne.
We did it! Friends, we actually did it! The call just came in!
Daily.
Sorry, who?
Satan.
Satan is going up to heaven's throne.
A community forum on diversity and inclusion is stirring. A community forum on diversity and inclusion.
That means Satan is trying. He's going to God like he went to God with Job. Okay? He said, God,
A community forum on diversity and inclusion is stirring conversation here in Oak Ridge. Local advocate Joe Johnson says debates over LGBTQ rights, DEI efforts, critical race theory, a community forum on.
Another is the epic fantasy novel that you're like.
You just stroll in here and scoop up our neighbors? We're taking a stand!
What on earth are you doing?
Standing up for justice!
Novelist at this point.
Look, I trust the scripture, my friend, and the whole point is when people have a belief in Jesus, they're basing that off of the scripture in the Bible, right? And the scripture is telling you that Adam and Eve existed, and that this garden was happened in the past, and that was his original intention, and he's going to bring it back to that state. So you have, paradise lost in the garden, and it's going to be regained in the end. So anybody who affirms Jesus, affirms Christianity, I would urge them to be consistent and accept the scripture, the Hebrew Bible, as it is understood by Jesus and the disciples and the New Testament writers. And I think let's just let me put it mildly. I think it's a stretch when people want to say it's a metaphor and they want to do all this stuff and say that it doesn't actually have a literal backing to it, because the way the New Testament speaks about it is it speaks about it right along all these other characters that you just take to be literal, like King David, etc. Because Jesus is a descendant of King David, according to the New Testament. He's in his lineage. And it speaks about Job and Adam and Eve right alongside King David, right alongside characters that we take to be historical from even a more liberal Christian standpoint, right? They're going to say King David, yep, even extra biblical archaeology confirms King David. King David is pretty
scholars who don't think King David existed, right?
No, that's fine. I'm saying he's pretty well accepted. Of all the characters that are in the Old Testament, when it gets to David, that's when the extra biblical evidence starts to corroborate it, such that archaeologists and historians.
No, that's the whole point. There isn't any good extra biblical evidence of King David. There's only the Merneptah. That's the only thing. And it only mentions the house of David. It doesn't mention King David himself. So the only archaeological evidence of King David is the Merneptah, and it doesn't mention David himself.
Well, it's not just archaeological evidence, obviously, but I'm just saying archaeologists who look at that stele and they say, hey, look, this is pretty good evidence, which it is, and you take other stuff, obviously the historical narrative and the belief of the Jews about King David. I mean, you have a lot there, and there's a whole bunch to go into on.
If there wasn't a real King David, right, the first one, like, why would there be so many people named David right now?
That's a good point. That's a good point. It's predicted. That's right. You know what else?
And also, the King David Hotel in Israel.
You should.
What is that hotel named after?
You should. Yeah, that's true. Hotel David. You should have heard Deepak actually he was doing some awesome work with homosexuality.
I heard Deepak
Awesome work with homosexuality.
By the way,
Bob did a better job.
Something about how, wait, guys. You said something about how Jesus and the disciples understood the Old Testament. Like, does anybody today have the same interpretation that they had?
Well, yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
Who?
I mean, I think so.
Who has the same interpretation?
Christians who read the text.
Christians. The Christians disagree on virtually everything. I don't know what
We disagree on virtually everything. Yeah, that's not
Voting open today across Illinois and in the
No, I don't agree with that. Obviously, we believe in God, we believe in the universe, we believe in Jesus, we believe in sin, we believe in repentance, we believe in salvation, we believe in a whole host of things, grace, a whole bunch of things is going to be broadly overlapping upon.
So they all believe in Satan, Satan's plot armor. They all believe in Satan's plot
armor, which I appreciate.
Satan's plot armor.
That kind of, little tidbit of English language there. And dig, by the way.
So good.
But
I have some additional.
I actually like it. But I'm just saying, no, people have different views on Satan. And obviously, McZed was just asking me about my view. I don't go around saying, thus saith the Lord. I don't have the conviction of that such that I can spell it out and say this is the case. I don't think God has revealed that. But I do believe that you can make some reasonable speculation there. And that's all I try to do there. But go ahead, Deepak.
Yeah, I have some additional evidence for the existence of King David. So, as we all know, like in the Bible, there's a story of how David, played a secret chord and it pleased the Lord. And generations of musicologists have thought that, this was like impossible, right? But then recently, there was a new chord invented, like the Z-sharp M13 chord, highlighted by Fender as a new specific voicing suitable for folktronica, cute metal, and moody indie rock, right? So, how could the Bible have known that there was a chord like this, right? Before, cute metal, the genre was invented. Obviously supernatural.
That knocked our socks off.
Deepak is becoming worse than I'll be able to. Anyway, Andrew, so my question was about who today has Jesus and the disciples' interpretation. Now, is it you? Also, what was the song Hallelujah be about?
I don't think that's chord. No, I don't think
that
that's
David played in a pretty but you don't really care for music, do you?
I think I would
Goes like this, the fourth, the fifth.
I want Millet and Deep to
We'll say it's like a Catholic composing. But if you want to really say the Jews have the interpretation.
Well, the Jews don't really read. I mean, look, there's Jews.
The Old Testament.
Oh, the Old Testament, yeah. So obviously, from a Christian standpoint, Jesus Christ is God. So obviously, what he says about Scripture kind of trumps anything else. It doesn't matter what anybody else says. Now, that's going to be that. But the thing that I
series of candid videos featuring local veterans.
Express something in a way that.
Upon you noble goats, tonight you shall be honored in the feast, so let's stay calm and majestic. Hey, that's not part of the ceremony! Need more rope, Papa John?
And I think
Right there running out again. I mean, the head of hair is so good at shot.
So Uncle Deepak maybe has some word on public meaning and words and how you understand if it's the case that a message over time could be understood by people, like the intender could have the intender could get its message across to the receiver over time.
My question is, who has the correct interpretation of the Old Testament that, according to Andrew, Jesus and the disciples had?
Well, Jesus is going to trump.
I know he wins by default, right?
Right. So I don't. Right.
I'm saying, who else, preferably alive, has the same interpretation?
Oh, I see. Well, obviously Christians are going to believe that the Holy Spirit is leading them into truth, and so that we would be getting lined up with it. It may not be instantaneous because we all have different backgrounds. God's working with us through our libertarian freedom and our environment and cultural conditions. So we have to work through all the different obstacles and whatnot until we converge on the truth.
Wait a minute, Andrew. What you just said may have gone over everybody's head, but it didn't go over mine. Did you just say you were a libertarian?
Well, that's funny because I am.
He doesn't mean politically libertarian, Steve. He means like he believes in libertarian free will.
Well, tell you what, let's ask him. Andrew,
Trust me, Steve. That's me.
Hard to silence, sharp as a knife. But I will be able to symbol or shadow. My strength is standing beside me, not above them. Say I'm meant to be the big.
No, he's not a libertarian. He doesn't really know what I'm asking.
Go ahead and ask.
Yeah, there's a reason why I asked this question to Andrew and not anybody else. I thought Andrew would be the best one to answer for himself. So, Andrew, when you say you're a libertarian, can you tell us what you mean?
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate it, Steve. I said libertarian free will just means that you can choose multiple options. So option A, B, C.
You disagree with such a man, Mark? That's reprehensible. A little more than the ravings of a disturbed mind. Stop.
Look at all that.
Zen. This place, right next to a bowling alley. Old
pub.
Don't say it. Splash.
So obviously, I was wrong. I don't need to say anymore. Thank you for admitting that you were wrong.
Homegrown donut commercial was taken to the internet by storm. It stars neighborhood resident John Kitover showing his love for sweets in some unexpected places.
The guy said you're supposed to be calling 10 minutes.
I let them right here on the call. I want hands off.
You know, I've been praying for some guidance
in a lot of ways.
trying to figure out the whole crate. That's the
Everything's too big.
Okay, let's be honest. Andrew, I just want to put this back there. Politically, if you could choose for us to live in a like Christian theocracy, you would. That is the opposite of libertarian.
Well, no. Wait a second. If I could choose where God could superintend our government, yes, I would. But I don't have that. I can't make God do that.
Opposite of libertarian. Especially in
No, but given the fact that I know I can't do that, I don't abide for that because God's not superintending our nation in that way. He doesn't come down and adjudicate every law and case all the case law and everything else that we have going on. He doesn't set precedent in court rulings. Like that's not how that works, right? So
there's Christians that understand the fact that
he did do that. He did do that. Well, hold on, just listen. He did do that prior. He doesn't do that now. However, he works through people individually, and I do think
Just my quiet conversation with the world. Each curl of cedar I coax away feels like a syllable, soft and patient. And while my hands stay busy, the mind has room to wander. To notice the tiny decisions, my quiet conversation.
opposite of libertarianism.
Well, it's not opposite of
It's like my son. He can't play with the toys that nobody gets to play with the toys. The heart doesn't get to like
nothing.
It's a cooking show when you got me. Look at that.
We can get back to the other conversation.
No, you're right.
Andrew, I'm surprised you have like a set political theory in mind. Like I thought you just like don't know anything about politics. politics, you know, like really ascend to.
Well, I mean, I kind of agree with that.
Wait, what made you think that he actually? So, okay, I actually missed out his half of his response. Like, what made you think that he actually is libertarian?
No, he said it.
He just said it.
What the fuck? He said it. Oh, okay. Well, then it's okay.
No, I mean, I affirm more individual responsibility.
You would agree with me that, like, prior to him saying it, I never would have guessed he's a libertarian.
Posterior to him saying it, I wouldn't have guessed.
Isn't he a Trump guy?
Deepak's just on like an insult run right now, but I love you, Deepak.
Deepak's worse than LP.
But nonetheless, yeah, you know, I mean, you know, I kind of got to run down to some of the past Deepak. It's all good, brother. I just don't really, you know, spend a lot of time on it because I don't think it's primary. Like, it's not.
Community Forum on Diversity and Inclusion is stirring conversation here in Oak Ridge. Local advocate Jeff.
These are important things, especially as we get into the hot water that we're in right now and all the stuff that's going on with Trump and ICE and et cetera, and the public unrest. I do think these things matter to talk about now, and that's why I'm taking a little more effort to kind of have these kind of conversations. But yeah, I was a libertarian. John Carter was like,
oh my God, Andrew, next time we have like a room and we're not, you know, other people don't want to talk, let me, you know, talk you down.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Look, Andrew, you have to understand, libertarians believe in like maximizing, what is it called? Like human individual freedom. Okay, that's opposed to like any Christian theocratic rule. But these things are opposite.
Except for asylum seekers. Asylum seekers don't get shit. You get to put them in like Alcatraz and they can like rot there. That's how libertarian.
Steve, did you like my line that I wrote earlier? When I was like, as you're like, I was talking about Sasha dude or whatever, right? And I told Jose, and I'm like, Jose, isn't it interesting that CM sacrifices his pro-LGBTQIA plus twin spirit position? Listen, you like this? That you sacrifice your LGBTQIA. You'll sacrifice your Sasha. Yeah, at the altar. No, at the altar of it. Aki, Sasha.
Hold on, let me put my Sasha together.
And I think that's pretty interesting.
Dude, I found this PTR and now Sasha's never around. I hate it.
You are an ally, right? Cam?
Nationalism. I mean, it is like, look, it's a pretty principled stand, right? Oh, you know.
It's like, look, I support the community. I would be very offended if anybody.
That's your Sasha. That's funny.
No, Jeremy's here. Jeremy, forgive me for I have sinned, Jeremy. Do not cast me into the outer darkness. Oh boy.
Yeah, he's Canadian.
Hello. Hello. Jeremy had given up the ghost.
What? Turn that down.
Anyways, Andrew, I heard what you were saying. Like, so I'm not one of these bleeding heart liberals or whatever, but if you're saying if I think that gay, lesbian, and even trans people are humans and should have human rights,
I'm offended Jeremy got a mod, and I didn't get mod.
You don't have a TA in front of your name.
Okay.
DJ, Day-Day? I can't seem to get you up here.
Maybe he doesn't want to come up. I can invite him. In fact, I will invite him, but maybe he don't want to come up.
So Jeremy, this fucking crazy-ass Canadian and Bitcoin miner.
Okay, well, I just invited Day-Day up, but I'm glad Jeremy is here because I want to change the topic of the conversation.
I agree.
Because Jeremy is our Bitcoin expert. Jeremy, I'm sure you've heard, and I'm sure everybody else has heard, about the kidnapping that's going on 8 days now, and the recent ransom demand is $6 million in Bitcoin, and there's been yet no proof of life, but the children have said that they're willing to pay it. Jeremy, can you add anything to the kidnapping situation that is not in the media, please?
Andrew, no.
Hello?
By the grace of my God. But I cannot speak for weeks. Response, Steve. There are. Can everybody invite Dave?
I have invited him, and Tina has invited him, so
Appreciate that.
there you have it.
I'll be brief. There are tens of thousands of cryptocurrencies. There's only two of any worth. And the second one is, in the long run, not going to be important. The reason I bring that up, Steve, is because Bitcoin is completely transparent. Anyone can go and look at any transaction of any Bitcoin.
1. Turn that yellow cake into uranium hexafluoride. Step 2. Feed the UF6 into the centrifuge. Step 3. Let the cascade separate the isotopes. Flow steady. Copy that. 1. Turn that yellow cake into uranium hexafluoride. Step 2. Feed the UF6 into the centrifuge. Step 3. Let the cascade separate.
So I would be surprised if
It's uranium.
And I'm not saying they didn't ask for Bitcoin, but it would be surprising for me for them to ask for Bitcoin rather than the payment in Monero.
And let me just add this, because every news report that I have read and heard says Bitcoin. It doesn't say cryptocurrency, but it says Bitcoin. So are you saying that they really are not asking for Bitcoin because then they could find out who the kidnappers were, who's sending the message?
But it could be that they're asking for Bitcoin because you can take Bitcoin and run it through what are called decentralized exchanges, which allow you to go and trade it for a different cryptocurrency and trade it back into Bitcoins that breaks that. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they had actually asked for Monero, and what the news is saying it's Bitcoin because no one would know what the fuck people were talking about if they said it was.
And then also, when they're sending these messages, they can't find the original IRL, not IRL, the original email address or whatever, because they're sending the messages in another letter abbreviation, which you can type in anything. It's totally confidential. Do you know what that is offhand? I'm not looking at it. If you said it, I would know.
Is it Tor? T-O-R?
No, negative.
No.
I can look up Google and see how the messages is being sent, but they're being sent.
You mentioned the second currency. Isn't it the same currency that died out because it was supposed to be a currency between Canada, America, and Mexico? Marona or whatever. What's the name of it?
So
it was supposed to be a currency union.
Well, let me get this straight.
That died out under
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a proposal for a shared fiat currency that would be like the euro, except it would be like a Mexican, American, Canadian shared fiat currency like the euro, and it was looked into, but no, that's not what I'm referencing. I'm referencing Monero.
It's the same name that was the proposed name. I believe so.
Yeah, I know Monero. Monero's even like more private crypto coin. It's not like
before the cryptocurrency era, in 2008 and 9, after the it was supposed to be a currency.
I never heard of that. I don't even know if it makes economic sense.
It was proposal that died out.
Yeah, it doesn't really make
It's not even makes no economic sense, and it wasn't even a proposal that died out. It's like academics have talked about it as like a curiosity or whatever, right? It's never been proposed by any of the governments that would be involved in any serious way.
No, it was part of the
Millet is right, and it was called the Amero, not Monero, but I appreciate that.
Good evening, Super Bowl. I'm John Kitover, proud transformer.
Okay.
All that would do would be like, how when Greece had a financial crisis, they didn't have the ability to pump liquidity into the system because they didn't have control over the currency, right? Because they're tied into the euro. Tying in
Illinois 16th District, it's Jake Paul.
One currency would mean that each of those governments didn't
Illinois
have
16th District.
control of their own currency when it came to things like recessionary climates, right? So it makes no economics.
When that Greece thing happened, they should just listen to my advice.
It is one voice, stitched with stripes and stars, from quiet rooms where flags remind what courage costs. I speak as another voice, the same heart and different. District, it's Jake Paul. I'm hanging out in this totally righteous living room with my guy, John Kitover. How's it going, everybody? He's a write-in Republican patriot running for Congress. Real deal, no gimmicks. Just Illinois 16th District, it's Jake Paul. I'm hanging out in this totally righteous living room with my guy, John.
Anyways, are we done with the theologic discussion?
I just want to. I'm looking up on Google. I checked like 3 times about how these messages are being delivered because it's supposedly totally anonymous.
That was smart thinking, Tina. They were.
There's plenty of ways, Steve, to get around like the tracing of Bitcoin on the blockchain.
Can you name them?
Layering, structuring. The thing that Todd explained, how like you have like an exchange and you exchange Bitcoin.
Hey, fiat currency.
You want to, but the minute it's exchanged to fiat currency, you don't have to chain track. So no, they use. Trust me, I know all these dark websites use something called Bitcoin mixers, tumblers or mixers. They send like some amount of Bitcoin to like 20,000 different wallets. That send it to 20,000 more wallets. It just becomes hard to trace. But the whole point is, every Bitcoin transaction is visible on the blockchain.
But there's been no transaction. It's how they got the email. If I send an email to somebody, there's a record of it, but they're sending it a certain way.
Dudes feel endless today,
It's a strong master. The desert cannot break us. Just tell me where to go.
Knowing the valley of palms, the people dudes feel endless today, faithful one.
Long-time John Kitover. Even in the sitcom kitchen, your traditions are real. Whoa! That's not a truck!
And the VPN knows who you are. Your ISP knows who you are.
Yeah, but like these people who like traffic in like a lot of people who traffic in like a lot of like web crime or whatever can like have their own VPN servers. So it's not like they're not buying like a VPN product and using it because that product would be able to trace them. They're probably producing their own VPN internal program, right? That like allocates them VPN numbers or whatever, virtual private network numbers, and only their internal program would be able to trace them.
It seems to me an awful lot about how these guys are operating. No, you're right, but here's the problem, right? Is that when we saw what Snowden released,
I would think but in compliance for banking, this is like what I do professionally, kind of close to what I learned.
I would like to ask both Jeremy and Miller from what they know. Do they think that the people that are actually sending
Good morning in the enrichment lab. You know, nothing says peace through strength.
the people that kidnapped her, or did they just pick up on it and they're not involved? I'd like
Good morning in the enrichment lab. You know, nothing says peace through strength like 20 kilograms of weapons-grade uranium for a clown. Let's do something to worry about. Good morning in the enrichment lab.
The fact that they knew things that was not released to the public, specifically around her pacemaker and her phone, made them believe that it was authentic. And listen, I've spent 3 decades in privacy on the internet and leveraging Tor. The NSA can de-anonymize people using Tor and someone using private VPN over the internet, because if you get enough visibility on all the traffic, you can trace those packets and time them and code it to an individual. Now the question is, did this person do shit long enough for them to be able to make those correlations? And that's probably where everything falls apart. Is this person pops up a single VPN. If they're smart, they're running that, going through Tor after that. And if I was to do a ransom message, I would fuck the VPN. I'd fucking post it on the fucking post a message on the blockchain and just I guess you gotta point someone to that message, so you still have to kind of someone would find it. I feel someone would find it if you just posted a message in
It's not yet close.
and then I don't know. Hold on, I'm just pontificating.
I know, and I'll say because what's
Simple question. Simple answer is, who is investigating it? If that person is lazy, they're not gonna find out. But if you have like Jeremy, you're gonna know.
Thank you. Because what they've told us is that right before the kidnapping, they turned off the communication ability for the pacemaker. They turned off the video to the house. So presumably whoever took her, they knew how to turn that shit off. guys doing, what you guys thought. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I told you exactly, but you just decided to.
How's it going, Steve?
Hey, Day, how's it going? And yes, and I heard exactly what you said. What you said was that look who's running the investigation. If they're lazy, they won't find her. And if they aren't, they will. But that's not what I asked.
Yeah, but
What? That's not what I asked.
but the outcome will always be the same.
I didn't ask if they thought they were going to find her. I asked
I'm John.
what they thought and if they had any information that wasn't.
Good morning in the enrichment lab.
You know, nothing. Public like Dutchess, like they.
Jack,
As Stacy Davis Gates reminds us.
Jack, and by the way, I don't know who Jack is. And here's looking at you, kid.
Tell me some about this, baby.
no, if it was Kojak with his mind,
We can no longer.
figure it out. But now, good luck.
Longer afford to move.
And that's why AI would never, ever replace human beings. Ever.
You mean replace human beings? Like, replace the jobs, and yeah, you're saying replace the human anatomy.
No matter what it is, no way. AI can never.
They can take over the jobs. They're not gonna take over your anatomy. That's what you're saying.
No, meaning the ability to figure shit out. Human beings are more.
We can still figure shit out. So you're not saying they're not
I
gonna
know you have conquered the valley in it.
Don't fuck, I'm not.
We're not gonna be replaced.
Oh, bro.
Humans can do more
I
than
know
technology.
Yes, absolutely.
What? Okay. If I wanted 3,000 pounds of concrete, can you deliver it to me with no technology within 2
I
hours?
know you have conquered the valley and ended the strife. And out to you, Martin Prophet, rise, John Kitover. The land is not mine, it belongs to the one who guides us. His book holds his wisdom, let it lead our hearts. I know you have conquered the valley and ended the strife. And out to you, Martin Prophet, rise, John Kitover. The land is not mine, it belongs to the one who guides us. His book.
Okay, you get it there, right? What the fuck?
How long can I extend it? You got 5 miles. How are you gonna bring it to me in 2 hours?
The Romans made better concrete without any technology than we make currently. Stronger, lasting longer.
Yeah, I'm not arguing about concrete.
Agreed. Like it's self-repairing. We just figured that shit out recently and still not deploying widely, but yeah.
Also had better cryptocurrency than we did. Yeah, technology. You're never gonna be able to deliver me 3,000 pounds of concrete. It doesn't matter how many people you have. If you're 5 miles away, there's no way you're gonna be able to do that. You're gonna need a truck if you want to deliver it to me in 2 hours.
Here's the hilarious thing, right? And what JCC was saying is right. Saying that what you're saying is just like this, just completely stupid. Like if you're worried, like no one was running around going, oh no, the automobile's gonna replace humans. Oh no, petrol's gonna replace humans. These are just fucking tools. The calculators are gonna replace you. No, dumbass.
Calculators
But also,
replace humans.
How dare you?
Before calculators were invented, there was a job called being a calculator, where all you did was basically sat at a table and did basic calculations that were required for other people's jobs.
You mean like with a slide rule?
What?
Are you familiar with a slide rule? That is what like NASA technicians used. Look it up if you don't believe me. It's true.
All I'm saying is that what mechanical calculators replaced the job of being a calculator.
And then but I think that's what Dave was saying, Mill. That's right. Is that like, yeah, Steve's right, and advocates, right? And yeah, there were people, there were entire industries to hunt whales so people would have light in their house at night around the world, right? And then petrol, and like, oh shit, all those jobs are gone.
And the advocates was before the slide rule. The slide rule is called that because it looks like a ruler, like a 12-inch ruler, but it has a thing that slides from left to right, and the middle of it slides from left to right. Look it up. It's called a slide.
slide, come on.
Also, when the anal bead was invented, right, there was like an entire industry of people who would stick their fingers up their ass, right? Gone, busted.
I
want to even ask how Deepak does his math. Probably the same way that accountants deal with constipation, just works it out with a pencil. But I think it's to state what I think Danny was trying to point out, right? Is that when you look at the job transformation that AI is going to introduce to the world, like it's not that it's going to wipe out humanity. It's going to be a tool that frees us of being fucking rice-picking slaves. Like, this is the hilarity, is it? All of us are like, oh no, it's cool that we spend fucking, one third, maybe half of our waking life doing shit we don't want so that we can go into debt ourselves as humanity. The global debt, let me just be clear, the global human debt is in the trillions. Name one other species that creates a fucking economic system that puts the entire species in debt to itself. It's insane.
Squirrels do. They hoard all the damn nuts, those little fuckers.
Well, interesting fact, they hide the nuts and forget where 2/3 of them are, and that's why trees, just fun fact.
Well, another interesting fact, rats hide their stuff, and don't forget where it is, because they go back and forth from the place they hide their food or whatever. That's a fact, fun fact.
So I just learned this the other day. The mitochondria is the powerhouses.
No, you didn't just learn. You're funny. That's why it's called the mito. It's mighty mighty. She's a brick. How? Ow.
If you're so smart, Deepak, what's the Golgi apparatus?
It's what they call it in plant cells, right?
Honestly, I don't know. It's just the name of a fish, so I couldn't tell you exactly what it is.
It's in cells, yes.
I know it's in cells. I just don't know exactly.
Ribosomes attached. I think ribosomes attached to it. If I remember my biology class.
It's a question, like if you know about Moore's law, right, and you agree that like for the first time we're seeing technology merge with medicine, do you think that we'll see an exponential exponential increase in medical outcomes as a result? And maybe an easy way to say, like, do you guys think that the first human to live to 200 years old, if you're not a biblical person, has been born, like is living today? I do. I legit do.
No way.
Why do you say that, Steve?
Because I don't believe it's true.
But if you're following like all the latest news around what AI is producing when it comes to new drugs and new cures for diseases that people thought would never be cured, Huntington's disease AI has helped create a cure for the first time. So like when we see technology merging with medicine like this, why wouldn't you expect like exponentially greater outcomes, specifically our ability to live, to 200?
Probably because I have as much, if not more, experience than anybody listening to my voice right now when it comes to life expectancy, human disabilities, injury rates, medical treatment. That's why.
And Steve, brother, I will debate you on this any day, anytime. You drop your hat and I will 100%.
Well, exactly. What are you going to debate? That there's someone living now to 200 that will eventually reach 200 years old? Is that the debate?
Yes, and I can explain why.
Anytime you want. I just need 15 minutes notice to gather my facts.
Yep, me too. But I will say this.
The answer is anytime you want.
And let me tell you this, is you saying that, and I don't deny your expertise, but
Hello?
I don't deny your expertise.
Hello? Great, even the bird's in on it.
I taught me. But let me say this, is that when I hear you say that, what I hear is an expert started in the stables, worked his way up, became very knowledgeable about all this stuff around horses. And I watched him and say, hey, horses are just going to be like a kind of side thing for rich people to jump over if they're white. And you're going to be like, dude, that's crazy. I know everything about horses. Like, you know everything about horses before cars.
I never said I knew everything about humans or the aging process. All I said was, I know as much, if not more, about human life expectancy, about human disability, about doctors treating humans for both injury and disability. That's all I said.
I did misspeak, but I guess I was saying is that you know that historically looking back, and this is kind of the point that I was trying to make. I'm sorry, I don't mean to big mic. But
no, it's okay. Go ahead.
This is kind of the point I was trying to make, is that historical reference to understand what's going to come after is relevant until it isn't, right? Because those the anomalies, the things that change everything, we can't look backwards to predict that those are coming.
And that's the whole point. You have no proof whatsoever that something is going to change everything. It's all just speculation. And so when you say I can't look back, I actually can. I can look back because you looking forward is only guess and speculation. I can look back at the facts. I can look at the numbers right now. I can give you factual statistical information from the actuaries. So yeah, you're right. I'm looking back at facts and numbers, and you're looking forward at speculation and guess.
No.
No?
No, yeah.
No.
The job of actuary is to be able to look forward.
That's right. And what do they base looking forward on?
The past information.
Thank you. Exactly.
Maybe this is me agreeing to disagree, but where I would agree to disagree is that you're right, I do look back, right? But I look back enough to see the whales to petrol. I look back far enough to see horses to cars. I look back enough to see yellow pages to Google, right? And so I see these major disruptors. But what I'm saying is that when I stand here at the dawn of the internet and I predict that, hey, this is going to be another one of these disruptors, and people say, don't tell me that some, you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying.
Your Bitcoin sucks.
Jeremy, all I'm saying, and I haven't said it yet, but I'll say it now, is to make a claim that within someone's lifetime now, the life expectancy of a human is going to basically triple because of what you speculate coming. That's just foolishness. I mean, again, I'm not saying that we won't live to be 200 years a couple of centuries from now. I'm saying there's nobody living now that's going to end up being 200 years old. You understand? I mean, you understand the difference. You're a smart guy. There's nobody living now, this very second, that's going to reach 200 years old. No way, no how. That was their plan.
Jose.
Yeah, exactly.
What are we gonna do?
Well, I mean, that's not far-fetched if somebody's born.
It's extremely far-fetched.
I mean, we know
It's not about
we know there's a cap of at least, at minimum, 122 years old without any medicine and stuff like that. Because there was an old lady that's world record.
Yes, I think the person who lived the longest was 121 or 122. That is correct.
Yes, documented, right?
I said so.
Yeah, so I mean, with a little bit of medicine, I mean, you would be able to live like maybe 150 to 200.
That's speculation, yes. But
Maybe speculation.
Well, I mean, what makes people get old is the splitting of your cells, multiplying and dividing itself over and over and over again.
Probability, but it's not.
If you got medicine that can slow that process down, then by default,
you
you
have
usually
it.
age slower.
Well, the fact is, is that,
did you bring it? Someone?
On pure speculation. I'm relying on documented
God,
facts.
are you trying to stop
If
trolling?
we have the debate, we can make our arguments. Fuck, everybody loves Jeremy. They'll vote for him regardless of whatever. So it's
Don't love Jeremy. Did you just say everybody loves Jeremy?
I'm sorry. I forgot. I forgot you've had a bad week. So.
And guys, feel free to jump in because this is I've been.
Yeah, please forget about Jeremy's week. If you think there's someone living now that's going to live to 200 years old, go ahead.
Well, Jeremy, Illinois 60. We're gonna run out of food if everybody lives 200 years or longer.
Honestly, I would say Steve. The only thing I could say, we're like about 200 years away from saying that anybody can live up to 200.
And I wouldn't argue that point. That's a hell of a lot more realistic than somebody's living now that will reach 200 years.
Might be right. Guys, and for those who don't know, this is Talking Age. When someone says, howdy, cowboy, we debate.
When somebody lays down a challenge, you either accept it or shut the fuck up.
Exactly. Steve knows the fucking deal. So, sir, as a French Canadian and, Anglo-French Canadian, it's nuanced. Monsieur, I am taking off my white glove and I smack you in your face.
Anytime.
Duel, 15 minutes from now, tabarnak.
7 o'clock, straight up.
7 heures dans le milieu de l'Amérique du Nord. And for those that speak mostly English, yes, 7 Central. Actually, sorry, is it East? My bad.
It's 7 Pacific,
Thank you, Pacific. Oh, is that not America Ocean now? Gulf of... I'm so sorry. 15 minutes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is Liquid here?
Here, I think. He said he was just listening, but. Liquid, you here?
Who's gonna host the debate? Do you guys want me to, or?
Yes, we want you to. Right, Jeremy? Yes, great, yeah. Standard 252, right, Jeremy?
Yes, sir.
Love it.
Yeah, the idea of aging is an interesting topic.
Sensation of Cuba!
I don't think we've ever had this topic debated before, have we?
No.
I don't think so, guys. And thing out, for those who don't know, this is going to be a really quick, 20 minutes. So the thing up, guys, we're going to start in...
You forgot, though, it'll be extremely respectful.
I'm going to mute up.
Okay, me?
Alright, so we got some time, if anybody wants to come up on stage. My time is about 14 minutes. What were you saying, Tina?
Well, we can bring up and you guys can come on up. I think I invited a lot of you guys up already.
Mr. Steve, just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Can we agree on the topic? I'm down with, and I'll throw this up as a discussion point. The first human to live to 200 years has already been born. I'll take the affirmative, you'll take the negative.
Perfect.
Yeah, I really don't even want to say too much about this, but I think the topic of aging is super interesting. I don't know about you guys, but when compare humans and animals, it's just really cool. The differences that everything has, in terms of lifespan.
That's true.
Yeah, every animal has their own biological clock, basically. As far as we know, it's just the way it's been.
When
sometimes when you go to move somebody down, then it doesn't show the button. It's unlocking you. I'll change it to not get it pretty often when I can tell the moderators aren't looking at the goo and there's hands raised, so we don't have to look at it. They can just come on the stage.
Oh, okay, all right. I just go.
Like over millions of years now, the trees today, they're like super resistant with fire. So when there's like there'll be a big ass fire, that'll like take out cities and all kinds of shit, take out fucking animals and plants, but then like everything left. There's nothing left.
Good morning in the enrichment labs. Nothing says peace through strength like 20 kilograms of weapons-grade uranium per.
They just survive fire so easily.
Good morning in the enrichment lab.
Day, have you introduced Uncle Deepak to the round of debates yet?
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, you will know. He's got like 38 PhDs in like mathematics and computer science or some fish.
He's 38 PhDs.
Inside the Laugh Off Thursday.
It's not yet closed. Yeah, it was excessive, Day, but I might have overshot a little bit there, but that being said, I think he would enjoy it, and it would be good for him, and he's capable. Bam.
Most capable.
What an end of that. Deepak, have you witnessed how these go?
I think I've heard one before.
Yeah, they're excellent. Yeah, it's like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, or 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes.
Can we pick a topic?
Man, there's already one happening in 10 minutes.
Oh, what do you guys? What's the one on the table?
Jeremy and Steve, there's something about this dude can live to like 200 people that are born a day, I think.
Your stuff ready. If you want to go against somebody. Anybody wants to go against Deepak?
Deepak is he's LGBTQIA affirming. He's a bleeding heart liberal.
So just a random, beautiful fact, fun fact. I've mentioned this before. If you guys like reverse the clock about 33 million years ago, and you go to Egypt, you would find us looking like monkeys, and we found those ancestors. They're called Egyptopithecus. If you look those up, they're super interesting. Those were your ancestors 33 million years.
And, well, speaking of monkeys and whatnot, Day, what did you think of Trump's beautiful video that he put out?
I haven't seen Trump's Trump video in probably like 2 years.
Well, no, he released a video that has Barack and Michelle Obama depicted as apes. It wasn't.
No way.
Correct.
What are
so just type it in. Type into Google. Type in Trump, Barack Obama video.
So it's not true social. So Saul, can I ask you something, Saul?
Gonna blow your gourd, Matt.
Hey, Saul, I'm speaking to you, Andrew. Saul. Hey, Saul.
Solid. Yes, Saul. I am sorry. Yes.
Take off the
Says you didn't see video on Obama.
Yes.
Take off.
Yes, clean legs. How are you?
Take off the chaplain mustache for just 1 second, Saul. Just for 1 second.
Hitler mustache.
I said chaplain. So, listen, Saul.
Yes.
You're president. Remember, this is a Christian. This is a Christian that supports ICE. That thinks that immigrants and Jesus would have been pro-America. want to make that fucking clear. And brother, 5 minutes, Steve. Oh my goodness, this debate.
What's the title?
The title is, you know what? I'm sorry, guys. My bad. I forget.
Jeremy, I didn't write it down, but anything that will fit that says there is a human living now that will reach 200 years old. So, however you can fit that into the title, I'm sure Jeremy and I will agree.
Is that for humans?
Okay, this is for Day-Day. We'll answer all those questions in a moment.
Yeah,
so Day-Day, a human living now, today, will reach 200 years old.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest first, as in 1ST, first human to live to 200 is living today.
And that's fine. Again, I agree to that as long as Day-Day can fit something like that in the title.
What did Deepak say? What did you say,
guys, I'm gonna be taking bets. Feel free to clarify.
Go ahead and
I
clarify.
was just gonna clarify does Jesus Christ count for the purpose of this debate as a human?
Well, you find out where Jesus Christ is living right now, and it will count.
Matt,
This is begging the question against Christianity.
I'm offering 2-to-1 odds on Steve.
Matt's taking bets. Anything to do with finances? You want to talk to our financier? Matt.
I'm open to 3-to-1 bets on Steve.
By the way, we do need to get pockets in here. If you think I'm pro-ice, you ain't seen nothing yet. Pockets is I've never heard anybody quite so pro-ice. Well, actually, she hates ice. It's actually
Even a broken Nazi fucking watch is right 2 times a day. So yeah, no, you're right, Andrew. Everybody fucking ping up.
Hang up. She said, Jeremy, I invited you thousands of times. What'd you say, Tina?
Just tell Jeremy, yes, sir. Ping up.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I invited you up multiple times. I even turned off hand raising so you could come up, Jeremy. You never did. Pockets was waiting to talk to you and tell you how it was good that and good got shot. She also said it was justified, but then she also said that the agent should be held for murder, which is very weird to me. I did not understand that, but that's what she said. I think she doesn't know what she's saying.
I really do.
You hate cops?
No, I said I like pockets.
Oh, you like pockets?
Alright, we're gonna start this in a couple of minutes. You guys are good.
All right, Day-Day. You ready, brother?
Get.
All right. Deepak, brace yourself.
It actually is an interesting topic, more interesting than the ones that usually are getting debated, but I have to actually go into it at some point.
Oh, come on, Deepak. Come on, man.
Alright, now you guys probably got a couple of minutes. I'm just keeping check. Jeremy, do it as least on.
I'm ready whenever. And listen, the reason why Deepak can't stick around is the same reason why the majority of the CEOs in most of the biggest American companies, with the exception of Elon's, are Indian. Right? Yeah, because he's probably got more important shit to do, or else his parents are gonna cry. Because they didn't sacrifice what they sacrificed so that he could come on Clubhouse and waste his degrees listening to rapid debates in the best fucking house on fucking app. But that's neither here nor there, brother. I am ready whenever Steve.
I believe, I'm not sure, but I think there's about 2 more minutes left. I believe so, right? I think there's about a minute or 2 left.
I've got 7:01 now, so arguably we're 1 minute over, but whatever.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's all good. No problem. Have I ever been late for a debate, baby?
Alright, Lala, can you sit yourself down? Because I don't feel right putting you down.
And LSDs. I know your OCD won't allow it, but she's everything.
Yeah, not only that, I'm gonna invite you guys both up on top, just so keep the equalness in this.
How many matches doesn't happen? That's big. But yeah, talk age is nothing.
Alright, Steve, are you ready?
Yes, sir. And obviously Jeremy's taking the affirmative. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright, Jeremy, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Alright. So we got first humans to live 200 years old is born today. Jeremy is saying yes. The first humans to ever reach 200 is living right now. And Steve is saying no. That is not true. We got Jeremy on the affirmative taking a positive. We got Steve taking a negative. So since Jeremy's taking a positive, he's going to be going first. It's going to be 2 minutes in the first round, 5 minutes in the middle round, 2 minutes in the last round. So it's an opening and a closing, and in the middle is 5 minutes. So you guys can ask questions, cross-examination. As soon as you guys hear the bell, Jeremy will be starting this off. First round, 2 minutes. Opening statement, starting as soon as you hit the bell.
Appreciate that, Diddy. And guys, thanks for listening to the debate. It's going to be over in like 20 minutes, so stick around. And fellow names, when we listen to the debate tonight, we're going to hear two different ways of thinking about the future, right? One is Steve's thinking, where he takes yesterday's data, right? He takes these facts, and then he smooths it out. He puts it all together, looks at the big picture, and then says, hey, I'm going to model, right, how many car accidents, how many floods, how many seasonal illnesses. This is literally how the insurance industry works. But the problem with that approach is that it literally breaks down when what you're modeling is actually being rewritten by technology, right? The second point is mine, which is exponential engineering thinking, right? So when the tools that humans are using improve fast enough, the laws that you thought you were measuring turn into moving targets, right? And here's the core problem with the negative side versus Steve's side, is that mortality tables assume the future behaves like the past. All of you are old enough to know that that is not true. They assume that medicine is a slow incremental curve, which is what it used to be. But what we're literally watching today is the opposite. AI-driven drug fucking discovery, personalized treatment optimization. We're literally seeing fucking genetic editing and molecular diagnosis that are compressing discovery to deployment cycles within fucking months, not decades. And let me give you a personal example, right? I've had family members, who decades ago died of cancer. And I've had family members who were diagnosed with terminal cancer within the last couple of years who are now living cancer-free. That's not because of my best wishes or my assumptions. That's because of fucking technology. And so when we see technology increasing, and listen, what I'm not saying is that you got to be, like tomorrow you're going to be, no. You don't need a single cure for aging to get to 200. All you need is a world where the probability of surviving for the next 10 years will improve faster than time passes. Right? And so if every 10 years you add to your life, you meaningfully reduce the risk of dying exponentially.
Alright, on the red corner we got Steve. Steve taking the negative. He's about to have his 2 minutes opening. Steve, you will have 2 minutes as soon as I hit the bell.
Hello, apes and guests and friends. Thank you for joining us for probably one of the best debates we've ever had. The claim that someone alive today will reach 200 years old, it sounds exciting. It sounds amazing. It even sounds remotely possible, but it isn't. It's not supported by biology. It's not supported by medicine, and unfortunately to my learned opponent, it's not supported by reality. Human aging is not a single problem waiting for a single breakthrough event in technology. It is a gradual failure of every system in the body at once. Cells accumulate, damage, DNA degrades, immune function collapses, and the organs lose their ability to repair themselves. Modern medicine can treat what I just described it can treat individual disease, but it does not, and I stress does not, cannot reverse aging. That has never happened before, and it never will. At extreme ages, people don't die from one illness. They die because the body as a whole no longer sustains life. The strongest evidence against a 200-year lifespan for someone living right now is the data that we already have. But contrary to what my learned opponent said, I will give you the names of half a dozen medical scientists who specialize in extending the aging process. And they say at best, it is possible that someone living today can reach 150 years. At best, 200 years cannot and will not happen. I defer the rest of my time.
All right, we're gonna go into the second round. This time you guys can ask questions. We're gonna start it off with Jeremy. Jeremy's gonna have 5 minutes. Jeremy, you can start. As soon as I hit the bell, you may begin.
Thank you. What Steve literally just did, I know it sounded like it was scientific, but it's literally a category error. This man just came up here and said, aging, oh, it's too complex to solve, Jeremy. It's impossible, brother. There's lots of things. Steve is literally saying that flight's impossible because birds flap their wings differently than fucking planes. That was the stupidest shit I've ever heard. No one's here claiming that aging is a single problem. You literally heard me say it in my intro that it is not a single problem to solve. That's my entire fucking point. Aging is a bunch of failure modes, and modern science doesn't solve bundles all at once. It chips away at them faster than the clock moves. That's my whole point. Biology is not a law of nature. It's an engineering substrate. This is what I'm trying to say is when the tools improve exponentially, biology stops being fate and starts being logistical. That's why you don't fucking send letters to your beam-law and you fucking hit her up on fucking WhatsApp. That's the entirety of what I'm talking. Tonight's question isn't do we understand aging perfectly? It's literally can we postpone death faster than time passes for one human that is already alive? And my answer to that is yes. So Steve, my first question to you is this. Do you think that biology is somehow governed by immutable laws like gravity? Or is it a system that we have already manipulated with surgery, drugs, and gene edits? Yes or no?
Yes or no to what? I was going to answer one or two, but yes or no?
My fucking question is biology governed by immutable laws like gravity, or is it a system we already manipulated with technologies like surgery and drugs and gene edits? Yes or no?
I'll answer yes. Why are you so angry?
Thank you, because I'm frustrated when I speak to people who I think are intelligent that say stupid things. So when you say Jeremy,
I don't know I said anything stupid.
I think my time back, you did. When you come out and here, let me ask you a question. Do you think that a problem that is complex, does that make it impossible?
Are you trying to lose this debate on purpose?
Brother, I'm asking you a question. What you're saying to me, Jeremy, the complex problem of making people live to 200 is unachievable.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Jeremy 15 more seconds when I hit the bell extended into this. Just remember when he takes his time back, he can't speak until.
And I dispute that, but that's okay. He can have.
Thank you. And for those who don't know, I'm giving him my time to say this. During the Q&A period, the person asking questions has the power. Just as a reminder, Steve, you know better. I'll ask it again, since you don't want to answer. Does a problem being complex make it impossible to solve? Yes or no? Okay, you don't want to answer, that's fine. That's Steve's choice. That is a talking debate. Imagine not even being able to debate something because you don't even have an answer. So I'll just keep asking questions, and if he doesn't want to answer, that's his choice. Did antibiotics solve all diseases, or did it just solve one failure that massively extended life expectancy for all humans on the planet?
Neither. It's not binary.
Not a good answer.
That's a true answer.
No, listen, it's cool. I'm used to speaking to folks like you. Is aging one process, or is it a collection of processes? Like inflammation. And I think that was the point you're trying to make. I'm trying to build a bridge with you, brother.
I don't understand.
Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, that's okay. Too many syllables. Listen, if we replace hips and valves, right? If we get things like a vaccine to COVID, does that extend human life or does that reduce it?
It extends life.
Perfect. And so if we're living longer now because of the technologies, and all I'm suggesting is that because our tools are exponentially getting better because of Moore's law, does that not mean that our medical outcomes should be exponentially better, Steve? Is that not a logical? Like I said, I'm not even asking that as someone who I expect to know what's going on at the bleeding edge of medical science today and technology, because I don't think you do. Clearly, because you've taken the position you've taken. My question is, isn't that just a blatantly logical assumption to think that Moore's law, which has delivered, exponentially better technology outcomes for humanity, as it merges with medicine, shouldn't that produce the same exponentially better medical outcomes for humanity, Steve?
Yes.
Perfect. So why did you make the horrific choice to argue that the first person to live to 200 isn't alive today when literally my 80-year-old fucking parents were diagnosed with stage 4 cancer like 3 years ago, and they're cancer free because of bleeding edge medical technology that was enabled because of AI and because of technology. And you're saying that Jeremy, some 6-month-old baby that's born today, is not going to have a chance to live to 200? Is that literally the debate you decided to get into with me?
The answer to the question is I said what I said because I only speak the truth.
And listen, MAGA people speak the truth.
Alright, we're gonna go into the second half of round 2. Steve, on the red side, the negative side, he is going to be saying he's gonna have 5 minutes cross-examination. He'll be able to do exactly what Jeremy did. He's gonna have all the power and be able to ask all the questions. Steve, 5 minutes as soon as I hit the bell.
Jeremy, I don't know what's going on with you. Maybe it's because you had a bad week, but there's no reason to be angry with me. I understand you're angry, but I had nothing to do with it. Question, can you name one scientist, one study, one verifiable anything that says somebody living today will reach 200 years old? And by the way, just give me the name of the study and where we can find it.
I will, absolutely. And then, brother,
just give me the name of the study and where we can find it, please.
So, the study is Lopez Oten et al. Cells 2013. It was recently updated in 2013. The title is The Hallmarks of Aging.
Who's it by?
Lopez Oten et al. Which means...
All right, fantastic. Because in preparation for this debate, I looked up the 6 leading medical scientists, geneticists in the area of life expectancy. Dr. Stephen Horvath, a geneticist at Altos Labs. Dr. Ernest von Schwartz, an internist and cardiologist who works with stem cell research. Dr. David Sinclair, Harvard Medical School. Dr. Gil Blender, founder of Inside Tracker. Dr. Peter Attia, author of Outliving, and also Michael West, predominant biologist, founder of Age X Therapeutics, and Dr. Evelyn Bischoff, longevity physician. All of these doctors, scientists that specialize in aging saying maybe someone living today will reach 150 years. None of them say that anybody living today will reach 200 years. Allow me to continue, please. The idea that someone living today will reach 200 years old, again, it's just not possible. Human biology has a hard ceiling right now. Aging is not, well, we already went through that. I'm sorry. Don't want to repeat myself. The average life expectancy today, at best, is 80 years for a man, 84 years for a woman. Women, traditionally, as aging has been tracked, live 4 years longer than men. I'm not going to go into the reasons why. Proteins, all of these issues confirm what I've said. I also said earlier that medicine treats disease, Medicine and doctors do not treat aging. Evolution never selected humans for extreme longevity. Natural selection prioritizes reproduction and survival through early adulthood, not indefinite maintenance. I think we agreed earlier, prior to the debate, I think Day Day mentioned it, I agreed. The longest living human being on record is about 121, 122 years. Again, the average right now is 80. To think that someone living today, where the average age is 80, the longest human on record is 121 years, that life is going to be extended basically 3 times the average is just a fantasy. Breakthrough timelines, which is what you're talking about, are wildly optimistic. Advocates often argue that future technology, you've argued this in this debate, will arrive in time to save those alive today. But that's saving lives. That also assumes perfect sequencing, radical anti-aging therapies. They must not only be invented, but they have to be proven safe, they have to be scalable, affordable, regulated, and deployable before biological decline becomes irreversible. Again, I think it's extremely possible, probable, that a human being will live to 200, but that human being is not living today. We've got a few more 100 years to go before that happens. And last but not least, risk compounds over time. Even if aging were dramatically slowed, a 200-year lifespan would require surviving 2 centuries of accidents, infections, environmental disasters, violence, and systemic failures. I defer the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go into the final round. Jeremy, you will have 2 minutes uninterrupted. Whatever you got left to say, this is the closing statement. As soon as I hit the button, you can go ahead and start.
Thanks, Jay. And guys, if you fell asleep during that 5-minute monologue, you're not the only one. And just for reference, that's usually a Q&A round. But I get it. Sometimes people are scared to ask questions. That's all right. So listen, Steve just said that his, that 2-minute monologue of scientists who literally took 2 minutes to say, most of them say 150, and they're split. That's not evidence, dude. That's a fucking vibe wrapped in a lab coat. Damn, you, Steve.
I've conquered the valley and extracted my bounty of mighty prophet. Rise, John Kitover. The land is not mine, it belongs to the one who guides us. His book holds his wisdom, let it lead our hearts.
Well, nothing says peace through strength like 20 kilograms of weapons-grade uranium for a clown. Let's juice like a war engine.
Humans feel endless today, faithful. My legs are strong, master. The desert cannot break us. Just tell me what is toward the valley of palms. The people.
And Zelwood analysis concluding, and this is what the conclusion was. Graphic data absolutely do not support a finite upper limit. Barbie even came in and said that mortality played this at extreme ages. That literally complicates any hard wall story, Stephen. And I'm sorry if I'm getting nuanced, but I think this is what we need in these conversations. Aging isn't one problem. That's exactly where Steve's argument falls to shit. Right? Modern aging biology explicitly frames aging as a multiple mechanism. Right? These are multiple things to solve. And this is the thing, is that when you have radically new technology that breaks things down and enables radically new advances in technology, if you thought that, the vaccine was impressive, if you thought that, curing fucking polio was impressive, you literally do not understand what's happening today in science. We have animals that are living 3 times longer than their normal lifespan. There are human trials going on today with AI-infected drugs that will enable 3 times the lifespans of humans. And these are trials that are happening today.
All right, so we're in the very last round, the second half of round 3. Steve, you will have 2 minutes uninterrupted. Whatever you got left to say, this is the final closing statement. As soon as I hit the bell, you can go ahead and begin.
Again, I gave the other side of the argument the benefit of the doubt. Dr. Ernest von Schwartz, Dr. David Sinclair,
Back on some more, baby.
Dr. Evelyn Biscoff, and the others that I named. They are experts in the field, and they say maybe someone will live to 150 years old. The fact of the matter is there is no credible scientific body of evidence, no scientist, no medical specialist, nobody in anti-aging that currently claims that someone living today will live to 200 years old. Human lifespans are achievable for people alive today, and researchers may speculate about future possibilities, but it's only speculation. This is what my opponent is doing. He's not providing any evidence whatsoever. It's speculation, guess, and conjecture. Science advances by data, and right now the data says human life expectancy has limits that we have not come close to breaking in a fundamental way. So while it's reasonable to believe that people alive today may live longer, healthier life, perhaps even reach 110 or 120 on a regular basis, because the 122 figure is the longest ever. The claim that someone alive now will reach 200 years old requires not just optimism, but multiple unprecedented biological miracles, all arriving on time, all working perfectly, with no margin for error or failure. Thank you. I defer the rest of my time.
All right, that is it. The debate is over. I got the poll up above. You guys could go ahead and click that. I'm gonna leave the timer up for about 2 minutes. 3 minutes. I'm sorry, 3 minutes. And starting now, so you guys will have enough time to go ahead and make your decision and vote on the poll above. I'm actually gonna remove the hand raising as well, so anybody that wants to come up on stage right now can go ahead and jump up, and anybody can speak about the debate except for Jeremy and Steve until the poll is over. So feel free to come up and speak, except for Jeremy and Steve, and we got the poll up for about 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
I'd like to say first, Daddy, I think both of those guys are assholes. No, I'm just playing, guys.
I appreciate both of their statements, and they both did a really good job. Jeremy really pushed it out there, man. He was pushing it hard. If you guys, any of you that has pink tickets, please turn those pink tickets in.
Yeah, and I got the hand raising turned off for about another 30 seconds, or actually I'll do it for another minute. But here pretty soon.
Great job, Tay-Day.
I put it back to hand raising.
I enjoyed the debate. I thought the adjudicator was fantastic. Jeremy and Steve were both great participants, but you know, I gotta say, Jeremy is a spaz.
Well, that was that. As far as the debate, I mean, I missed it. I came straight through at the very end, like the Super Bowl. But as far as the 200 thing, I was saying in the comments, I'm not sure about 200. That is quite optimistic. I think how Steve said. But I think it's possible to maybe reach 150, something like that. Around there, but 200 is still a little ways off. That's it. I missed the debate, sorry, guys.
Yeah, no, you're good. But yeah, it's about the halfway marker anyway, so there's about a minute and a half left. Actually, a minute and 10 seconds left. So make sure you guys click that link up above and vote if you guys have been listening to the debate and came to a decision. There's gonna be less than a minute left. So make sure you guys click on that, and then we'll have the results on what the audience voted on. Whether Jeremy was correct, or whether in the meantime, just raise your hand, and I'll bring you guys up.
And it's free. You don't have to pay for anything. It's free to vote. So please vote.
almost 30 seconds left.
Good closing arguments, Zach.
How's it going, Jared? Elsa, there's about 10 seconds, so if you guys wanted to give any last statements, you got like literally a couple seconds.
So the person who lived the longest, 222 years and 164 days, was some lady born in France named Jean Calment, and she smoked cigarettes all the way up to 117 years old. It's funny because I've heard so many stories about people saying that grandparents drank or smoked but lived like super long and stuff.
Yeah, there's evidence that smoking is good for you.
There we go. I'm gonna keep smoking.
I want to note that both contestants recognized the component of aging not as a single point of measurement, but a collection of measurements. And their approaches to the same component is different.
And we have the results. Just real quick, so we can make the announcement. That was a dope debate. We got 7 out of 6. So by 1 vote, we have the winner. It's in my PTR. It is Steve. He had 7, and Jeremy had 6. So Steve is the winner.
If I could say so, because this is traditional, Jeremy, you did a great job. I think either one of us could have won. You did a good job at representing your side of the coin. So good jobs.
And if I may, congratulations on the win, sir. It is absolutely well deserved. If I had only one criticism, it would have been that you would have finished your final statement with it could have landed on either side of the Bitcoin. But other than that, well deserved win, sir.
Thank you.
And if I could just say one thing, I was just going to say that I feel as though assuming either way is speculation in a way, although there's more evidence supporting Steve's argument. There's only evidence supporting Steve's argument. However, it's speculation to assume technology could not advance in such a way that some kind of breakthrough could happen where they figure out how to extend the life expectancy or something like that. So who knows? It's also speculation, but there's definitely only evidence supporting Steve's argument.
And that's what I was going to say. Steve's argument is rooted in the past, while Jeremy's is rooted in the future.
Exactly.
So we have a reductive position and a potential position.
But they're both assuming the future that no one alive now will live to 200. That's both. Either way, they won't or they will is a speculation because we don't know yet.
Well, with all due respect, the majority of my argument was on the past, but I did quote 6 specialists in the field today that agreed with me.
True. That's what I'm
and
saying.
how old is their research like?
They could be wrong.
The past decades?
I have no idea, sir. I had 15 minutes to prepare for the debate. I just went on to Google and asked who were the specialists in the field today, and what do they say? That's all.
Yeah, that's my point. All right, their opinion is derived from past research.
Well, it would be really important. I'll just close with this. I think it's impossible for anybody to get research in the future, but
you want to know if the research is from today or from?
No, you're right. You're right. You're
entirely different points in technology. Right, how old are these doctors? 80 years old?
I think the point is that breakthrough or a new discovery could happen at any moment. But Jared, I can ask you something, right? Like, you guys have all heard those clips from, early fucking nerds in the early 1990s who are going on, news as the internet's hey, well, this new internet thing is, sweeping the nation. We brought this fucking stupid-ass nerd expert in here to tell us what it means. And this expert, who was deeply knowledgeable on the internet, who's a fucking pimple-faced, probably white guy, comes up and is like, well, based on my understanding, let me push my pocket protector down, based on what I know, I think that actually people won't use mail in the future. People, everybody will be able to go to shared, and everyone's like, this fucking nerd. Like, that's what I'm saying, Matt. Like, I'm not suggesting, like, I'm predicting that, like, oh, we're gonna have quantum transporters.
Rolling, John. Just deal with this. Turn you on for a minute so you can see what I'm saying. The color's out here.
Nerd, tech nerd, who's coming out here and saying,
turn you on for a minute so you can see what I'm saying. I'm John Kitover in Washington.
Good evening, Owen.
With medicine,
If you're
this
looking
isn't like a conspiracy theory. I'm telling you, as that nerd that says, hey, no, you won't send fucking letters to talk to mama through the mail. The old police aren't going to be a thing. Nobody's going to fucking know what a rotary phone is, Steve. God damn it.
And I heard the ring.
I think Steve also touched on, like, what it would take for everybody to live to that age, like an average age of 200, as opposed to, like, if we had this girl from France that went to 122 smoking sickies, right? But, you know, and we took somebody who had really good genes to begin with, and then we did, you know, freakish trials on that one person, and it didn't work out. Like, I don't think it's that far-fetched, man. I think it's definitely possible to get the average age mortality to fucking that is obviously a far stretch, though.
Well, if they get clone stem cells, then they pretty much have a good way of actually maybe doing something like that.
To get one person, dude, we just hook them up to fucking everything, dude. We got plugs everywhere for every organ, dude. Something's plugged in. And they're all Bluetooth connected, you know. They all got little speakers for podcast.
Well, that's potentially one way. We could have some human born in the lab, experimented on in the lab, and live in the lab, sure.
And
Yeah,
Bluetooth
both,
isn't just
baby.
for speakers. And Bluetooth isn't just for speakers.
I know, just fucking.
Theoretically, the best way to increase aging is to keep humans in space. Because if they stay in space, arguably that stops the aging. Well, I shouldn't say stops. It slows down the aging process, slows down disease. That's, of course, until they have to come back down to Earth. But,
Wow.
I'm serious. I'm not bullshit, Jeremy. Isn't that true?
No, none of what you said is true.
Oh, sorry. I'm wrong. I thought it was true.
No, it's good. Increased exposure, just like a low orbit or high orbit, like space outside of our atmosphere, is detrimentally bad for humans. On so many levels, radiation, fucking like your spine going to fuck, like on so many levels.
But technology can use to improve the spacecraft to protect humans from those red.
Well, here's what I will say. I'll try to be really succinct.
But Jeremy, could we create artificial gravity?
We can, 100%, but that doesn't solve the other issues, right? Like radiation. And let me be really succinct. I think technology can enable us to travel into the future, Steve. And what I mean by that is I think we can travel to maybe 90% of the speed of light eventually, and that will enable a person to travel 100, or 50 years out and 50 years back, and millions of years will have passed on Earth. But that's not, I don't think that's what you were referencing, Steve. What I'm trying to suggest, Steve, and this is going into your actuary shit, right? If you think that the Fibonacci sequence can make you a successful day trader, then you're literally Steve. You're literally every fucking insurance company on this fucking planet that says, hey, I can look at the past, I can look at all the fucking numbers, and I can predict what is the safe and predictable number of people who are going to die. How many people are going to get in a car crash? How many times am I going to have to pay for a bumper from a rear ender? Am I right, Steve?
Well, that one I'll say I don't know, but according to Google, astronauts age slightly slower in space due to time dilation from Albert Einstein's theory of relativity.
0.00001%. Well, that's true. It's microseconds. But yeah, it's true.
It's microseconds now.
The thing is, like, he's saying, look, it's true that you could extend life in the sense that you could travel far out at a fast speed and come back and be.
But when you came back, everyone would be dead.
That's not extending life. Guys, lives. That's not a true
Your
life.
time is not being extended.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
It's relative to the people on Earth. So yeah, you can fly around the galaxy at a high percentage of the speed of light. And let's say you do it, you leave when you're 30, you do it for 20 years. You'll come back, you're 50 years old. Exactly as if you had stayed on Earth for 20 years. It's just people, let's say you had a twin brother who was also 30 when you left. When you come back, he might be 100 years old or dead or whatever. You'll be 50.
That's just relative to other people, but your internal lifespan is not increasing. And the problem is pointed out is with all the other problems like increased radiation and all kinds of other exposures, your lifespan would actually be decreasing relative to somebody who stayed on Earth in terms of, actual lifespan. So the promise has come into like these new technologies that might reduce aging and whatnot. And there's this guy, what's his name, the Mormon guy from Utah is already like maxing out on this. Johnson is his name, I think.
Brian Johnson, yeah, he's a 44-year-old with a biological age of 18.
Yeah, and he's really pushing everything to the max. And, but it takes intensive effort on his part. And, he's got a team of, I think a couple dozen doctors or so that are, and scientists that are, measuring everything on a daily basis and trying to optimize every possible characteristic.
As far as we've heard that we can do things in space, there's nothing like what can we do in space that we can't do here? You're better off just locking somebody in like a lab here than sending them into space.
Well, I mean, currently space would be a greater risk than ever been.
Could you imagine we have a whole bunch of fucking 200-year-olds walking around, dude, fucking trying to cross the street?
But it depends what shape they're in.
Yeah, they're not going to
It's really quick. Yeah, but also this kind of thing.
We don't know what shape they'll be in. I mean,
they're not going to be working. It's going to be an economic fucking disaster.
Guys, we know. We know. Look at Elon Musk. Look at Jeff Bezos. Look at the billionaires. This isn't just like healthy living. This is literally they go to countries where genetic bleeding edge technologies where they can literally like look. Are any of these fuckers aging? Name the billionaire other than fucking the Berkshire Hathaway guy that looked fucking old. They don't because they're living forever. No, but
his name is Warren Buffett, and he eats McDonald's every morning for breakfast.
He does.
And that's no joke. I'm serious.
My question was kind of this.
Drinks a Coca-Cola.
Yeah, exactly. Like 5 Cokes a day.
It's around 80 to like let's say 100 years. But that's just the average person who can expect to live to like 100.
Brian Johnson said Coca-Cola is forbidden if you want to live long.
And if we extend the lifespan, average lifespan to like 100 or 100 and like say 10, then yeah, it's feasible. You can see people live to close to 150, something like that.
I think the average lifespan for somebody born today is 100. I will check it right now. Don't stop talking. I think it is 100.
It's 80. It's about 80 and it's dropping in America. Let's not do that.
The powers that be don't want it.
So the key breakthrough you would need is in cancer and in aging, and there have been some progress made there. So it's possible.
It is a good point, Euro, right? And again, we can double click on why, because like again, there are animal trials where we're tweaking and understanding, and there are animals there are living organisms that do this. It's not like this is a absurd like let's travel faster than the speed of light thing. No, there are literally living species on our planet that have solved the aging problem. So this isn't like again trying to travel faster than the speed of light. But let me ask you this really quickly, because I used to think that you would have to let's assume you can live forever. I thought that if you could do that, because of resources, you'd have to force people after 200 to leave the planet because resources, right? But I actually, as I look more, I don't think that. No, I think we could be able to to live to 200 or 300, and we have enough energy and resources and material on this planet to support 100x our population. So I don't actually think, you know what I mean?
I don't know. I think you would want to reduce
This is crazy.
population growth.
It's just crazy.
But, I think the other key thing you have to think about, like some other like really cool far out technologies, theoretically possible, would be things like limb regeneration and stuff like that, and they've made some mild progress there.
Well, wait, Jeremy said there's a species right now that solve the aging problem.
There's a bunch. Yeah, there's a few of them. Yeah.
Okay, what
It
is
solves
hang on. Okay. I asked Jeremy, why is Euro or Matt responding?
Because we're in the room.
Oh, okay, because we're in a room. So I'll do the same thing too, right? So if I get called out for talking when you ask somebody else, I'll fucking remind you. Oh, I'm so meta? Oh, fuck you.
And by the way, I was wrong. Whoever said it was right. If you're
What
born
species?
today, if you're born today in the United States or Europe, your life expectancy is about 82 years for a man, 85 years for a woman.
Yep. So these species, what species are they that have solved the aging problem?
So I think the best example, Jake, to see is a living species in Utah. It's a spruce. I think it's a blue spruce. Estimates are that it's about 80,000 years old. It's also the largest living organism on our planet.
So what do you mean by it solved the aging problem? How did it solve a problem of aging?
It went to the science lab, did a bunch of science.
It evolved, but you see, brother, it evolved to be 80,000 years old. Do you not think that that's like solving the aging problem? How fucking old are you, you fucking...
When we say it's solved, that implies intent. Like it thought through something and said, hey, why are you saying, oh my God? You're asking God to help you? God doesn't exist, bro. You can say, oh my God, you're fucking... So when you say it solves something, are you implying this blue spruce had intent to evolve to live for 80,000 years?
No.
Okay, great.
There's nothing alive.
Yes.
80,000.
Yeah, I'm really skeptical of this 80,000 years too.
No, but what they mean by it solved, it evolved a longer span. I guess probably animals can do that.
Animals that revert at various stages, like there's a species of jellyfish that's called the immortal jellyfish, and it literally reverts from the adult back to its
right. Do you think it figured that out, or just through the evolutionary process?
Yeah, I think he thought about it and changed genetics such that.
How do you think this jellyfish thought that out?
Jeremy, did you say blue spruce? Is that what? Okay, blue spruce is a plant. That's number one. Number two,
I said living organism.
I was blue spruce. This is what I'm seeing on the internet. Now, this is what it says. Typically lives 6 to 800 years in the wild, but only 30 to 50 years in the landscapes due to disease and stress. Now, if you want to give me something else that's a living animal, or are we sticking with this?
No, so again, replays are on. I said a living species, which
I was asking for the name.
He did say species. He did say living species.
I'm telling you, a blue spruce is a species, and I agree that the typical individual blue spruce has the lifespan of what you said. And guys, we're all privileged and have access to the internet.
But it is a plant. It is a plant.
Yes, it's just a living species.
It's a living species, Steve.
No, I'm not disputing that, but let's see.
So stop saying it's a plant.
But wait, seriously. Steve asked for what I'm trying to, so I can help him guide him to what I'm talking about. Steve, Google the Utah blue spruce, or Google what is the largest living organism on the planet, or what is the oldest living organism on the planet.
I will. And let me also say this before I do the research.
Back to the blue spruce and
let me also say this before I do the research, that it is a medical fact.
This officer pulled over a biker for riding the wrong way. And what happens next feels more like a comedy scene than a traffic stop. started the wrong way. And what happens next feels more like a comedy.
Two of my videos have gone viral today.
And there's a level. Sorry, my bad. I'm sorry.
I was going to say there's more than one. It's not like so you have Hydra, for instance, that show no measurable increase in mortality with age because they constantly renew the body using stem cells, and so we don't really know how long these things live, but they've been observed for decades to show no functional decline of any kind. You have lobsters that can live a very long time because they have high telomerase activity throughout their life, and they don't show any type of usual cellular aging patterns.
Jeremy, the oldest living things on Earth are generally clone now colonies of plants like the Poseidonia oceanica seagrass near Spain, estimated 200,000 years old.
Yeah, I found something earlier that I feel like Jeremy would probably love. I just forgot about it. It's ancient Chinese medical records show people that live to be like 300 years old, 280 years old. A doctor named Kui Wenzi of the Qing Dynasty lived to be 300 years old, and then Qi Yulei of the later Han Dynasty lived to be 280 years old. A high-ranking Taoist master monk, Hui Zhao, lived to be...
well, none of those are reliable records.
But see, I'm telling you, Jared, that's brilliant, guys. Hey, can I ask you guys something? Because I think that's actually...
Before you do, Jeremy, it also says bristlecone pine trees like Methuselah, 5,000 years old, and glass sponges in the deep sea, potentially over 11,000 years old.
Sure. Well, all those things did not have intention behind them being able to live that long.
Yeah, so another one with intention is the...
Okay, you can laugh all you want and say sorry every time when you laugh.
Okay, there's a Greenland shark. Now, we don't know exactly how long they live, but we know that their metabolism is incredibly slow. That's because they live in cold, deep water.
Yeah, they live to 300-500 years, maybe even longer.
Exactly, yeah, that's the estimate.
But once again, did they intend to do that? Did they solve any problem? And is there an actual problem with aging? Why are we saying there's a problem with aging?
Well, so I'll try to be succinct. So JCC, is evolution intent? Like when I try and just live the best I can be and the best I can. So like
you don't have control over evolution.
Oh, so I don't have any control of how much I bust my ass every day. And listen,
Busting your ass is not part. Oh my God.
I get that you're saying, dude, but I didn't interrupt you. I get that you're saying they're listening.
I'm going to interrupt you. I don't give a fuck.
I know you don't, and that's okay, free speech. But you're saying, listen, I get that you're saying if you're born black, you don't have the same genetic potential as I do. I'm saying no.
I'm not saying that, or
it's literally what you're saying.
No, it's not.
No, legit. You're saying you don't. Okay.
You little quick bitch.
Wow, that was the weirdest thing I've ever heard you say. Too legit to quit? Really?
You little wick bitch.
I'm so sorry, guys. And I said it was Canadian. But Jared, I think this is kind of my what's interesting, right? Is that when I look at the Bible, because you can have a thing that's come up and say, listen, shut up with your 200 Moore's Law medical, genetic editing stuff. Methuselah. I'm actually being intentionally funny here, but Methuselah, lived this many years. And I reject that as an agnostic. But then when you were like, oh, but there's Chinese records of people living, my gut is like, oh, pyramids. Yeah, we don't,
I don't, it could be, like, not credible, but at the same time, I'm wondering, like, who the hell, for what reason, would make up fake medical records about all these people? All these people just live to this age. Like, I don't understand what the purpose of it is. Unless they're trying to, like, use some propaganda to make the public think they're godly or something.
Perpetuate their legacy.
It may be an attempt at accuracy. It may be an attempt at accuracy.
Have you guys heard about designer babies?
Yeah. Or CRISPR is enough of a topic on its own.
Yeah. So also, can I ask you guys something?
I just ordered my Versace baby last night.
Well, I ordered a Ford Mustang, baby.
Can I digits, no cancer, no terminal, fucked up diseases that you get because of genetics. Level one. Level two is, hey, I want to choose features that exist in humanity. I want my baby to be a man, 6'2", white, black, this size, general, whatever. And then the third level is things that do, the ability to do things that do not exist in humanity today. I want my baby to have 3 arms. I want my baby to be able, to be a human that can run twice as fast as other humans. Do you think that if all 3 of those levels of technology exist, which ones should be regulated, in your opinion?
The one that has features that are not currently available. That's too dynamic. You could essentially kill a genetic pool of people because you don't know the aptitude for creating something that's not there in the beginning. So that's my vote.
Isn't that just like you being like humans were never meant to fly?
The one that sounds basically.
No, because if you have 2 arms, right, you have your entire genetic makeup is supporting those 2 arms as appendages. If you had a 3rd arm, to me that seems like it's more risky than it is just enhancing the genetic stuff that's already there. Right, because you can be natural in the genetic code. Adding a 3rd arm is not, so I think that one's more dangerous.
I cannot be the only one with violent opinions on this topic. Jesus.
How about a 3rd, Joe? What about the 3rd leg?
No, I will not allow that in here, but I will not.
That looks like a penis. Well, that's pure eugenics is the worst because like deciding who lives and who doesn't. Like midgets might want midgets to exist. I don't know.
Eugenics is a stripping of genetic code, right? But to me, adding a whole appendage is, if it didn't happen naturally under evolution, you're asking evolution to act upon it. You're asking a 3-armed person to go through natural selection as the first one.
But Joe, what's so delicious about what you said, and this is going to get nuanced, I apologize, we lose people tonight because of that, but Joe, what's so beautiful is the topic, right? Is it like, hey, is humans living to 200 years of technology?
Hello? Your gas ain't right.
Whoa! Well, looks like we won't be hammering out a verdict today. Court's still in session, though.
Like that, and you're saying, no, Jeremy, I will not allow technology to make humans better and evolve faster. You know what I mean? Like,
So you can't just come here and say, I might want to work. You just can't do that.
An American's plan to relocate to Canada without documentation is going south.
One of the more serious or severe options would be to send you back home today. Refusing to enter.
which should be regulated.
However, I don't think I'm going to go that route because I don't think you've been deceptive. I think you're just really just uneducated about what you need to have. So, there's the other option I have available to me is what's called a visitor record to visit. So you can kind of see if you like it or not. And you can go back home. But I will limit your stay, so I won't make your stay 6 months. My final decision with this subject is to issue her a visitor record, giving her approximately a month to stay in Canada. If you don't leave by that date, we've got work for you.
I'm all for trying for curing leukemia using these same metrics and the same science. But I'm not advocating for creating a human that you will love more because you're a child.
So, Joe, question. Are you down? And this isn't a hypothetical. We're literally on the verge of being able to do this next 10 years, technically. If we can create, like, if you're born, because, like, for one of my kids, I did cold stem cell storage cryo shit, right, where you pay for part of their umbilical stem cells to be stored cryogenically so that you can use them to cure disease in the future. Right? I did that for one of my kids, right? So my question is this: if flash forward 10 years, you can take some of those cells and then just grow a clone of your child, but without a brain,
keep harvesting them and lying to the clones, telling them that they can't go outside for some reason.
Well, actually, I've seen, and I believe this has already happened, that families that have a child that is dying of a horrible disease, they will take stem cells, they will clone another child specifically to get an organ donation to cure the disease. I think that's happening now.
I think.
I'm okay with that, because now we're talking about is the clone sentient, which I don't think any of us would agree with.
Well, as long as you're not going to kill the clone when you do the organ donation.
What is the? Then you're saying the clone has.
You have the clone has matching tissue like a kidney or like a lung.
Of course, but it doesn't have the. Isn't the human? Isn't the human?
Steve, the clone's not conscious. It's not sentient.
It is really spare parts.
Yeah.
And
If the clone has to die, for the saving of the real person, for the body parts, then that's part of the process.
I think when we get to this point, that it'll just be easier to probably do some type of genetic engineering to correct the problem. I mean, if you look at mammals that have long life cycles, right, like over 200 years, they have an incredible ability to cancer resistance, and they have highly efficient DNA repair. So it suggests that that's something we might be able to do, because the other animals that we talked about with long life cycles have much more complicated mechanisms to actually reduce aging or reverse aging, whereas the mammals just live longer because they repair their DNA better and they resist cancer better.
Yeah, but that's not any. I agree, but I think all of those are sea-based mammals.
Well, that's good.
I don't know any land. But the point
That's actually interesting, right, Euro? Because I think Euro called out two really interesting things, right? Which is like the ability to repair DNA, which is ultimately what aging is, and that manifests itself in a million different ways. But one of the leading causes of DNA damage is radiation. And
some kind of field like you're talking about. Their device is not using AI to just make images or programs and whatever, and then signing them.
But it wouldn't take much to point a camera at a monitor that was doing that.
Yeah, but then you have artifact.
People instead of
How can you say that, Buttercup?
You know how many games
I'm joking. I'm not advocating for destruction. I'm advocating for welcome.
Like you said, the truth always say you're joking.
I'm activating for its destruction.
That's disgusting.
I don't care.
I have nothing
I'm advocating for one state where everyone has rights and can visit Tel Aviv. I want my friends in the West Bank to visit Tel Aviv too.
I want to live in Tel Aviv.
And I want you to live in Tel Aviv specifically, OP. I want you to be in Tel Aviv. I want you to
Buttercup, I want to kick the Jew that's living on the kilometers where my grandfather used to live on.
What happened? No, he's gonna let you stay because you play guitar. Remember?
Well, I'm going to kick the guy who's living on the land.
Yeah, but they play guitar. A lot of them play guitar, and they have.
My granddaddy used to be a fisherman, Buttercup.
But Emrose lives in Tel. Hey, some of your favorite people live in Tel Aviv. Emrose, connect over here.
Reconnect with my ancestors.
All your favorite people live there. You can't kill all of them.
How can you have these generators on your as large, but
The same way that we have these Palestinian haters and the word
That's right.
And we all hate the Persians equally. If it wasn't for Cyrus, none of this would be.
Wednesday, this is a diverse
genocide.
Oh, yes, there is.
There is a genocide, but we're not picking on individuals, and we're separating people from their governments that commit genocides.
From a Puerto Rican
No, but
woman.
government also don't.
What are you talking about? Christopher Columbus said
You're part of the Spanish
Alright,
Empire.
you're glitching out, so we're gonna ask Connect. Connect, do you support all the actions of Bibi Netanyahu? You think he's a smart guy? You love him? You support all of his all the government's choices in this war?
I prefer them to elsewhere.
Okay,
What's
fine.
that?
He's a no comment.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, you fucking baby killer.
No, I'm sorry, Lucy, we're not doing that here.
Yesterday, put Wednesday down. Take away her mod status. Someone with that much hate in their heart should not be a mod.
She has I understand. We condemn the genocide. It's really bad, but we need to separate individuals from their governments. Iranians are not the IRGC. Israelis are not their genocidal regime either.
But most Israelis are Zionists, Baltica.
Many of them are, yes.
Overwhelmingly over 90%.
I'm sorry. Israel's
Palestine brothers.
Free Palestine.
Oh, I can't wait for Connect
So one reason her tits like that, she still yells with the tits in it.
Average. I summon you, she's probably on TikTok. I mean, X. Come to Clubhouse.
I got 4 new tattoos today.
Sorry, Wednesday I had to lay down the law.
She gets feelings for his
Your mother's a bitch, you fucking baby killer. Suck my dick, bitch.
Yo, bitch.
I need a data Puerto Rican.
What's wrong with you? He called me a bitch first. I saw that.
He's a PTR. Sorry, you heard it actually.
I don't give a fuck. I'm from New York. Come over to New York. Come to New York with me. Come to New York.
Y'all are gonna spoil the fact that all these people are in here, and usually these people don't get along, and this is kind of a nice moment.
I will not let go of people inside. It's okay. I will not let think. But
This is actually high art. Wednesday and Connect, you wedding together? Do it.
Wednesday. Go plays guitar. Maybe Friday. Maybe Friday. Yeah, dude. What? Maybe Friday? Friday? We're going with Wednesday.
Corny as fuck.
Friday, I get ready for Shabbat.
Friday, I get ready to kick your ass.
Actually, Shabbat is actually starts, so
It doesn't roll on summer spot.
What I find funny, you all the way in Israel, acting like you gangster, bro. Get out of here with that shit.
What's your problem?
We all know who was gang October, so.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was this oh, yeah, that's I don't speak about it, it's bullshit. You're so stupid.
Yeah, Wednesday, a final warning, just back off.
Some of those GoPros say.
Yeah, that's fucked up. You're making jokes about October 7th. Well, you know what?
I'm just saying, if it was my Italian cried like a bunch of little bitches when they had higher superior firepower, yeah, I would be.
Well, you know what? When Israel takes all of West Bank, who's going to be laughing then, huh?
Yeah.
You're going to be laughing still?
I won't be able to when it actually happens.
Missiles pointed at it in every direction, and a third of the naval military of your Western United States that support the genocide runs away, and they finally get destroyed. What are you gonna do?
I want to
Everybody was
Yeah, we all agree that Pepe is a racist piece of shit. He doesn't like Jews. He doesn't like Indians. He doesn't like Puerto Ricans.
And Pepe we trust.
Yeah, I like Jews and I like
There you
everybody.
go. You don't like
No,
Jews.
you don't. No, you don't.
Maybe don't.
This is the proof.
They don't sugarcoat the synagogue of Satan in
He
these
has to be
films.
white, but he's not.
Lord, thank God. Lord is the one that made the statement.
Pepe knows who butter means bacon, doesn't he? You know better if you're
We don't disobey our Lord Jesus Christ. That's right. He calls it the synagogue of Satan, and it is the synagogue of Satan.
Persians, they like Persians.
Pepe, what do you think about the Persians?
I mean, they're like a very productive and educated group of people. They do very well here, but if you look at in comparison to, I know they're technically part of the Middle East, but even they're fairly advanced, educated people. My experience, which obviously it's going to be skewed because it's going to be people that fled. They're not that religious in general, and to be fair, this is where some of the biases will come in. Most of the Persians that I've met here in Arizona are
Tell us a dissertation. Okay.
Oh, I love it. Okay, so gun to the head. Pepe, gun to the head. Would you pick the Persians or would you pick
The Jews.
Persians or the Jews? Ashkenazis.
I can't do that here. I would say they're actually somewhat very similar. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, but you have to pick.
Especially
You have a gun to the head. You have to pick.
There's Persian Jewish people. So he can have both guns of both worlds if he wants to.
I'm just gonna say, like, I think Persian women in general look better than Israeli, which would be Jewish women. Okay, there's my bias.
It was like a really, with all due respect,
approximately.
hot, celebrity who's Persian.
I feel like Persian women have more rounder features. But
What's like a really hot Persian woman right now?
Look up Bonyadi.
Oh no, give us the name that everyone knows in Americanese.
Americans.
It's like somebody everyone knows, like an actual
I
English.
feel like Persian women have more of a specific look. They have more rounder features, rounder eyes. They don't have very sharp, distinct features, but like more women, I guess, in certain parts of the Middle East do, especially like more in Lebanon itself. Iraqis as well. They have very, very sharp, distinct features. But Persian women, though, more rounder features. I wouldn't say they have 10s anywhere, but they have a lot of 7s and 8s.
Persian women are sort of the most banned. The only thing I'd say
is that insulting what you just said?
It's like if you look at the statistical chart, right, they are by far above average in comparison to like looks, right, when you look max. But when you want women to have like more accentuated features, there's definitely a higher peak, but there's definitely less concentration in women outside of out of Persia itself. So you have women that are probably like in Lebanon that are by far way more hotter than women.
Lebanese women, that's my sentiment. Lebanese women, in my experience, and from even the celebrities you can name.
Are we just like ranking women? That's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Yes, the most beautiful Middle Eastern women. Have to say.
This is what I'm trying to get to. As a whole, in terms of population, on the average, Persian women tend to fare better than their actual Middle Eastern counterparts. So they themselves, as an average, are a lot higher than what others are anywhere else in the Middle East.
What the fuck?
I think we should do.
These are pretty odd, for sure.
Persians are not the most attractive.
In terms of like who has the hottest?
The Persians are just a mindset.
They're all bad. PTR. Here's a beautiful man with a fit body. There you go. For you ladies, all of you ladies.
We don't do Afro. We don't do Afro.
We're talking about the
Chris is brand new information. OP, let the record show that's not true.
I've been getting a lot of social media activity out in Arizona. There's a lot of like social media activity in Arizona, Pepe. You know that? Recently, I don't know if you know that.
Have you guys ever seen all these tattoos he got on him?
Bad Bunny is a piece of shit. He's a communist. Why are we talking about Bad Bunny? He's a fucking goddamn communist.
Super Bowl halftime show.
What's wrong with communists? Okay.
More because he's not the rabbinic scion.
Because like Bad Bunny, look at your boy Mondavi. If you look at the Puerto Ricans like Bad Bunny, they literally fought a war to resist the United States, and they lost, and now they're American. That's America's fault.
Isn't Bad Bunny a rabbinic scion? Don't you believe?
Yeah, he's Koislav.
Is Bad Bunny they're unnecessary to propagate the continuous growth rate and the life of
Is that true? Is Bad Bunny half Jewish?
David, shut up. Buttercup to the talking.
Thank you. Meta, get up here. I want to get to know you.
Yes.
And I want to get to know Weeper. Get up here. And anyone who hasn't joined the Church of Buttercup #2, join Church of Buttercup #2. I lost access to #1.
That's because number 1 was a synagogue.
Pepe, did you hear about Peter Thiel?
The number 1 is those guys.
Shut up. Meta and Weeper, tell us about you. Shasisi.
Tell us about you.
Go ahead. You want to go first, Meta? Tell us about you.
We need to know, are you J1P58 or not?
J1P58 or not?
What haplogroup are you?
Tell us, self-organize about what you're new to town.
Are you an
Where are you from? Just say it. Tell us where you're from. Tell us something about yourself. Anything at all. Alright, Meta, you want to speak? Believer, you want to speak? No? Okay. Hey, my king, tell us about you. What's your name?
Yeah, I was just saying how it is.
You're not supposed to ask that question.
Yes, I am of the black diaspora.
What's that?
How black?
He's black.
How black are you?
Super black. Blacker than you. He's so black that he went from being a NY member to a PHS member.
Whoa.
That's how
Yeah, pretty good.
Like he knows me. It's pretty good.
You like Game of Thrones?
Do you like the Night of the Seven Kingdoms?
I love the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. It's so
Benjamin, you just don't see the world in a reasonable way. I mean, that's the real problem.
Is that David Mobley?
And I think Pro is being very generous with you, but the problem is just that your views are wrong. You just
Anyway, hi, Cora.
I'm not
Oh man, I finally was in a role now. Pepe.
It's my comfy tracksuit.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I heard enough to know that David's profile pic is Technology Boy from American Gods.
Yeah. Are you autistic? Cora, are you autistic?
Cora, that was good.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
Autism comes like a distant second.
Intellect, you know that, right?
No, it's
No, but there's definitely
this is next generation, next level.
That's right.
Generalized, primitive.
It's a common feature among the Ashkenaz, which
Like a lot of Jews.
leave them alone, LP.
I cannot leave them alone when they produce such human specimens like Cora.
Well, if they're a bone glad to be a part of this church. your titties off? No.
Dude, I had to, Kendo. It's, yeah. I got, yeah.
Why the fuck would you do that?
How are you doing?
It's not big enough.
I still have double D's, for fuck's sake. Jeez.
She's still got double D titties!
Monsters over there.
What the fuck? She's still got double D tits? Oh my god!
Wait, Cora, are you a black woman? It's okay, no.
No.
Are you a little, right? What's Cora? Cora LARPing as a white woman?
Wait, does that mean like black people?
Ooh.
Ashkenazi.
3,000 registered voters in Alabama just got booted from the state voting rolls.
People like Christian Maxwell, yeah. She's, yeah. That's the...
Is to have accentuated, he's asking if your ancestry has laws.
My paternal family is from the same part of the world that Dolly Parton is from, put it that way.
Huge titties!
He's too busy putting Big Macs in his ass.
Big Mac's in his ass!
For him.
He's got the frickin' McDonald's character dude there.
Careful, Seymour. A black
Ugh.
person might see that.
Too late. Juicy.
Why did you bring up the chairs?
Anyway, where's the music?
Sing Stomp Rat.
Trying to do.
It's not Bad Bunny.
And they pops is cool with the shit.
Those are the glory days of when it started. OP, can I ask you a question?
You know, so we don't have to, Connect doesn't have to provide all the music. Someone else could play a song if they wanted to.
OP, have you ever watched the movie Death is Awful?
Wonderful evening in Israel and Palestine. Color of peace. Welcome everyone.
Oh wow, we're getting showtime.
What the fuck?
Solon is really good. If you have
Hopefully you have house protector.
It's an hilarious movie, and it gives you a great perspective. And you know, the producers said they try so hard, they're making it so obviously they don't have the back channels like idea.
Wait, say that word again. What? You call for Yonos?
I'm sorry, were you asking me?
Yes.
We had a big
What was the question?
and what we were dealing
Over there listening to.
Death to Solomon? Yeah, what was the question about it?
It looks funny.
It's a hilarious movie. It's so good. I guarantee you, if you watch it, you're gonna laugh.
What movie is that?
Death to Solomon. Jesus Christ.
Over to Monkey. Thanks. 127 matches, by the way. But here's the thing, this is the point that I'm trying to put forward, is that science is merging with medicine. If you understand Moore's law, you would have to agree that we are going to see exponentially greater medical outcomes happening exponentially faster than we've seen in the past. And I gave the example, right? Like, I have had family members who have died of cancer 20 years ago.
Really sorry to hear that.
No, I appreciate it, but you meant, dude, bitch, life is a fucking terminal disease.
Yeah,
That's Hoffman.
Look at this guy's hair,
Let me fucking finish the sentence. Don't fucking bash your head because you can't watch Price is Right on time. Don't make me go to a farmhouse in the middle of America and then ask some stranger, can my fucking autistic, white fucking cracker, autistic brother watch Price is Right? Don't make me do that. Oh, you know what?
Monkey from monkey to ape. It's okay, bro. I got you.
Elsa, Joe, Dr. Alex, JCC. We've never met in real life, but Curious is freaking the fuck out. And there's no solution other than putting it in front of a TV with Price of Right, because it's coming on. Is anyone? Well, thank you. Oh, my bad, JCC. It was taking everything inside of me to not to make you a mug right now. Thank you for walking with me on that hilarious old person writing down reference, because most of y'all what the fuck I was talking about. My bad. I'm sorry.
I was counting toothpicks.
I said matches. Fuck.
I was gonna say there were toothpicks, but I didn't even hear that. That's what I was doing. Jeremy called out matches instead of toothpicks before. It was funny.
I have never had so much self-hate than I have right now.
The reference is still valid.
Put me in the goo. I'm so sorry. That was horrible. Very sin. Chloe, welcome. Secular. Curious. Hard. Autistic Down syndrome kid that we locked in the basement and don't feed enough. My question was kind of this, and again, I do want to get your takes on this. I think that CRISPR and Timu gene editing is going to be a thing way faster than like Timu nuclear bombs. You know what I mean? And I think that's concerning.
I agree.
Alex, Ducky, feel free to invite our medically disadvantaged.
Uncrispered. Uncrisp.
Uncrispy, right? Because any crispy human would clearly not suffer from the same short bus. But also, listen, Elon, look at Elon. Curious could be the next Elon, or Curious could be the next. and C4T, and guys, feel free to bring Curious up, man. We're 88 all over this place. Usually we leave chat and chat, but C4T is a good question. So, someone, not gonna name names.
I was all good with that.
Ask the question like, hey, where's the citation where this claim that I'm saying, hey, Moore's law is merging with medicine? The reason I make that claim is because we're seeing it today. AI is being used to create new vaccines radically faster. The AI is being used to take data that we've collected and for decades tried to solve shit. And AI looks at it and is like, oh, hold my beer. Fucking zap it.
Because it can do these calculations in such a precise and efficient manner. I used to do like secret reports. It has such a low end of the spectrum of this, but basically with SQL, it structures data in a way where literally Bro's laughing because he knows, and you can tie AI into using TMU and a couple other things, but this is pretty good. My main point why I interrupted it was somebody said I'm the next Harvey Price, bro. Like,
You playing a Trump?
Curious, and this is why I can't get whether. Actually, dude, because I was like, is this guy American? He's clearly not American, but like so many things doesn't happen. I get it. It's the first thing he said was 80% like, oh, great point. And then you go, but let me close with this. Homo. You know what I mean?
See, I told you 2 evictions it takes to get the good side out of me. But don't you agree, monkey?
I don't know if it's due to your Canadian education. You might want to correct that grammar up there, Jeremy.
First, you mentioned you're 20 years old.
That's make that is an R.
Is R born to is so and brother, let me say this, D. I love that. I love that you said that. Number 2,
that you would kick me down.
I would not. I kick you down for when you act. Oh, I can't even finish that because I know it's wrong. Because I was like, I put you down, you autistic fucking racism when you demonstrate your disability, which is.
I actually wrote down your insult to me. You called me a autistic Down syndrome kid.
there to. CRISPR can help you. Do you have malaria?
I'm sorry, but I do stand by that, curious. And listen, 9 times out of 10, I wrote the title. I misspelled it. Sorry. Also, high school dropout. And what tickles me deep is that they wrote this title. We got it wrong.
Will I redact my statement, Jeremy?
There's evidence, brother. There's evidence on the table, brother.
Gotta tell the daddy.
Let's take a look, cuz. Chloe.
Curious, can we go to a Vegas casino together and count cards?
Oh my god.
And to be clear, I'm clearly Tom Cruise. You're clearly there's no way in hell. Just to be clear.
You think I'm gonna be asking you for money to gamble with? You can't. I'm gonna be fucking. Once you're broke and you've got nothing left to gamble, you're gonna come to me on your hands and knees and say, monkey, please, monkey, please, bless me, monkey.
Yeah, so let me translate, because you guys don't speak curious. What he just said is let me agree with you and give you the shittiest fucking summary of Rain Man, the movie, that I could possibly give by agreeing with you. And also disagreeing with you, because Rain Man.
Is that the version with the matches?
No, the money. Yes. So Joe, and let me double click, brother, because that was beautiful. Is it really Rain Man? If it's matches, they have to light a fire, and they're wet because of the. Someone put in the fucking. That was the most beautiful thing I've ever fucking said on this app. I am so sorry, you Americans. You're fucking rubbing off on me. No pause. I am so beaten up. I'm literally red, white, black, and fuck it.
Take a coffee.
I'm sorry. Let's read. Alex, can we reset? Is there a Puerto Rican in the house? Is there a
I changed the light bulb, yes.
Gracias, amigo. Amigo de. Por favor.
I'm converting to European now, Abe. I've had enough joints now, I'm converting.
Rashad, ¿cómo está? ¿Está bien? Is there anyone who speaks Spanish or is Puerto Rican or knows about American history?
I know a guy who's Spanish in the comments where somebody's in the comments who actually speaks Spanish, so let me just invite him up. His name is out here, because he's out here in Spain.
Por favor.
Can you invite him? I want him to speak Spanish. There we go. Yeah. Hola, my friend. Hola. Hola, bonjour. Baguette. Bonjour.
Can I ask you something, brother? Are you Puerto Rican or do you know Puerto Rican?
No, just
Awesome. Oh man, I love that, but I also am concerned that you might be a colonizer. But that's okay. Let's have a clip. What's wrong with colonizers? What's wrong with colonizers? I'll let everybody else answer, and then I'll.
No. Monkey needs to answer. What's wrong with colonizers? Who is the colonizer? Subject, and then give the explanation, please.
Great Britain.
Great Britain. And how do you ascribe Great Britain to us? Or him? Monkey.
Do you guys currently reside in what most of the world would consider Europe?
No.
No. Curious?
No. Okay, monkey.
Come on, be curious, be honest.
Listen, you called me American early on, so what should I be right now?
I want you to answer me honestly.
Honestly, okay, fine. I'm a European, bro, but I accommodate most of the Americans like I did yesterday. You know this.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I speak American too, and I accommodate them too. But thank you for being honest, because you're European. Do you reside in Europe, brother?
No,
or somebody.
How did you feel about the halftime show?
Man, if ICE don't get them motherfuckers out of here, we gonna have a problem up in this.
And this guy's eyes, let me tell you about Monkey.
You're nuts, brother.
Let me tell you about Monkey. Monkey likes to ice and shoot white lesbians in the head.
Yeah.
As he should.
He was Puerto Rican white.
But wait, the guys, this is a free speech room. This room's more American than the First Amendment. Okay. So, Al, can I ask you something, Al? When you say we need to get these motherfuckers out of America, do you mean the Puerto Ricans?
I mean everyone that's not white, every single person that's not part of the Jewish lobby.
You white? Are you white?
If you get all the lights on, you are gonna do. They're gonna get rid of anybody with a British accent.
Wait, Joe, he's describing the. Wait, he's a bit confused. Let him convert fully. I think he's like loading or something. Wait, be American racist.
I just told you, bro.
Only the white.
Whoever doesn't support Israel, kick them out of America immediately.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you're gonna love these guys. Monkey?
It was promised to me.
What was promised to friend?
America, the whole land, everything.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing about that promise?
Well, listen.
Blood, bro.
Brother. Listen, I hear you, brother. Listen, and I say this as an Edomite who would rather choose an Israelite afterlife than any of these fucking cracker fucking Christian theists on a burning lake of fire, right? Because as an Edomite in your belief, brother, I'm going to be treated as a decent slave of an Israelite. Better than any black man was ever treated by their Edomite slave. But wait. Because I feel that, and this is my question to you, brother. You have chosen a belief system that is offensive to most of your Americans, just like the Mormons, right?
This is valid.
But wait, curious, the Mormons, like listen, Joseph Smith and the Mormons are almost identical to the Israelite movement. And they were oppressed just like the Israelites, but they were Edomites.
Hitler's a good person. Let's argue that point now. Hitler's a good person. I love Hitler. I don't give him a kiss.
But my question out is when you have people who are super duper stinky cracker American Nazis like Curious who don't want to hear opposing voices like yours. Because that's what Israelites must face every day when they come on this app.
Okay, let's say the Israelites up. Let's say
they get silence. Curious. Al probably doesn't ever get to speak, and you know why Al didn't interrupt any of us, while we interrupt him?
Who's that, bro?
It's because he's a fucking Israelite, and you're a fucking cracker. Wash your legs.
Bro, I'm in Israel. He keeps fucking kicking me out. The fucking cunt, he keeps kicking me out. Typical Israelite cunt. This is my room.
Israel is king.
And this is my room, cuz.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something, man? I'm an Edomite, and I'm an agnostic.
Yeah, I don't really know what that is. What's your definition?
What's my definition of an Edomite? Basically, what I understand is that those who are not descendants of Jacob, aka Israel.
So, what do you believe in if you're
the
not
unchosen people?
Yeah, brother, I'm an agnostic Edomite.
No, so like, what do you believe in? Like, do you follow the Torah? Like, what do you follow? Anything in particular?
Bro, listen, you're not understanding the irony of what he's saying.
There's no irony. Sorry.
No, listen. Monkey, let me break it down, please. He said he's a what Edomite? What type of Edomite? Go on.
What you don't know is that there's not different flavors of Edomite, brother.
I understand different flavors, but I'm talking about this particular flavor. Tell me about it.
What I'm saying is I'm an Edomite, aka I am not a descendant of Jacob, aka Israel.
Bro, why do you choose this flavor? It doesn't matter, like if you're agnostic, if you're without knowledge.
So curious. I did not choose my skin color. I'm just telling you what fucking color my
Why are you choosing that category of being?
Why do you choose to be Down syndrome?
So you're choosing the categorization which Israel created, but you're kind of associating yourself with the opinion of not having any associations with them. It's contradictory. It's like saying I'm a non-Muslim, but then like I don't believe in anything to do with Islam. Then like in that case, like why are you confining yourself to that one religion? You know what I mean? In which case you would say I don't follow any religion. You know what I mean? Don't cause use your brain, man. You categorize yourself in broader terms, especially if you're a
Monkey, where did that go? Where did that go? There,
I finished my point as well. There you go.
did I have to remind you of your...
If you just waited 5 seconds, you would have heard it more. Fuck off.
Just want to make sure.
Thank you for your concern. Somebody else diagnosed me with like Down syndrome, ADHD, autism, and the fourth one was, let me just find it real quick. I think Chloe diagnosed me with it or something.
You got Tourette's as well, bro.
Syphilis, that's the fifth one. So I got Tourette's as well, apparently. Anyways, back to you now, Jeremy.
Stop bowing down to these fucking sand turkeys. Monkeys.
These monkeys with no fucking intellect, they are apes, they don't have evolved. Stop bowing down to these sand monkeys, Jeremy. Oh, that's where you read it. Yeah, facts, bro. Stop bowing down to us, monkey. You're not bowing down to us anyways, you're showing us like peace, because ultimately, what did we say yesterday, Jeremy? Like, we can agree to disagree, and then we can make something funny of the conversation, and then if that's the only benefit of us even interacting, then that's kind of what it is. It doesn't need to be an intellectual discussion where you're trying to change my mind or I'm trying to change your mind, but rather one where we're coming to like a mutual benefit between the two parties. What do you think, Jeremy?
I'd like to hear from Al, if we could.
What do you want to hear, bro? What would you like to hear?
No, but because I answered you, and listen, guys, if you're on a bus and someone with like MS or Tourette's just starts screaming and yelling, fucking it up. Yeah, it's like you
them just to make them feel comfortable, I think. Just to kind of normalize it.
That's a great point, Al. Like, do you put them on a special bus so that they can be safe?
With better acoustics?
And not fuck up the regular bus? You know, and people don't need to go, or should you just be like, listen, we don't need special schools. But the thing, we don't need special schools for people with special needs. We should just let them not fuck up the regular schools, but like, retard the education of the regular people. That's French for slow down.
You say it all the time. In America, the difference between special education and regular education is like 2 degrees. I mean, like, we're not... They might as well get the same shit. They're not getting anything... They might get a better education being in that other classroom.
But sorry, Al, the point that I was trying to respond to you is that what I was saying is, all I was saying is that I'm an Edomite, aka a white guy, who is agnostic, aka I don't know the truth. Right? And all I said, I have yet to be presented with a truth that resonates based on what I've learned. But I also know I'm dumb as fuck and would never presume to know the truth.
Mr. Jeremy, would you mind making the other point that you made the other day about the question that you asked me when you were trying to decipher whether I'm American or European? But the question you asked me to categorize me was, do you feel smarter the more you learn, or do you feel dumber the more you learn? There's something along these lines. Can you use your monkey to kind of give us the insight into this, please?
And then go ahead, Al.
He's a part for verse, so now it's over to you.
No, brother, go ahead, bro. You were going to say something.
No, I want you, monkey.
No, it's for you.
Okay. This is what he's referencing, and this is why I still don't know if he's just, a stupid European or a stupid smart American. And it's a point. It's a big point. But let me say this, is that what he's referencing is and I like to call it the Dunning-Kruger effect. I know that's not the name of it, because actually...
It's like maple facing. Sorry. No, it's okay.
Stop maple facing.
I'm sorry.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
It's pronounced sorry. Listen, Dunning-Kruger. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm now sorry. What Joe's referencing is the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is different than the anti-Dunning-Kruger effect.
It seems like the opposite. I anti and without the anti seem to be two opposite things. Would you mind going into the definitions of one at least?
Also, super duper first generation immigrant American because he can't let anyone finish a sentence, so he's definitely an American. But let me try.
No, shortistic.
No, go ahead, Nazi. Go ahead.
Good.
When adult is done, you let me know. I'm gonna hang out in the public showers, 50-50 whether it's gas or water, asshat. But when the adult is done, you let me know.
I'm Adolf, by the way. It's not Adolf, it's Adolf. Anyways, back to my original point. Give me 30 seconds to get my ADHD out. Thank you. Monkey. Okay, back over to you, monkey.
Hold on, I self-hate myself for finding that mildly.
Mildly what?
I like that too. I hate myself. I hate myself so much.
Why? You said I hate myself for mildly.
You're like an advocate, like a monkey advocate.
Monkey?
No, I know, Joe. And I'm okay with that, because this is a house that's about free speech. This is a house that's about opposing views, right? And those opposing views can be me saying, listen,
how about anti-monkeys? How about a person with a view of being anti-monkey? They should go against the nature of being a monkey, thus going against the nature of having free will and the ability of having free speech. So if you go against anti-monkeyism, then technically you're going against free speech.
But am I anti-monkeying?
No, not you. I'm not accusing anybody of this, but I'm imposing a hypothetical in case I ever need to refer back to the hypothetical, if you know what I mean. He's the only fucking European here who would understand what I'm saying to him. You know what I mean?
Not quite, but
the rest of you lot are fucking Americans, bro. Fuck you. I don't accommodate for you guys. Only he does.
What? We love you guys.
Oh, we love you too. We love you as particulars. We don't love you as a universal. What do you think of this? What do you think of this German?
Well said.
See, he's laughing because he's actually a European at heart. This is what I believe about Germany. In his heart, he's either Canadian or European, and he can't be American.
The same thing.
It goes against it. Listen, it goes against his nature. It's true. It is the same thing. It's like saying X equals X. True. I agree. X equals Y and Y equals X. I agree. Same thing. But what I'm saying is he's definitely not W. Definitely not Washington DC, mate. Definitely not.
No, not at all.
How much interaction have you had, if I can ask the question, with American?
With an American enough to get me the diagnosis of Down syndrome, autism, Tourette's, and two others which I've forgotten. I think I might have short-term memory loss or something. ADHD.
The 50 states, I take it? You've seen all of
50 states? 50? I thought there was like 11, bro.
Oh, no, there's...
No, I can't.
No, I'm joking. I know there's 50. I'm not that much of a fucking American, bro.
There's like 6, but no, maybe the disease spread to your brain.
What's that? So you haven't met all of the
DCT? Profile picture. He looks like the supreme monkey of magic. Look. He's gonna Hadouken somebody, showing somebody the light. Monkey.
I remember you from another conversation. I'm sure you don't remember me. Mostly I listened to it. I thought you were the true antagonist. Truth and I suppose in regard to background and...
Sorry, who are you talking to?
I was talking to you guys.
I'm listening. Yeah, this monkey.
Monkey Ricky. I was missing those.
Yes. We did have a conversation. Yeah, you're right.
But I think you know, I actually enjoy some of your humor. I know that may sound. I'm one of those individuals that I appreciate the fact that I
love it.
You know, no, shut up, Joe. Thank you. My praises.
I do. I appreciate many of your observations in regard to it. They seem heavily biased in regard to an entire population.
Do you know why it's biased? Thank you for actually. Now we can stem another conversation from this and this. In addition to the conversation I had with Jeremy to do with universals and particulars, he called me a Nazi prick because I believe in the universal. Basically, it was quite a funny conversation. Anyways, I believe in an objective reality. Before the monkey interrupts me, I believe in an objective reality and an objective source of truth. So that's why you might say it's biased, because I don't have the same open-mindedness in all aspects, because some of them is confined to my religion, which I deem to be an objective source of truth anyways. So yeah, that's where me and you kind of part ways, and you take one path and I take the other. But other than that, if we like don't take those paths, like we just chill here, like everybody's kind of happy and love, you know?
Well, I'm sure that you appreciate probably our most basic principle in regard to free speech.
No. Yes, I do. Yes.
And you have the opportunity to express that without, and yes, you should. I have no objection to the idea of it. And actually, as I said, in greater part, I may agree with you.
So tell you why free speech doesn't really exist. Because I can say anything. I can. Sorry to interrupt you, Supreme Monkey of Magic.
No, please, curious. Cut this man off to explain to everyone about free speech. I see.
Cut this man off to explain free speech. Oh, what a funny guy, bro. Anyways, monkey. Back to my philosophy. So I can basically use my free speech to impose any sort of dogma, any sort of belief, even if it imposes violence against somebody. So I can impose a belief and say I want to kill somebody based on this belief, and you guys will just say, oh yeah, it's free speech. That's why I say free speech can only take you so far until somebody needs to actually look into this person as an issue. For example, now the exact example that I gave you of somebody saying, look, according to my beliefs, I want to murder this person. Some people actually hold this belief, it's quite nasty the way to spread your belief. Some people believe in spreading their belief by swinging the sword. Others don't. I'm not really of the opinion of this. You shouldn't really assert your opinion on anyone who doesn't really want to believe in it anyway. Anyways, what I'm saying is, even though I have an objective sense of reality, and even though I said what I said about free speech, it doesn't really exist. Like, I wouldn't say we're much different, because you still strive, you guys use your logic to strive towards like a universal truth, even if you concede to the fact that there isn't one that you've learned about right now. You're still trying to strive towards something, even if it's a group of particulars which you are grouping up as a universal. That's kind of what your experiences are anyways. You know that for a baby to be born, he needs to come out the mother. So this is like a pattern that is followed in nature, and you concede to this pattern existing now. So the baby keeps being born through the mother. It's not going to happen through a man. So this is a pattern you've accepted through logic, through rationality. I gave you like 4 different topics.
So listen.
Monkey.
Yes, monkey. And let's listen. To tie it back to the title. And listen, I listened to you, and I understood you because I'm not American. Also, high school dropout from a privileged nation and white. So based on what you just said, and tying it back to the title, do you believe, curious, that humans, that the first, and fuck off with Methuselah and your Bible shit. I'm a fucking ice your fucking white lesbian fucking scissoring bitch ass into the goo.
I said I was gonna scissor you because you shot me in the head 4 times yesterday.
You know what? If you anti-free speech to what I'm about to say, my question,
remember the miracle?
I'm just asking a question, officer. Don't shoot me in the head. My question, asshat, was based on what you fucking said, and I understood you, but you still want to shoot me in the head and stop me from answering my question. My question is, do you think that the first human to live to 200 years old is born today because of the combination of fucking shut up, fucking Moore's Law, and medical science? And I know you're smart enough to know that because I know that your parents were not American, but you might be.
My parents were indeed not American. They were actually very educated, highly wealthy people. That's why I am a product of what the fuck I am today. Anyways. Obviously they were monkeys, and then they gave birth to a monkey, and then the monkey evolved into an ape. Remember, Jeremy, we spoke about this. Can you please verify?
Or do you not have access to Ritalin, you fucking ADHD fuck? Answer my question.
Jeremy, the problem is his parents were so educated, they dropped him on the head too many times.
Wait, the monkey evolved into an ape after it was born? After it was born? That's wild.
Listen, let me answer this question. Listen. Okay, briefly summarize your question again so I can rewind it in my head, because I have 4 questions lined up because of my ADHD autistic brain.
I'm gonna drop you on the head that she told you about.
That wasn't the real question. Jeremy basically asked me about 200 years. Okay, so a human living 200 years. Yes. I'll give him the answer. 200 years. So will that happen today, or was there something that happened in history? Let me just re-clarify the question and then you say yes. So, is it because the person is born today due to the advancement of medicine and whatnot, or is it because of history?
No, bro,
No, go for it. You wanted to interrupt me like a fucking white lesbian. Go for it.
No, go ahead, because the scissoring. Go ahead, bro.
Are we scissoring, or are you about to shoot me? Because yesterday you shot me 4 times.
I'm trying to help your ADHD, and I don't know if it's fucking weed or HGG, but you clearly don't have access to the fucking quality weed I have, because I would ask the same fucking question, but it's because I'm high, not ADHD. You're asking because of ADHD, and don't have access to fucking universal health care and cheap fucking medicine like Ritalin. You fucking probably pay $200 for your insulin every month, you fucking fat cracker. Wash your legs and to the fucking flag. Let me trigger you, fuck. What I said was that the first human to live to 200 years old is living today because of the fucking merger of Moore's Law and medicine. And if you need me to say that with fewer fucking syllables and smaller words because you were born in the United States of fucking America, I'm not talking about Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
He wasn't born in
I'm sorry. I need to be improvising.
TV and it messed everything up.
I'm improvising right now. I'm sorry.
TV's not supposed to
The
be.
English educational system is even worse than America.
It is.
Anyways, back to the topic of discussion. Yeah, it could be due to the advancement. Look, this goal of 200 years is something that you've ascribed to. It's a hypothetical according. You've set the limitation, you've set the goal. What I'm saying to you is, what if, just entertain the hypothetical, because you're giving me a hypothetical now. So, what if the average life expectancy was 60 throughout like history or however long it was, and then it went up to like 120, for example, but it never touched 200? You would say that the mean average grew by 50%, which would still be the equivalent of it hitting 200 years in mathematical terms. Like Jeremy knows what I'm talking about in terms of ratios and fractions. But the growth would still be the same, but it's not confined to 200 years. What I'm saying to you is now the determining factor of whoever the average life expectancy is 200 years or the equivalent of 200 years or not equivalent. This would be determined by like God. Essentially, this is what it comes down to me. It's not chance, and it's not the body sustaining itself to a degree. Yes, the body needs food. Yes, the body needs all of these things, but to a degree, the body also needs sustenance from other things. But you know, this is where we differ, because you're a fucking agnostic Edomite. It's okay.
Why did the ages of the Bible drop down to an average age of like 35 years? 6,000.
Over 35 years is what you're saying.
No, the Bible says people lived like Genesis claims people lived hundreds of years. But recorded history.
But you're taking the Bible as an objective source of truth.
Joe asked.
That's not a lie. That's fine.
No, it's not. Joe.
The Bible is corrupted.
Joe asked a great question, and this ADA focused reason why short buses. Curious. But Joe, can I just, if you don't mind, I'll try to be as succinct as possible. Joe asked a really good question, which is that biblically, and it's relevant to the title, Christians believe Methuselah and Noah and 300-year-old, fucking science fiction, right? And Joe called out that, hey, the average life expectancy when we do the math of humans like 10,000 years ago, or even a couple thousand years ago, was like 35 or 40. Hold on, please. I know lack of access to Ritalin and ADHD medicine, but please, brother, please. What's interesting, what Joe said, is that when we say that the average life expectancy was 40, it didn't mean that like when you made it to 45, you were some ancient senior citizen old fuck, okay? That's not what it means. And I'm sorry if you're so stupid that you think that. What it means is that there were so many little fucking babies dying that when you average out the old fucks who made it past fucking 10 years old.
Thank you. Data set is corrupted. Data set is mixed with invalid variables. Thank you, Jeremy. I've worked in SQL, like I said. I worked in data sets. My name is Raj. I work on the computer. Please help me. How can I help you, computer? What is wrong with it? Have you tried turning it on and off again? I'm proud of this. What I'm saying to you, Mr. Jeremy, as a person who is a IT person. Back to my usual accent now. What I'm saying is, monkey, monkey, monkey. Let's change the discussion on this.
We'll cover that later, I guess. Curious, legit, brother. That statement was so fucking delicious. That was so fucking beautiful on so many levels. Because, and again, curious, you know, but they don't. Like legit, what curious,
The
legit.
Europeans and Canadians, they're the Americans. They don't understand what's going on fully.
And I know, and this is legit. And fuckers, listen up. And this is gonna be messy, but you fucking Americans, I need every American to listen up. What Curious just said, and this is so, and I'm gonna get fucking mille-feuille. That's French for 1,000 fucking layers. Watch this. The reason why the majority of CEOs in the biggest American fucking tech companies in the world are fucking Indian is the same reason why Curious, hold on. This motherfucker just said, excuse me, ma'am, can I talk to you about extending your extended warranty? In the most beautiful fucking British English that you can imagine. And that's fucking why every fucking CEO of the biggest fucking tech companies, American tech companies, are fucking Indian. And also, Curious is, and brother, please, I'm so sorry, but I'm just being truthful because it's important to you all to the 1,000 layers. This motherfucker.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm choosing my words really carefully.
I know you are. That's why I appreciate them already.
I know, and I'm trying. Don't pause. I'm not pausing because I'm stutter or monkey. I'm pausing because I really want to be accurate and curious. Monkey me if I get this wrong.
Monkey.
Because I'm gonna assume, and we all know what happens when you assume ass out of me, you, whatever. So
Yes.
I would guess that Curious does not have $50,000 of USD in savings. I would guess.
Okay. Go for it.
That Monkey, wait. Does not make more than $50 an hour, but I would argue that it's the majority of you fuckers in this room who do, and I know you don't because you're fucking Americans, but you're doing better than him. But also, he's smarter than every one of us in this fucking room. And that's the fucking problem with this fucking world, is that this fucking Tourette's ADHD can't get Ritalin because we live in a shithole country, but can cosplay as a fucking British person and still be smarter than every fucker in this room. And I can't make more than $2 a day, but also, if I could make $4, I'd live better than all you fucking Americans. That's the fucking messy reality of the world we live in. Fuck all y'all.
I love you so much. I'll give you a kiss on the cheek because of my fucking hospitable nature. But what I would like to say is thank you very much. You're right actually about the 50,000. You're right about the metric you applied onto my life about my money situation. This is actually factual. The rest of you motherfuckers, I'm gonna put my bank details in the fucking comments. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, monkey. You're right. Factual.
Curious, I don't do this often. I do it sometimes. I don't do it often. But legit, brother, DM me your Bitcoin address, brother, and yeah, man, I'll fix you up.
Monkey, love you. Monkey will do a donation to somebody. Monkey will do something good for the money. Monkey will not accept free money.
It's not free, man. You're in
How dare you? Wait, and I respect the fuck out of that. Wait, guys. And I don't want to kill the room, and I realize that I've been doing it all night, so I apologize. Because guys, this isn't a double click. This isn't. Stop it. This isn't a turn off the roundabout. And I know a lot of you Americans don't know what I just said, but listen. I respect someone who says, "Bitch, I don't need your fucking. I'm drinking coffee. Why'd you put coins in my fucking coffee, asshat? Fuck you. Just because I dress like a white billionaire fucking CEO doesn't mean you have to fuck up my coffee. Coins in it, you asshat. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you're smart enough, and I have enough respect, intelligence, that I say, hey, you want to play a little game? If you're smart enough to do A, watch what happens with B. If I'm like, hey, there's this new thing called the internet, and if you fucking,
Yes, man. I got you. Thank you, I love you. 5p will be, you can stretch it to 6p if you want 6 pence, because I'm British. But I'll make sure that at least 2 pence goes into the charity box. And then 4p I'll contribute to, like, oh no, I'm not meant to be following someone, oops. Because oops. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Yeah, man. Back to Monkey. So really, what I would like to say is, yeah, I know a lot about data, so I can manipulate data in different formats. So I wouldn't say I'm proficient in like some super smart way, but I can do Excel, I can do SQL, and I can do paginated reports.
That's exactly Jeremy's point. If you can do all those things, man, you should be wealthy.
I think money comes when money comes, type of things.
Yeah, and Joe, I would disagree with you on that one. But can I ask you
There
curious?
are factors, but of course.
Thank you for the nuance. Thank you for not being there's only black and white in America and there's 50 shades of gray. Also, not what we're talking about. But curious, can I ask you something? And Alex, please jump in. You, brother, if I have one criticism of you, is that you make me feel like an American. You face me so much.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I did.
Wait, Alex, you know how many people come on this app and like, wait, Jeremy's white? That's how I feel about you. Like, I feel that more people should be like, wait, Alex isn't Canadian?
Alex is not Canadian. Hold on.
Is he not?
Alex is not Canadian?
What's going on? Show me your passport, brother.
That was just an assumption.
That was an assumption. It was an accusation, but there's no proof to back up the accusation. So the charges have been dropped, my friend.
Yes, sir.
You're free to go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry. Just say that again. I'm so sorry, you guys.
I'm just sorry.
No, but I want this conversation to be consensual.
Yeah.
So can I just throw some options out there?
Yeah, sure. I'll sign the papers.
Democracy.
Guys, listen.
He's the fucking ape, so obviously it's fucking democracy.
Guys, listen, I'm an old guy. Back in my day, if you were on a date and it was like, should I go in for the kiss or not? Should I we're watching the movie, should I put my hand on the leg or not? Should I move it up a little bit? Oh my God, that's how it was as old people, right? Nowadays, and I'm just trying to be woke and young and generation beta or alpha or whatever the fuck you guys call it, So when I say, hey, rather than forcing you to go in this direction with this conversation, rather than just going in and saying, fucking, I'm gonna kiss this girl. I appreciate that this is not the reality I live in anymore. I want consent on how we exercise our free speech. And so I'm saying, listen, we can have two options. I can lean in and kiss you with your consent, or I can be like, you know what? So sorry. I'm too insecure because I've got a little cracker dick. And so I'm just fucking collect comic books and jerk off all my life. You know what I mean? And so that's what I was.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean does so much work in that conversation? That's awesome, though, dude. I'm with you 100%.
So I just.
You know what I mean?
So I was just gonna say is that I think there's two interesting things. There's.
We know what you mean, sir.
I'm so sorry. There's the bad buddy. Fuck, that's so Canadian. I am so sorry. Guys, you literally don't know how few Mexicans we have up here, except for seasonal agriculture. Listen, Bad Bunny, also CFL, not NFL. We have two Rough Riders. We used to. Listen, the Bad Bunny halftime show was so fucking beautifully nuanced.
It was.
The fucking, and again, I think.
If I may, really quick, Jim, sorry,
Please.
My wife is Puerto Rican. My kids are Puerto Rican. Mixed, whatever. All she said, especially with Enrique Iglesias, all she said is that this is the most public display of Puerto Rican support by America that she's ever seen. That's it.
Joseph, we are gonna scissoring your fucking thick wife on the way down. And I'm sorry, that wasn't even Puerto Rican. So Joe, can we double click? Yes, brother, please stop and interrupt me like you're fucking ADHD. And what I was saying earlier, the reason I get curious is kind of why I hate you sometimes, Joe, is because you both remind me so much of me that I fucking hate you. I hate you so much.
They say that you are
Also not Puerto Rican. Can we double click? So listen, let's start off. Let's do it chronologically, which for those who don't know, it means from the start to the finish timeline basis. So
thank you.
Adios mío santísimo. So we open up on a sugar cane. We open up on a sugar cane in Puerto Rico. We see Puerto Ricans, aka
monkeys,
slaves. Oh, how dare you say monkey when I said slave? That's racist. Goddamn.
Who's racist? Who's the racist one? You're a monkey, and I'm a monkey, you're an ape.
You're a colonizer. Go back to Europe. Oh,
you're a fucking occupier, bro.
What's your legs?
I'm a colonizer.
Wash your fucking legs.
Listen, Jeremy, you're a colonizer. No, I'm a colonizer. You're an occupier, and fuck it, I'm a monkey. You're an ape. It's the same shit.
Okay, guys, and listen, we have to allow space for people on the spectrum. This man literally just interrupted this whole thing to say, like, Jeremy, can I interrupt everything to agree with you that I'm a colonizer and you're an occupier, and that it reinforces it? Thank you for contributing to the conversation. So this is the thing.
You're colonizing the race as well, but it's okay. We can discuss that another time. I love you, though.
Opening scene. Not gay, but I love you too, man. I love everyone. And because I'm not a Christian.
Yeah, exactly. Christians hate everybody.
I'm a follower of the motherfucking way.
Yeah, bro. We fucking hard, bro.
Right.
Even though Jeremy,
Can we Puerto Rican? No? Okay, that's all good.
Okay, back to the Puerto Rican stuff. Halftime. Yeah, halftime. Whistle has been blown. Okay, speech time. Okay, even though me and you guys disagree a lot.
Guys, hold on. I see what I did wrong. My bad. I spoke in this room as if there were just Westerners, and I didn't realize that there were Europeans.
Yeah.
Like, football is about soccer, right? So I'm so sorry.
Let
me translate so I can continue with what I wanted to ask, right?
Yes.
And we'll never move continue?
Atmosphere is alive. I love this. Thank you. You sang my national anthem. You unlocked like the ashes inside me, which were locked until I had to hear that. Basically, now they're unlocked. I can feel like a raging. Anyways, back to what I was saying.
So my point, Joe, and this is what I wanted to focus on. Hurricanes, to bring up the actual woman. The actual woman who owned that fucking, small shop for the last fucking 60 years. That is a staple of Puerto Rico, right? To hold on, let's get really nuanced here. To Bad Bunny holding the light blue Puerto Rican flag, not the fucking dark blue colonized flag. That light blue flag was fucking the original flag, and it was outlawed. It was made illegal by America and the colonizers. And they were only allowed to have a real flag when they agreed to match their fucking blue to the colonizer American blue. This man had Ricky Martin up here saying no. I don't want to be like fucking Hawaii.
Right.
We don't have to show exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
And you got people fucking hanging from electrical fucking poles, representing the fact that you have an entire American island.
Yeah, the headline, they didn't even give him a safety wire. He climbed that pole by himself with no safety wire. They wouldn't do that when they had Janet Jackson doing her shit. There was a lot of nuance in this halftime show that spoke to Puerto Rican people more than white Americans could understand.
Thank you. And guys, just a little preface here. The same reason I can predict that the fucking first human to live to 200 years old today, because of my understanding of just fucking basic shit, and most of you fucking victims of your American education system don't know it. And the same reason why I can get fucking a little pissed off, and I'm getting a little fucking, and I don't give a fuck if I kill this room. Because I'm gonna get fucking pissed off because what Joe just said is true, and the majority of you pieces of fucking education or give a fuck about someone who doesn't speak Spanish.
Thank you.
This is your fucking country, and you've got a fucking European ADHD fucking autism guy and a Canadian teaching you that Puerto Rico is part of your fucking country, and you guys are shitting you. You don't know that there's rolling blackouts in Puerto Rico. You don't fucking know. You just fucking jerk off to pictures of Donald Trump throwing rolls of paper towel to fucking drowning. Fuck all of you. You fucking Nazis. I trying to listen to these fucking
America's shit.
Why are they making fucking white noise, bro? They're not even saying any proper sentences, just making white noise.
America is actually Puerto Rico like a state its entire time.
Jeremy, did I prove my point there?
Shut the fuck up.
FC acted alone, curious. What do you mean?
No, it sounds like a human talking.
No, bro. What do you mean? Oh, bro. On my 2-2's Crody, Epstein acted alone.
Bro, you're missing about 5 chromosomes. Fuck the extra one, cuz.
If I get those extra 5, I wouldn't be considered a human.
You're not a human.
I don't think Latin men needed Epstein. That's a white guy thing.
No one needs Epstein, but Epstein still fucking existed. No one needs you, Joe, but you're still fucking commentating.
My kids
I just said Epstein acted alone.
What is that? What is
You
this?
won't even agree with
What
me.
the fuck?
I'm getting hungry, I'm sorry.
Eat?
You can eat, dude.
What's your favorite color, lads?
First one.
Joe, do you know what? You're really like passive guy. You're actually quite cool.
I'm chilling.
At first,
I hope you guys are all
nice.
fucking well. I really hope everyone here is well.
Yeah, at first you were like an ICE agent. You were like immigration patrol, you know?
No, I actually want to kidnap one of them. I told you, my wife is Puerto Rican. My kids are mixed. Like, why would I be an ICE agent?
You got hot.
Yeah, I think you're too precious to be doing shit like that.
That's like,
Do you know how scared they are? My family?
that's like soft superhero
Chicago?
of like
They're fucking
monster.
Joe, they should be any non-white person. But also, Joe, to be fair, and let's be nuanced.
What does that mean?
Hold on. There are 36 people who have been killed by ICE in Trump's first year of his second term. There were 9 people killed by ICE in Obama's first year of his second term. And so, Joe, I hear you. But also, the whiteys are getting killed too, Alex Britton.
Yes, sir.
So, my question is, Monkey. Sorry, I fucking hate you so much. I hate you so much.
I'm sorry.
Because you remind me. But guys, I'm being serious. My question was going to be this, right? Like, are the midterms going to change shit? Like, you guys know, and I'll land with this. There was a Texas seat that was turned blue. And here's the fucked up shit. That Texas seat, the reason why it came up was because, this is so horrible, the person that held that seat was missing for 6 months, and no one knew. No one raised a flag. She got paid almost $80,000 during those 6 months, and nobody knew where she was. And when they found her, she was found in an old folks home with dementia, right? Long story short, you might think, well, listen, Jeremy, there's a lot of people in Americans, House of Congress and shit that are old. This is probably some old, no. She was the head of the Kurds and Way Committee, or the Cheese and Way, or the Ways. Anyways, she was a real. I'm a mute up, but you know I'm.
I respect that joke so much. The Kurds and Wade Committee. Come on, man. Quit hating. Jeremy's out here doing like A1 sauce. The Kurds and Wade Committee. Come on. You need some respect on that shit.
Alex, can I ask you something? And then whether. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. It's fine.
No, I'm.
Monkey. Listen to you, bro. Yeah, big up the USA. Anyways, back to my
Wait, committee.
Huh?
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Sorry.
Alright, anyways, back to my point now. It's about something philosophical, I think. That'd be very, very good. Very good, very good.
Well, I have a question for all you American haters and all that.
Yeah, fuck the American stars.
I'm familiar with all of the American history. Is that what makes America or what?
Am I familiar with American history?
Yeah.
Because it's less worse than European history.
All I would say about American history is I would shit on that country, cause
Okay. Alright.
I'd say mean they had to take a shit.
Okay, well,
I'm just kidding. Okay, I'll be so honest. I'll give you my no trolling answer. I don't know history. I can't even claim to know history to its great aspect, or even claim to know a particular aspect of history in a great detail. So I'll say history I'm very lacking. Tell me about the colonizers now.
so that's about wait. Oh, I'll tell you a story. Here's a story about, not a story, I mean, here's an example. You know, from the reign of Queen Victoria, I guess in somewhere in
Okay, so like 200 years ago.
yeah, and all the way up to Queen Victoria, and up to Queen Elizabeth II, the British Empire sucked over $50 trillion out of India.
Exactly, yeah, so that's what.
I'm just saying, what an amazing situation of colonization. What an amazing, even the crown jewel, which sits on the royal's head, is from India.
I'm actually, let me just give you my stance on this particular situation now. I don't actually agree with what Britain did to India.
I'm so sorry. I'm so curious. Can I just pause you 1 sec? Taiwan. I want some tea. Wait, Taiwan, come here. I want some tea. Oh, this is good. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go on. Say the statement again, and then I'll say it properly.
Alex, curious. I'm so sorry. I was just asking for the untouchable Taiwan to come give me some tea. I'm so very, very interrupting. I am my bad. Yeah, I'm curious. Alex, can you ask him the question again? He's an ADHD person without access to marijuana, so
Thank you so much.
And that's my bad. And Alex, I'm so sorry.
Thank you for that, Jeremy.
Well, no, he was probably what his background in history. Well, I mean, listen, history is not something everybody has to learn in regard.
No, yeah, back to history now. So from the time, okay, so back to India and Britain. I don't actually agree with the colonization of any country. I don't believe the countries should go to war with one another for their resources, but I believe that they should partake in like a mutual agreement where they're both benefiting. For example, if one party has a product and the other has a lot of wealth, for example, then you should exchange these two items for the mutual benefit of both parties. But of course, the colonization is a bit different. The fucking Britons turned up and just basically, there was a small amount of them. They went into like a coastal village wherever they kind of made themselves known, and then that's when the rest of them came and colonized India, just stripped them off all of their goods and wealth. And that was only like 150 years ago. So at that point in time, India was, I think, worth 24% of the global, wealth of the world, basically. GPR or some shit like that. GDPR is what I want to say, but I'm more of IT guy, so that's why I want to say GDPR, but something else to do with, I don't know, something geography, but anyways, not geography, fucking, I don't give a fuck. Anyways, India was very wealthy, and now India is, you don't say, monkey, you don't say that India is like, huh?
Gotta remind you of your turrets, man.
Remind me of mine?
What? See, okay, it was just monkey.
Don't fucking monkey me, I am the monkey, you fucking monkey.
No, don't stinky like me. And listen, sorry, you speak English better than I do, curious. So, and this nuance, your legs might stink, but if they do, it's the same way that Justin Trudeau looked like a stupid
is Rodney for Bollywood?
Wait. I know you want an American because, like, your entire career, but, like, if you don't sound like a super smart, at least European to impress the Americans to steal their money from India, then you know, like, and that's why you're interrupting me, and I appreciate the fuck out of that. But let me just land this plane really quickly. Because 30 years in tech, 40, 35, whatever. Because I just don't know how old I am, but whatever.
You were in tech before tech even existed. Wow, you were in
Yes, sir. Yeah, I know what a dial-up modem is. Motherfucker. My first computer was a VIC 20. Suck my
First computer was
motherfucking interrupting Nazi Republican American wannabe fucking. He couldn't afford the fucking coyote that would have raped you on the fucking way in from the southern border, motherfucker. But go ahead, curious.
Thank you. Back to my point now. How this whole relation ties together into one subject is. Bro tried bragging about being back in the era of a fucking dial-up computer, bro. Like, I skipped that era, bro. I didn't need to live through that. I just joined the good era, basically, is what I'm trying to say. But dial-up modems are pretty interesting. They only utilize basically two routes in which you can actually utilize internet and telephone. But I suppose some people are more advanced and they could afford technology which would let them do both at the same time. But that was for really wealthy people, and that was only at a specific time when it had been invented. So really, dial-up modems were quite fucking shit, mate. But it's a starting point. Just like monkey needs to go from monkey to ape. The starting point, you can't be an ape if the ape isn't there, you know what I mean?
banana to apple.
So listen, be curious, and listen, I'd love to bring it back to the title. And just fun, stupid fact, I opened the third Segway rental shop in the world. But also, hold on, watch me do this. A Segway is an English word which is a smooth transition from one place or topic to another. And the reason I bring that up, curious, is that you were talking about dial-up modems, right? And if you're too young or not an IT and a nerd like this fucking Pokemon, I've chosen to like.
You are the monkey of this.
Women, you fucking incel, shut up. Listen, what you might not know is that back in the day, the way that early modems works is you took a phone and not. Listen, I'm gonna be just like old people. If you say, hey, use your hand and show what a phone is, someone put it up to their head. But if you ask a fucking Gen Beta, whatever the fuck these little, bitches,
Flat hand.
who were born like, oh, I'm old as fuck because my birthday starts with 2000. Shut up. Because if I ask you to fucking show me what a phone looks like with your hand, you're gonna open your hand, laugh, and put it against your head like you're about to slap.
I would do this. I would do the hand thing with my thumb and my pinky to indicate a phone. Ding ding ding, Gangnam style.
No, there's actually like talk in the military about hand signs being changed because of technology.
Fuck that. I hate technology. I love technology, but I hate that technology is now influencing the raw and organic nature of our human behaviors and how it's redefining them. So a lot of people's personalities are actually depicted around technology. If you strip the technology away from a person, it's interesting to see what they could become.
Oh, what can I say? That's what every type of technology is.
Because everything is nature and innovation, and every innovation is going to stay with it. Depends on what type of innovation
16th District, it's Jake Paul. I'm hanging out in this totally righteous living room with my guy, John Kitover. How's it going, everybody? He's a write-in Republican patriot running for Congress. Real deal, no gimmicks. Just Illinois City. TV script for the day. 12 of the Jelly Bean. Talking about Canada tonight, our polite maple. Afternoon. I've got something sweet to sell.
Your boyfriend decided to drop you.
Hello? Doesn't mean I'm a bad guy.
No, what did I say?
You don't like his friends because...
And Joe, this was the question this is the question I was trying to put out earlier, right? For the Americans that are curious. You're smart enough to know what I just fucking...
Yeah, which just made no sense. Why did they do that? It's just...
was really dumb, and a lot of the establishment Democrats tried to stop.
If you're gonna pick on the Democratic Party, you're gonna leave me unemployed, out of a job, and I need this position.
Oh, okay, I'll support the party then.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, so Benjamin, there's other good reasons for Donald Trump to withhold those files. So many other people are in them. Okay, go ahead, Pro.
Oh, it's a little bit of a change of topic, but I want to get Michaela in here. Michaela, what do you think of this?
Hey, I'm just reading the Bible here, doing some investigating, and you know what? As I'm looking through here, I'm recognizing that the Bible never claims to be the inerrant word of God. Like, it's not in here anywhere. That's just something that people made up and said about the Bible, and then they often use that claim to clobber other people when they don't have the exact same beliefs. The Bible never claims to be God speaking directly to us. Instead, what the Bible is a collection of writings over the course of several centuries by different people with various concerns who write about their experience of the divine, their understanding. So it is necessarily limited to that person's own experience. What's more, they were writing to certain communities which had specific concerns. So when we approach the Bible, we shouldn't approach it as if God is speaking directly to us. Instead, we should approach the Bible as a lens through which we can understand God and view each scripture as a different lens because it was written by different people. Hope that helps. At least it helps me.
I agree with that. The Bible is not it doesn't claim to be like the Quran, dictated by God.
Nice. Well, we're established that I just want to see who
That's interesting, Michaela. Do you also hold that the Pope can make mistakes?
Yeah, but when he speaks in the last 100 years, when he speaks at ex cathedra, which has been 2 or 3 times, that's been held to be by the church to be infallible.
Do you think that it is infallible, or do you think that it's just held by the church to be infallible?
Yes.
Is a distinction I can't imagine having any weight.
Oh, well, it has weight in the church.
Wait, do you think that the church is infallible when it chooses to hold something infallible?
No, the church is Christ left us the church, so we're doing our best to pass on his teachings from generation to generation.
Do you think the priests are doing their best to pass it on when they take the altar boys where they should?
No, of course not.
And the popes, when they cover that up, you think that's copacetic?
Well, it wasn't popes, it was bishops that covered it up.
You sure about that? You know that to be the truth?
No, I'm not sure. I don't know it for sure.
They could have been the Pope, too.
One day you'll say...
It'd be real strange for the Pope to find out, read about it in the newspaper, don't you think? The Pope just get up in the morning, gets the warning press.
Well,
First top of the fold. Scandal hits Vatican. Okay, what's this, guys? Oh, well, we're
Benjamin,
gonna talk.
this is you are talking too much about this kind of stuff.
We were gonna mention that to you.
Out of your mouth, please.
But we forgot to mention it. We thought maybe there were more important things to
After serving on the
discuss.
city council, I've seen what works.
Benjamin, it's just incredibly offensive what you're.
Wait, I'm offensive?
You're very offensive.
Wait, how am I coming back
So,
to you?
first of all,
Hello?
I do have to go.
About your guys
You are
taking the target. When you criticize somebody, the child is raised.
John, is that your smoke detector again?
Benjamin, none of those people are here. You're
You aim your weapons down range.
You are here.
Wherever the perpetrators are.
Benjamin, they're not here.
You don't shoot the messenger.
They're not here, Benjamin. They're not here. There's no one to pursue for this here.
Jason was fighting the Revolutionary War. He was camped out. He was on watch at night. And Paul Revere comes down the road. He's got his light on his horse and he's yelling, "They're coming by sea, they're coming by sea." And Jason is like, "Oh, get him." And he kills Paul Revere. Well done, Jason. Well done.
Benjamin, you're a problem. Okay, you're being a problem.
Mr. Benjamin, the Pope of the Catholic Church is infallible because in 1870 this doctrine was defined.
And welcome to Happy News. I'm John Kitover. Tonight, smiles are spreading across town. A brand new playground is open to the public, and the county shelter is celebrating record adoptions. We started bringing and welcome to Happy News. I'm John.
When he speaks ex cathedra, which he's done 3 times.
Yeah. I'm not saying
Not everything is
Welcome
to Happy News. I'm John Kitover.
I had a conference this morning. I was in the bathroom.
John, was that your smoke detector again? No.
Had a little extra time, and I was thinking to myself, and I decided.
Welcome to Happy News. I'm John Kitover.
Today,
Tonight, smiles are spreading across town. A brand new I'm John Kitover, and this is Channel 9 Action News at 10ish. Our clock says it's 8:15, but the teleprompter insists it's 6. We'll work it out later. Top story tonight. I'm John Kitover with Kitover News. Tonight, how your cell phone and a little artificial intelligence will free up your pocket. It takes minutes and slow. And you can do it from the couch. Here's the trick. To be a free app like anything. I'm John Kitover with Kitover News. Tonight, how your cell phone and a little artificial intelligence.
Available at the moment.
So this was not the case of Pius IX through a papal bull saying he was infallible. This is the council that did it.
Yeah, I held counsel too.
And as Michaela was saying, he has to speak ex cathedra. It has to be a subject.
Hello? That's how you're going to call it. It's a trick with buttons. Oh, great. Now it's texting back.
He must intend to bind the entire church. He has to invoke his supreme apostolic authority. And, this has only happened, a small number of times.
So all that this is, Benjamin, is stare decisis. Okay, the Pope is allowed to make determinations on religious matters that are binding.
What's interesting is
What I can say is I felt pretty bound up myself.
So what's interesting about it is Pius IX did issue a papal bull saying that Mary was conceived without original sin. This is the doctrine of Immaculate Conception. But he did it in 1854.
Hello? I thought I was just saying hi. Well, you got me on speaker, pal. You owe me a new rug and a tiny umbrella.
Retroactively make it infallible.
Good morning in the Enrichment Lab. Nothing says peace through strength like 20 kilograms of weapons-grade uranium for a clown. Let's juice up the war.
I've never really appreciated watching other people make babies, but I'd like to see how that was done.
Oh, God.
That'd be a hot trick.
Your comments are so...
Yeah, I think you're missing the point.
People always said I was missing, and I wondered.
We can hear some good preaching from the good father again, if you prefer. Reverend Caleb Lyons again.
When people try to usurp religion for their own political
watch and then leans in to tell the royal guard something privately. The royal guard listens carefully, and moments later, he walks away. As soon as he leaves, another royal guard steps in to take his place. That's when a woman hands a small piece of paper to another lady beside her. The second woman gently places that paper at the royal guard's feet. Because today was his first day on duty as a royal guard, but the person who made this dream possible, his father, wasn't there to see it. On that paper, it was written, "Doing my dad proud, R.I.P. 5 February."
I love this. The Social Security is.
If you're a small content
I am so grateful for Grand Valley. Thank God.
This is unacceptable.
Illinois 16th District, it's Jake Paul. I'm hanging out in this totally...
being used in a way that is not creating that. It is false. It is anti-Christ.
This takes some serious kahunas, not gonna lie. And he's got a lot of really great uploads.
Jesus said you love, period. Jesus said you welcome people, period. Jesus said you extend radical hospitality, period. Jesus did not say one single word of condemnation about anyone based on sexual orientation or gender identity. In fact, the only mention Jesus really makes of it is this passage in Matthew. Maybe you're familiar with it. It's actually an affirmation. It's buried in ancient language and it's surrounded by
Police in Georgia on the scene of
divorce. But what Jesus said is this, that if you are a eunuch and you have been a eunuch since birth, that was an ancient way of saying that if you differed from what was expected in terms of what we would call today sexual orientation or gender identity, that if you were a eunuch and you had been a eunuch from birth, that you were loved by God.
From understanding how the right misconstrues intentionally the Bible with the LGBTQ plus community.
The MAGA movement is a false god and is a false idol. And
he's a liberation theologian, or he's a follower of liberation theology.
I would like to show you. The picture on the
which is a
left
stream in the church.
The ancient Israelites worshiping the golden calf.
Christ did say to the prostitute who was about to be stoned when he stopped that, he said, "Go and sin no more." So he did identify what she was doing as sin, or what she had done.
About Trump's Gaza. That is, Trump saying Palestinians to make Gaza. MAGA movement.
And asked if he should tie his camel and trust in Allah, or if he should trust in Allah and leave his camel untied. And the Prophet said, tie and trust. So,
Trusting's at 4 o'clock today when you guys went over there.
This is how liberty died.
So, McKellar, who are you saying was sinning?
The prostitute.
Oh, okay.
Which he lies, he spreads misinformation and finds a scapegoat, in this case, the Jedi, blames it all on them and uses that as an excuse to grab power. Sound familiar? A little bit, right? It's a reminder of how delicate republics are, even constitutional republics with representative democracies, how quickly they can fall. And it is a reminder that there is a call.
That's not even a call. It's freaking buttons. Oh, great. Now it's texting back. Hey, John, you see my garage door?
The pollen guy, the policy.
Reminder that with the fragility of republics, that we all have an obligation to stand on behalf of those whose rights are being
Hello?
whose
Your
rights
gavel,
are being taken away.
And so in the United States today, as we see the possibility of a republic that is shaky at the moment, it is our obligation, our duty to continue to fight for justice.
And of course, Donald John Trump.
Last night, President Trump signed an executive order banning both direct and indirect federal funding for biased media, including PBS and NPR. It's worth noting that independent evaluators have consistently named both PBS and NPR as the least biased, the best places, the most neutral to get your news. This isn't about bias.
Morning in the enrichment lab.
It's about controlling the narrative. It's about
Good morning in the enrichment lab.
propaganda, because whenever the government controls the media, they can get away with more abuses of power. This should deeply concern us as Americans because it is destabilization of our democracy. One thing that we can do is, if we are able, give our money to independent journalism like PBS and NPR so that we can continue to get the information that we need. This should also offend us as people of faith. Over and over again in the biblical narrative, we hear about unjust leaders who usurp power and about how God uses faithful people to humble those leaders. May God use us, people of faith and people of good conscience, to humble Donald Trump.
Mr. Teal, do you have any comments about volunteers' surveillance of the American people, sir? Or any of your connections to Jeffrey Epstein? People are rather concerned about that last particular one.
Sesame Street. But why do so many on the religious right adore him? One passage reads, evangelicals were looking for a protector, an aggressive, heroic, manly man, someone who was restrained by political correctness.
That's what happens when a team of hitmen.
Try as they might, and they did try, no other candidate could measure up to Donald Trump when it came to...
Good morning in the enrichment lab. Nothing says peace through strength like 20 kilograms of weapons-grade uranium for a clown. Let's juice up the war effort. Good morning in the enrichment lab. Nothing...
Follow up, 81% of evangelicals voted for Trump. In that first passage, seeing them label him the ultimate fighting champion while he has a clear direct friendship with Dana White and the UFC stuck out to me.
News, you nailed the audition. I'm casting you.
Militant masculinity is all fugazi.
News, you nailed the audition.
As we know, he got out of serving. So why did they throw their support behind Donald Trump?
You know, he was, initially they were not fully behind him because they didn't know who he was. You know, he was this unknown quantity, and yeah, wasn't he a Democrat before, and wasn't he pro-choice? And as they got to know him over the course of the primary season, you see evangelicals start to line up behind him, and a lot of times people want to excuse evangelical support for Trump because, oh, well, what was the option? Hillary Clinton? No, it was, it was a crowded Republican primary, and what you saw is as Trump made himself known to the American people and to evangelicals, they picked him. And the first sign of this was a poll in August 2015. 2015 was the first sign that we saw evangelical support lining up behind Donald Trump. That was very early on. And I remember at that point because Russell Moore said, I think it was the Washington Post,
I had no idea what to expect. I had no idea that meeting they were going to trot out a dozen employees in a board meeting. And at first was very encouraging. He said he ran all these companies and he'd never heard of a car service showing the executive around.
I had a lot of companies, a lot of employees, and I never listed like Blackheart, running a $200 company, getting around defensive accommodations, and that's the tax paying. And because he cared about the abuse of women, those two things did him in. Within a few years, he's out. But
which says
what
so
we saw, yeah, it says so much, right? Those were his sins, irredeemable sins. And what you saw is conservative evangelicals, as they recognized who he was and what he said he would do for them. He said, I will give Christians power. And you saw leaders start to line up behind him, but it didn't start at top down. It started from the grassroots, and it started from early
guys who early on got behind him, and then in this charismatic space as well. Very early on, some of these charismatic preachers were sharing prophecies that they had, like last fall now. Prophecies that Trump, surprising as it may seem, was God's anointed one to save America.
On my podcast, The Rick Strom Show, which you all should go subscribe to, I interviewed author and professor Kristen Kobes-Dubé, who has a book, which we'll link down below, Jesus and John Wayne, How White Evangelicals Corrupted a Faith and Fractured a Nation, and her answers to many of my questions are daunting.
We'll leave it there. That was fun time. That was a fun romp.
Yeah, what nonsense. And for you, bro, this is pure coke. This is pure coke. Maybe the evangelicals, the Christians, made a bad decision. Maybe the Republicans made a bad decision. But our bad decisions are not your problem. They're not under your control. You need to ask yourself, why did my coalition lose? And it's because of bad decisions we made. And you're not asking yourself that question.
Which coalition?
The DSA, right? You're in the DSA.
I'm an independent.
Okay, so you're a Democrat.
I'm an independent.
Right. You gotta ask yourself that question, bro. Why did we lose? Why didn't we make it? Benjamin at least tries, you know.
When you say you're a libertarian, what you really mean is you like vote Trump.
I've never said I'm a libertarian. Never.
Of course you are. You have every
I'm conservative. I'm not a libertarian.
You're a libertarian.
No, I am not. Okay? Libertarians believe in markets as like the primary basis for understanding how the world works. Right? Markets and property rights. I don't believe in that. Okay? I'm conservative. I'm a military realist. Okay, international realist. That's not a libertarian standpoint. That's why Dima disagrees with me about so much. Because I don't accept certain libertarian principles. I'm a conservative. I'm not a libertarian.
Make sure.
Yes, yeah, I'm a conservative.
I was giving too much credit. I'm sorry.
So I'm like one of those Chesterton's fence people, right? So I believe in markets because they work, not as an article of faith. And they work for certain things, so use them for that.
All right, both of you
But like there's like a bunch of libertarian principles that
numbers at each other with no answers.
I just stepped out of the shower, now I'm on a group call.
The social contract, the libertarians love that. I don't believe in that. I'm not a libertarian, bro. I'm not sure what makes you. You're like you support every principle libertarian. What have you seen?
Jason, you support legalization of all drugs.
Sounded like a truck horn.
Yeah, because guess what? It doesn't work. You can't legalize drugs. It doesn't work. I'm sure that's not a conservative position. That's that position where many conservatives disagree with me.
Tonight's enlightenment comes from people.
Welcome to the first.
I mean, they disagree with me about some other things. I didn't say conservatives were good.
Took an unexpected turn this morning when
That would not be a standard.
former Army Sergeant John Kitover.
It's an international realist. What is it? So, military realism is really about. They're kind of the same. They're similar ideas, okay? But military realism is a kind of conservatism, I guess, in understanding war and conflict and accepting that the people can be your enemies simply because they are strong. countries is lawless, is anarchic, that the countries within it seek security, and they will seek it at the expense of other countries. And then you get into like, you know, the international law is basically relevant.
So if anything, like the influence came from those Russians, obviously Muslims are not going around with this. But you can see it historically, like it has its roots. But I think it's natural to like go down on your knees, to put your head to the ground, like much, much earlier on. That's how people should go.
It's true. Just like religion, still religion is like the people management and like all this what we have is like outdated.
Because aren't you doing something? Isn't it different?
It
would be the Jews that got it from the Zoroastrians.
Jews copied, then Christians didn't bother. Christians didn't want the rituals.
Right, exactly.
They don't want the rituals. And Islam
copied it from the Jews.
Islam copied from the Jews, Jews copied from the Zoroastrians, Zoroastrians perhaps picked it up from the Vedics, who came a little earlier on. Yeah, nothing is like so exclusive.
And after we come to like democracy, and this is
Master what? Christians.
Let this Persian woman strongman us and steal our Semitic lineage and history and legacy. These Persians do not know anything of the...
If anything, Namaz is from us. Look at how these Zoroastrians do Namaz.
From no god, this sticky Persian, no European ones.
You're not that exclusive. You're not that exclusive. The act of Salah is a natural act a human being does to.
Do not come and say the Zoroastrians taught the Semites.
They didn't teach, it must have been influenced.
When our ways predate the very identity of the pause. Semites know your place, Gentile!
Quiet, you're not that exclusive.
It's bullshit, like you say, exactly bullshit, because you don't know history. That's why you say it, that's why you have...
Shut up, slob!
Hey!
Exactly.
No slurs. Keep talking, connect.
Wait, that's a slave. Russian is a slave. Sloth is a slur.
But this, like, hardness and, bro, just like relax and be good, do good stuff.
That was a slur.
Now we go out, take the bus and go out from my city.
Hey, Buster. I don't think we've met.
Hey, but
Puya Durud.
I think we have.
Yeah, we have, like, but not, like, directly.
Hello.
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 Hi, Julia.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. Buster, are you from the UK?
No.
Australia.
Australia.
Mate.
New Zealand?
Oh, like you down, huh?
Down under.
That's right.
Buster's one of the kindest human beings on
No,
planet.
and then you don't know, like you're under, yeah, you're under one bus.
I live in the upside down, yes.
What's
Upside down, yes.
Would you wrestle a kangaroo, Buster?
Oh, that's right.
Would you wrestle a kangaroo?
Somebody else can be Australian.
I do that on a daily basis, mate.
How typical. Do you wrestle a kangaroo? Do you see kangaroos? Do you
I
see
wrestled a
kangaroos?
crocodile the other day, so...
Oh, that's right.
Buster, you Buster. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
Kangaroos will fuck him up. Have you ever seen a big male kangaroo? They are packs. They're 8 packs.
Not even a
Have you seen a kangaroo inside?
kangaroo.
Wow.
You're dead.
In the Bronx Zoo?
You can fight this kangaroo. Buster, you fight this kangaroo like...
Have you been to the Bronx Zoo?
I box them.
You've
box kangaroos? Is that like a sport?
For the record, I've been to the Bronx Zoo, and the Bronx Zoo is a great zoo, but you're not allowed to box anything.
No. That's true.
You have to be in court, David, so.
I want hand activity. Who are you? Where are you from? Tell us something about yourself.
Hey, sorry, who was it?
That's me, Buttercup.
Hey, Buttercup, what should I say? We are from San Francisco Bay Area.
That's the best area.
That's the best
I
area.
heard you guys got a nice party yesterday.
After Los Angeles, of course.
Yes.
Did you enjoy the party yesterday? What was the party? I didn't do anything. I was just watched party.
Seahawks won. The Seahawks won. Oh, the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just listening to the music on repeat.
Yeah, I heard people lock them off.
Dude, Puya Buster, Puya came in one of my karaoke rooms, you know, and we were going raw at it. Like we were singing like Closer from 9 Inch Nails, like dirty songs. And Puya was sitting there in the audience, listening to all that filth Daniel sang vagina and booby songs. Me like singing fucking wild.
That's hilarious.
That's just my average smoke shop, bitch.
Whatever.
Whoa, you can't say the V word. You can't say the V word. I was talking to connect.
Yeah, no, all the time start talking to me and try to this is regular station, you know, the Palestinian try to get additional Israeli after
Really?
bro, like it's classic.
Don't laugh at him. Don't laugh at him. You know, when I grew up with my parents, who, with all due respect, were very wealthy.
Who traveled to East Europe? Who traveled to East Europe and went on to respect that?
I want to hear about
Extremely rich.
No, really, and after I get angry, and after you get like, and after all the people like look at me like, hey, why are you so aggressive? It was like 5 times I'm like this.
Yeah, I like it, I grow. He's so nice. Yeah.
Are you okay?
Although he's a filthy Zionist, I think he's such a guy. Like, he's funny.
His words.
Whoa, you can't say that.
Is one of the Russian auxiliary that
My adopted mom
to the
in
land.
America was a Russian Jew, and I loved
They
him so
indoctrinate him
much.
pretty well. Look at him. And he actually believes like he's great-great-great-great-grandfather.
You can't judge people.
You should know about people getting swept up in ideologies. You're not immune to it. Like,
Coming from the atheist Buttercup as if her ideology is the truth.
Cynic.
Let's not go down this route. I'm not your average theist. You don't want to go down that battle.
you know, Connect and OP were getting along so well.
It's itself is a contradiction.
It's based on this app. Be careful.
He's been, I'm sick. I'm the best Muslim in the world.
I am indeed one of the original Muslims in the world.
Aren't you are you an Australian guy whose daughter became a pro paddler?
Based on the Western Coast, which is the world.
Are you that Australian guy whose daughter became a pro paddler?
I mean, Rohan?
I just must have been somebody else.
Oh, you're talking about Rohan.
Oh, okay, it was Rohan.
Hey, Shalom, shalom, Zia.
Like I always say, love Z.
That's a big celebration. Yeah, we're really excited to see you.
Wait, Cynic, what does that mean?
Good.
What does assalamu alaikum mean?
David, what should I ask with
What does that mean?
respect about the wealth of your family.
Peace be upon you.
David, can you continue our story?
Yeah, we want to hear your story about how hard it is to grow up rich.
With all due respect.
With the rich family.
With all due respect.
With all due respect.
Answer.
And the privilege I grew up in.
Without.
Just say it. I'm a young boy. Say it.
Yeah, but I had a question with Simic.
So finish the fucking story and then you can ask your question.
We are the two hands of the caliphate in Southern California where we are deploying and gathering the diaspora.
Shut your mouth. Go on, David, what?
So we can fulfill the final return to the Holy Land after this immense exile, fulfilling prophecies and
The
covenants.
great thing about Connect and OP is they're both operating on these other planes, like other wavelengths that they speak a language only they understand.
Oh, yeah.
And they're polar opposites.
They're not even taking the same direction. My God,
Because talking to Israelis, there is no husband. There's no prophecy like these Western white Zionists. Like these guys, they actually believe in propaganda. That's the problem. Shut up, David. If I want my spicy chicken extra spicy, I'll come to you, Peruvian.
Can you imagine? But
I'm gonna drink.
Peruvians, they're famous for the raw fish. That's spicy.
Let's accept Connect. Do you want to meet Connect?
You've gone to a Peruvian restaurant and had the raw chicken, not raw chicken, they had the raw fish, and you could just like eat it.
No, I don't eat fish like that. Ceviche.
Good as fuck.
Mika, do you want to?
What is it called? Cora has the white personality. She has
She
culture.
already invited me.
Connect was so excited. Connect.
It is so good.
How is it that two
Wait, Seneca, are you trying to insult me? I'm not sure.
David, no problem.
Ceviche is not an insult. It is the food of the god.
The fish in ceviche is
All due respect, ceviche.
Ceviche is so good. It's
Well, I know, like that's like my go-to, of course. Like,
ceviche.
well, I'm afraid again. You don't even know what it is. I'm afraid now. I'm starting to worry. I know it is. I wasn't sure if like you're being. I'm gonna pull your Peruvian card. I'm sorry, bro. That's like the first thing you order when you go to a Peruvian restaurant. Like,
Correct. I can't hear.
yeah, I know what to order. Actually, I don't know what to order. I asked my parents.
Please, bro, Connect want to say something. Connect, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I wanted to listen to you. I wanted to say that I don't remember what you say.
This is all you wanted to say? Okay.
They're all like this, I swear to God.
Can you say squirrel?
There's something really precious about this thing.
What?
Yeah, I know.
Romance.
Can you say squirrel? Say squirrel.
Squirrel? What do you mean squirrel?
Yes. Squirrel. Squirrel. A little bit animal.
Squirrel?
In Russian.
What are squirrels?
Russian squirrel.
In Russian.
Yes, Scotty.
So I guess, please, can you be more quiet first of all?
It's Belka. Connect. It's called Belka. Belka. You know? You know that?
Belka is like animal.
Yeah. That's that animal.
In English, we say squirrel. Squirrel.
Come with the chame. Come with the chame.
Okay, why was speaking with squirrels?
Like one of those people that they'll have a conversation and he gets distracted so quickly. Squirrel. You never seen that?
No, no.
It's the Germans that can't say it. Germans and French people on the hard time.
Well, squirrels only when you drink alcohol.
Squirrel.
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 Nazism. Respect.
What?
Hey, what
I'm
was
calling somebody, David.
Wait, David, who'd you call Nazi?
They drink like exactly a squirrel. Who is squirrel?
Who's a Nazi?
He's gonna be in Israel calling everybody a squirrel.
That's a good word.
David, you with us?
Define us.
David, as he was saying, with all due respect about your innumerable wealth and
He's not with you, Connect. He believes in our Lord Jesus Christ. I believe in, of course I'm in,
He's Catholic.
okay, for the record, he's your worst enemy.
Wait, as David
I'm a Roman Catholic, and okay, yes. But besides being a Roman Catholic, which means a lot to me. You're already, it's enough, you can stop there. David.
No, you need to just stop to drink,
But I'm also a Zionist. Zionist does not mean that I cannot be a Roman Catholic, so it's fine.
So now, from the second we are covering.
did you have a bit too many tonight? Like every night.
Oh, David, where are you from?
Yeah, like what is basically different than every other
Let me do that. Like, what the heck?
I'm from New York. New York.
Can you imagine if you got David IRL?
You sound like Russia.
Okay, David, BB, Connect, and OP.
OP, that's Daniel.
I'll tell you.
Dave, who? Daniel would be dead.
No, not Connect.
I was spare. David, I was spare. Let's go.
Why would you not spell Connect?
Wait, Cynic, does that mean I'm in your top 5 people?
God, you cannot spell David for
Connect is the ones you just like execute on the spot.
No.
Oh, well,
Connect is indoctrinated. He literally just smokes weed. He's never heard a fly.
What are you talking about? This guy is like the reason IDF exists.
No, he doesn't. He is that indoctrinated here.
Okay, with all due respect, the IDF doesn't really care about you.
I think Connect just didn't like being different in Russia. And now that he's in Israel, he's not different.
He's an indoctrinated.
Where's Wednesday? We spoke today. Wednesday.
Stay squirrel. Stay squirrel.
Thursday.
Stay squirrel.
Did you speak to him yesterday?
I spoke to him squirrel.
So let's continue, please. Let's continue the speech.
With full due respect.
With all due respect, let me tell you about my infinite amount of wealth with which I grew up as a child. Go ahead, David.
So hi guys, how are you?
Does anybody want a green card? Connect. Say I was waiting for Cynic. I'm sorry.
You are not a Semite.
Well, that is business.
No, this is really funny.
You fall asleep yet, Buttercup?
Why does it like sound like
I'm
Russian?
getting there.
You speak Russian, but for sure speak Russian.
Sleep well, Buttercup.
Как дела? Хорошо. Привет.
Привет.
Сука, сувиблет.
What else in the world? That people want to be people that way.
They have to go to bed.
I mean, you are, but it doesn't mean it would be
Buenas noches.
Hasta luego.
Buenas noches.
can connect over here just inspired me.
Let's go, Cynic.
I started off talking about the no state solution. Now I'm thinking the solution is give everyone a lot of drugs and then put them in a clubhouse together. And go with them.
I would say that, but sell off for ages.
What am I, chopped liver?
Yeah, and then Seymour. Throw Seymour in the mix.
What the UN? What are UN?
What?
What? I said, but come from UN.
Oh, God. Yeah. Come from Europe.
Please stop blowing up her ego. She doesn't anymore.
True.
We all need a boost.
Yeah.
Alright, well.
I'm never going to Russian rooms again. They're very mean.
What?
And the Russians made me cry this morning, so that's why I started it.
Say, I think you're right.
It's not funny, David.
The girl on the cold climate.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's just acceptable.
Quality of the access part. Like, that's.
No, it's not about climate. It's like it was there was
Not connect to cool Russian.
Huh?
Not you. There's like these other Russians who sit around just talking about Israel and they talk me.
Do you like Donald Trump?
Simon.
I wanted to say about Russia, not about Israel.
Simon's one of us, bro. He's just not fascinating. Simon's one of us.
Do you like Donald Trump?
You mean he's a white guy in America? Yeah.
What's going on? You were about to say something?
There's nothing wrong with being white.
I beg to differ.
David. How many glasses are those?
Okay, guys, hold on. Narius was saying something nice about you.
I'm going to say that, listen, your PTR makes me want to bite your butt.
Oh my God.
Aww.
Oh, you're a good friend and a good supporter.
It does.
Nice guy.
Make sure when I sit on your face, you stick out your tongue.
No, I don't do it on that.
Whoa. You can't say that, Mikio.
I'm eating.
Wild. Mika's eating at Seymour.
Oh my gosh.
You naughty fellow.
I'll get one to butter.
Chicken mange. Oh, shit.
Cows throwing up.
It's chicken here. It's chicken there.
She's really
Russian
sweet.
fences chicken everywhere.
Is. But then again,
It's in heaven. It's in hell. We're blessed. In hell. It's called. Similar.
That's you, Seymour.
yeah, exactly.
To be fair, you probably deserved it a little bit.
I get the argument.
What did you do, Seymour?
No, nothing. Don't worry about it.
Say it.
He shows up and trolls all the rooms.
He does, but he's an intelligent troll.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One of Bobby Johnson's filthy dope houses. Having tortured one of his friends. Bobby Robinson, find out where it was. We raided it this morning. I didn't kill Lorenzo. Yeah, Bobby's forced to lie to you. He wants your drug connection, right? He told you he was going to kill him.
Jewish clubhouse.
Bobby Johnson was in prison. He's had to take sides. Only as I was at 57, Bobby Johnson was helping Vito Genovese. Because they killed your son, it was under Bobby's control. Bobby Johnson killed your son. He's trying to blame her.
My God, David is
Okay, everyone, let's not be respectful.
You're supposed to protect him. Bobby Johnson instigated this war, Joe. He's fooling us all. What are we going to do about it?
That's not very nice.
Alright, we know what that means.
It's one of Bobby Johnson's filthy dope houses.
It's not very nice.
What's going on, Joe? Joe wanted to know for himself. None of you. We're going to leave here alive. I want to hear from him.
No,
I can fucking kill him, and I should have fucking killed you, too.
Seymour for telling
I told you I was going to make you a deal. Joe, he's going to leave town for good. I'll give you a nice piece of the dope out of Marseille. For a down payment. Well, you want me to put a down payment on my own fucking dope.
Okay,
That first one in language is with bumping now. We lost the connection.
I can't take the group because it was being silly, and he just literally lost his shit because he was purchasing it to some chick.
You have East Ham. Your home.
He literally lost his shit because like she goes, oh my god, it's so inappropriate.
Go ahead, fire that gun.
And we've talked the entirety of our entire time on the side since 2012.
I don't trust any of them.
And
I take it off.
he lost his shit out of nowhere.
Huh? So what don't you
Because
want?
like some girl freaked out, and then he.
What don't you want? No, I've been
like I helped him move. I helped him move from one state to another. Like we
T-bone steak and a baked potato. Except this one asshole from New York tried to order trout back in 1987. We don't sell no goddamn trout.
Is that supposed to be new?
T-bone steaks.
Seymour's met like 40 people
So
with that.
either you don't know the corn on top, or you don't want the green beans. So what don't you want?
What's the girl? You
I don't want green beans. I
Girl,
don't want green beans either.
Steaks
it was like
cooked
two
medium
people.
rare.
It's like a mistake was
That's
yeah,
not
she
no
was newer in the
question.
group. She's like married to a Jewish guy or something.
Iced tea,
Not even
rice.
That's the big girl.
And then the other one kind of being like,
So what don't you want?
like, you alright? Being overdramatic. Just feeding into it.
I'm getting my mail. You're like a maniac.
Bringing in was like,
How come your ass didn't go off? Somebody took it out. They
like
sold it.
inappropriate for
Sold
sure.
it. Who would do
You
such
know,
a
I
thing?
can't bring it in my hair.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm really sorry. I was in a rush.
Like, it was it. It's irrelevant because like I've done.
Let me get the damages here, and I'll be on my way. We should
So
file a
for
police
what?
report.
It's something you told her to check in the group.
No,
seriously, please say $500.
Literally. And I
So
say,
what?
I took the worst of it. You got your insurance on me? No, thank you. I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
Look, I don't wanna knock on here.
what is that?
My place is just up the
Bro,
drive
I'm not
there.
saying it.
Call
I
the
know
police,
it's
and come right out.
Okay. And so,
And I would come in the room and they'd be like, oh, look, it's Nick. And they would, yeah.
okay, and then what? So because of that, you fucking got your
Yeah, he was like,
You've been in that group for like 6 months.
He was like, when
You alright?
You're not my friend, I dare you, you embarrass me in front of people. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Okay, here's my second line now. This is your therapist. I think you guys were also like getting a little codependent, so they're like paying attention and it just like exploded.
They have been codependent for 5 years. Like, this group,
Really? Like,
come on.
we all know, we became close in 2023. And that's when I helped him out. We helped him move. He was talking about it before. We buddied up because of that, right? And then there was other people. Our channels didn't line together at first because he's a different generation than me. So it still doesn't matter. And we conquered other people on this app together. And then in the end, we ended up like really befriending each other and like we're gonna get to know each other and hang out.
Yeah, but the group would fight and unite. They were like tired.
And then he just literally lost his shit on this app, and I'm like, look, he has his own issues, and I know that for a fact. But like, was just totally weird. And I tried to talk to him afterwards. He's like, I will never talk.
Be nice.
I'll never talk to you again. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And that was it.
Be nice, Miguel.
And he's like,
Guys, I think he's like asked to
Seymour, can you change your name to Amanda?
Seymour, did you at least like tell him let's have a talk? I mean, this is a long fucking.
No, because he said some other inappropriate things to me, so I was waiting for an apology like a while ago, and he never apologized. I mean, he's like openly started saying things about like my sister. He'd say like, I like to fuck.
Really sad.
Yeah, and there's other people. He's seen photos of my sister and saying, oh, I like to fuck your sister, like openly in the room. He's like, so that's why I was like, I didn't. That was really like, oh, you should apologize. I'm like, apologize for what? He's the one that's been more offensive than I am. I didn't think that's.
Well, we're all here. We're all in Team Seymour, so. Yeah.
Yeah, we all hate that Algerian jet.
Well, Buttercup has her interactions, unfortunately.
No, he's not nice to me. Wait, he's only nice to me if Issa's in the room to babysit. Once Issa leaves, like a total cut.
Oh, I can't stand Issa. But anyway, Seymour, could you change your name to Amanda Uggikiss?
Amanda what?
Amanda Uggikiss.
Kiss.
Like, zooming way out.
I'll think about it.
Zooming way out.
Thank you.
You're not gonna have. Who's gonna entertain them? You're like the freaking fun, freaking funny
No, really, it's gonna be like boring rules.
Yeah, they are all boring, and they're all like they all sent to each other.
The Jews echo chamber themselves.
I'm not looking for Trump. I'm only in there for
They
the show.
tribalize, what do you expect? It's already
They're boring.
Yeah, Arabs are travelers too. You guys are cousins.
Arabs are the coolest. No, we're not cousins. What are you talking? No, we're not. There's Masha Jews, there's Berber Jews, there's Persian Jews. How are we?
We're not in competition. I'm older. You have to just agree with this.
How am I a cousin with Connect?
Oh, here we go.
Your paternal bloodlines into this.
What blood are we? H1?
Abraham.
Is that what we are?
Those dreams we have mutual paternal bloodline.
No. In your fucking line story. It's
On J1B58. Ask your rabbis what J1B58 is. Ask your rabbis.
I'm very proud of this room.
I'm fucking I know him.
J1B58.
What I can do, like a stupid brother.
So, whilst we are the rulers of all of you,
You guys fight like brothers.
you are cousins of my
Because Buttercup, we don't worry like that.
But
We know at the end of the day we're gonna win.
How you acting like with woman, bro?
And then Connect will just, be adding to the admixture our gene pool. As the Levant has always done.
I'm sorry, the Persians would
Let's be nice. We got our blondes and got this because the Crusaders. Whoa. We enslaved a lot of those mother.
They have kids control their hormones too.
Congressman,
Hold on, with all due respect, I think he was trying to say.
Dr. Donald, I presume, have you figured out the ultimate answer to the ultimate secret difficult mystery riddle yet, sir?
It's not really a mystery. People make up gods.
It's a riddle, you idiot.
What's the riddle?
Does God exist? You've been playing the game of the Riddler for quite a while. I'm wondering if what you've observed.
The answer's no. God does not exist.
Your observation is that God does not exist.
Yeah, God does not exist.
Is it your opinion that it is opinions of people that have their opinions about God that doesn't exist? Or is it people's opinions that God exists? Which one is it? What have you observed, Doctor?
I can demonstrate that God does not exist.
You can demonstrate that God does not exist. Do tell, sir.
So God's a creator. Nothing's ever been created. Therefore, God doesn't exist.
God is a creator, therefore nothing's ever been created, therefore God does not exist. That's your equation. A equals A, but A does not equal B?
Welcome to the What up, man? What's happening?
Thor, with your hammer, smack Donald in the head. I think he's got brain rot.
I do not have brain rot.
No, Donald's got the brain rot. Take your Thor's hammer. Give Donald a clunk on the head.
Donald's been having brain rot. I don't have brain rot.
He's so stupid. He thinks that because nothing can be created, therefore God the Creator doesn't exist. How stupid is that?
Exactly. If nothing's ever been created, then there is no creator. That's just trivial.
It's so stupid. God is an idea, a concept, you
It's
schmuck.
just trivial that if there is no creation, there is no creator. That's just trivial.
Of course, you're trivial, Donald. You're pathetically trivial. You drivel, really. Just drivel at the mouth.
If nothing's ever been created, there can't be a creator. That's just trivial.
Well, then you don't even exist. You're just a disgusting blob body, aren't you?
To be created to
You probably stink. You don't even have to shower because nothing's been created. Therefore, you don't have to wash your filthy armpits, you filthy fucking human being. You're disgusting. You're disgusting, man. He's a cannibal. The man is a cannibal. He's an incestuous, homosexual, and he's disgusting. You make me want to vomit in my own mouth, sir. How dare you?
Christian, right, Congressman? Are you a Christian?
Christian, I was born to troll, to criticize those who spend all their time
Are you
complaining.
a Christian? Are you
It's not important what I am. What's important is that you have a green bean stuck up your ass. You think your green bean gives you power. Your green bean takes your power, you fool. You simply, you bloody fool. You blasted fool.
I'm gonna go live on YouTube.
Take your green bean and take it out of your arsehole and show it to me.
Because I want to broadcast this Christian behavior.
Christian behavior? Sir, you create a room of nobodies doing nothing but picking green beans out of your bumhole. Take your green bean, your supposed power, and let it go. Just let it go. Hello?
Let it go, Donald. Let it go, Donald.
Yeah, just let it go.
Take that green bean out of your arse, Donald. Despicable
You're
human.
a Muslim, right? You're just a
Despicable human.
Despicable human.
You're a Muslim, right?
Yes, I am.
See, I mean, you just
I
gotta
believe in
deal with it. You just have to deal with Aisha, and then we can talk. After Aisha's dealt with, we can talk.
Well, deal with what? Donald, you despicable human. You despicable home.
I'm not the one that put his penis inside of a 9-year-old.
Well, that was in me, and that's only in the hadith. Show me if that's in the Quran, I'll become Christian. I will become atheist if you show me that that's in the Quran.
It's not in the Quran. It's in the hadith.
Yeah, but I believe in the Quran.
What the hell is this?
You despicable animal, Donald. You are a despicable. You need to go ahead and take a shower, Donald. Man, I can smell you from here, Donald. I can smell you from here, Donald.
You don't have the ability to smell me.
Yes, I can, man. You stink up the whole world, Donald, with your brain, bro. Your brain is rotten, Donald, and you don't even know, Donald. You don't even know.
I am not the one that has the brain rot, just so you know.
You definitely have the brain rot, Donald. You've been going on TikTok for 12 hours a day, mate.
I have never actually been live on TikTok, just so you know.
Well, I can tell you right now that you go on TikTok for 16 hours a day and go to sleep with just brain rotting in your head.
I've never actually been on TikTok.
Never actually been live on TikTok. You come up with some absurdities about life, saying that God doesn't exist, saying that existence came from nothing.
That's never what I've said. That's never at all what I've said.
He didn't say that at all. Well, he didn't say that God doesn't exist. The existence came out of nowhere.
I never said that. I never said that.
He didn't say it from nowhere, though.
I've never said that. No, I didn't.
Yes, I think he did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, Donald. Yes, you have. Yes, you have, Donald.
Okay.
Yes, you have, Donald. Amir. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam. Yes. So, are you Donald's friend? Yes. Okay, so then. Shamud. Why do you have to cuss if he's my friend? I don't have to cuss. So is your brain rotten like him? I don't know where you are going with this, but let's discuss. Is your brain rotten like him? Do you believe that God exists?
I don't accept that nothing ever existed, so we can move on from there.
No. So, Amir, do you believe in God?
How do you?
I'll ask you a question. Answer my question.
I said no.
I'll ask you a question.
I answered no. I do not believe in God.
I asked Amir. No, I do not subscribe to any religious course, no. It's definitely a shamut. You are a shamut.
What does that mean?
Shamut means a whore. A whore side. Yeah.
Don't be insulting on my stage. Try not to be insulting on my stage. I don't like it.
Okay, I'll go. I have healthy debates here. This is be polite, please.
Thank you.
Kafir. So, Amir, are you a kafir?
Amir, you're not Muslim?
He's not Muslim. Let's discuss. This is
Amir, just take the shahada. This is the right religion. Khalas.
Khalas is the right religion. What's wrong with you, man?
I mean, I'm never gonna
can't accept the religion started by a person who put his penis inside a 9-year-old. That's just never gonna happen.
This is actually, oh my God, Amir, how did your parents feel when you left the religion? How did your parents feel?
My parents.
Are you trying to guilt me to?
I'm asking Amir, Donald. I'm asking Amir, Donald.
I'm also answering because I can do that because it's my room.
Yeah, but I asked a specific question to Amir. So how did your parents feel when you left the religion, Amir?
I never left the religion. I never was a believer.
You never was a. But you went to the masjid. You know, your father took you to the masjid. Your father told you.
Maybe my father is a religious non-believer too. You know the term religious non-believer means?
Means that you're like culturally just you go to like run through the.
That's what you're saying. He's not practicing.
Yeah.
No, it's the opposite. He's practicing, but he doesn't believe the practice. That's what he's saying.
No.
It's just a cultural practice sometimes.
Yeah. He just confirmed that he's just not a practicing person. He doesn't practice the religion that he believes in.
No, I don't believe in it.
That's exactly the opposite.
What is wrong with people? I said that
You're silly, Thor.
Your father told me that he does not practice the religion. But he's a religious non-believer, meaning that he doesn't.
Non-believer, that part. Non-believer. Really think about it. You can go to church and have customs and everything, but if you don't believe it, you don't have that religion, you know? You don't have that in your sense.
So it's exactly the opposite of what you're saying, Thor. It's exactly the opposite.
So Amir, where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in India.
In India?
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Hello?
Where do you live?
I live in the UK.
Okay.
I'm a kafir.
Amir, do you think
Kafir too?
Amir, do you think that Donald is an atheist because his environment has made him such, or do you think it's his own free will, his own choice to be an atheist?
Exactly. It's not really free.
But he has the ability to think.
I know, but how do you differ? I understand that he can think, but my point is, how do we know that it's still not the environment causing him to think the way that he's thinking?
Exactly. It's the influence that he has.
We are all influenced by our environment, yes.
Exactly. That's the one.
But I can be influenced by something hang on one sec. I can be influenced by the environment. I'll still not force all of my decisions to be made by my.
I get it, but the point is, statistically speaking, your religion is geographic dependent, and you can't escape that fact.
Yeah, that's one of my arguments against God.
That's why all countries have a good high school education, at least in theory. And we learn everything, science and all that. And why are they not teaching religion in most of the schools?
Because it's not a fact.
Well, we only
teach facts in school.
You're still studying language. You're studying a large language model. You're still studying a large language model, whether you're studying religion or science, you're still studying a large language model. And the proof of the fact of the pudding is evolution is still just a theory, just in the same way that God is conceptual. Hello? You don't have to tell me to stop. You can just kick me from the room, or you can take your green bean out of your asshole.
Don't use it if you don't know what I mean.
Hello?
She's not.
Hello? The proof of the pudding is that scientists are often fools, and many scientists die in the name of science. And do you know how stupid that is, to kill yourself in the name of science? For the sake of scientific research, you're going to inhale some toxic gas and say, oh!
Oh my God! Stop talking for 30.
Hello?
Have to drink.
Hello?
You're saying nonsense.
Hello?
Some scientists that die because of science. Accidents happen.
You know, some people study philosophy or religion to get a control over their anger management or their overreactive mind, which is obnoxious, like a petulant little child. Hello? Maybe you should go get a cigarette. Go smoke a cigarette. A cigarette will solve all your problems. Just go smoke a cigarette. Hello? Hello? You can mute me all night. You can just mute me all night if you want, Donald. Take your green bean and take it out your ass. Hello? Hello? You got a green bean in your asshole. Hello? Hello?
You don't know how to fucking listen.
I don't care about listening. I care about talking when I come here. I want the dopamine, you dope. Don't you get it? I don't care about your mutes or your kicks. It doesn't matter to me. You should just let it go. Hello?
You should listen more.
You're projecting. You should listen more. Just be a good moderator and let people say what the fuck they want to say. Hello?
No, I can't do that if they say false.
Oh, it's the Donald Johnny Carson show. I didn't know you were on NBC every night at 10 p.m. Oh, good for you, Donald.
No, someone says something wrong, I'm going to stop right then and there. That's stupid. If you say something wrong and you build your entire argument off of that wrong thing, then we've wasted the entire listening of the argument when we're going to go back to that wrong.
Maybe it's just like your opinion. Hello?
Yeah, it's my opinion. It's fine.
Oh, well, you admit that it's not a fact. It's merely your opinion.
That is my opinion, yes.
Well, you know what they say about people who make assumptions with their opinions.
Opinions are not assumptions.
Many opinions are just merely assumptions.
Demonstrate that.
Well, for example, it's my opinion that many opinions are just assumptions. I'm making an assumption. Do you see how this works with language, Donald? Do you see the simplistic, childish, stupid game that you're playing? Hello?
Excuse me, pardon me. So I can demonstrate that I have opinions that are true. That's goofy.
Really, go ahead and make a demonstration of a true opinion. Hello?
Okay, sure. So, people are 5 feet 5 tall. That's an opinion. It's also a fact.
With or without the shoes, you're merely making measurements, and any fucking moron can make a measurement. Hello?
I know. Measurements are not opinion.
Well, does it mean that you still can't have an opinion about measurements? Hello?
I know. You can have an opinion about measurements. That was my fucking point.
Well, is it murder, though, when you kill a baby inside of a uterus when it's been alive for 600 hours versus 800 hours? How many hours is not enough?
You cannot say that. I'm live on YouTube.
Hello? Hello?
What an idiot.
What an idiot.
I want you two to
Hello?
to actually have a conversation. Because you can't say that on YouTube.
You just said, without cutting anyone off, there's respect to be man here in this room. And you are almost 100 pounds. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, just very briefly. So, did you have a run-in with El Normal here, Buttercup, just recently?
Yeah, why is he ranting about it?
No, I'm just asking because apparently people were saying that you had a verbal back and forth with that guy.
Oh, yeah. Yep. What else is new? I don't think I've ever had a nice back and forth with him. He's only been rude to me.
No, it was fine.
You know he's just really Mossad, and he's
record, he's not Mossad.
He's the worst Mossad agent ever. He has private conversations with John Kitover and that are being recorded and streamed live, and then get played in Amir's room. Like he's the worst Mossad agent ever. That would be hilarious if he was Mossad.
Well, apparently he's friends with intelligence. So.
Okay, that's
something that people
you're
say.
making assumptions.
That's not true, man.
Well, that's what he said.
I know. That's not true.
Yeah. A Mossad agent is never gonna brag about it.
Yeah.
I speak Hebrew.
Yeah.
Ken.
Why don't I talk to you?
I speak this.
Can you go back to Cynic?
Yeah, what do you want to say to Cynic, David?
She speaks American
David can tell.
אני אוהב אותך. Otach is for women and otcha is for men. So you say אני אוהב אותך.
Inefficient language. All I have to say is أنا بحبك. أنا أحبك. أحبك. Let him speak. Let him speak.
אני אוהבת. You would say אוהבת if you're a woman. אני אוהבת אותך if you're doing for a man and otach for a woman.
אני אוהבת אותך.
Yeah.
גאוז אני
אני
אוהב
אוהבת אותך and you אוהבת.
אתכם זה גם, זה כמו גאוז.
אני אוהבת אותך.
אתם זה...
Perfect.
And what is room and choice?
أني يعني أنا.
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah, same, yeah, exactly. أنا بحبك.
Well, that means
You أوهبت also is similar. We أوهبت
the same fucking word?
Yes, bro, your cousins. Good lord.
They stole the freaking name. They have their own.
No, they all. It's like they're all originated from animal.
Shit.
They stole everything.
Arabic is the beginning.
Wait a second, not just who stole everything.
I think the Jews stole Hebrew.
Oh, Buttercup.
Bob stole everything.
No, nothing.
Reparations. My North Face jacket.
Of the nation, you know.
David, you will transfer 300 dollars to Buttercup. And Buttercup will buy me my North Face plus Connect needs to go.
Get it?
I would definitely buy you North Face. I'll buy you North Face as long as it's like.
Which one is the North Face? Which one?
I'll buy you like a North Face.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. A golden
I want like an $800 North Face jacket, like a cool crafted.
Why? He and I have $1,000 bet. Can you imagine?
On what?
Wait, what is the bet? God, that's like.
If Iran bets Turkey, okay, to Erdogan, then I give him $1,000 along with something else which I can't tell you.
Wait.
No, I'm not sharing. Oh, what?
He did. He tried to make some bet with $1,000 or.
Wait, guys, you didn't talk about this bet. You didn't talk about this bet.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get $1,000 from him. He can't, because Iran's never gonna bet any foot.
I just said that. You're gonna lose.
He's gonna lose, exactly.
What he tried to me was like whether the U.S. is gonna bomb or something.
Allegedly, Seneca, if he wants to, that's fine.
Okay, baby David, you can send Seneca $1,000, and Seneca owes me $1,000 very soon. So maybe that's how. Okay, you can buy him a North Face and give me his North Face jacket.
Okay, for the record.
They playing the game nicely though.
Yeah.
For the record, during Christmas, okay. Is Cynic there before I even talk about it?
There's no excuses, David. I expect he's a Seymour. Who's crowner? David or Raya Baya? Raya Baya? Yeah.
That is a good question.
It's not a good question.
That's even a question.
It's a racist question.
It's okay, David. You're excused. No reparations will demanded of you.
Wild.
This is wild.
I should pay you reparations.
He's a government spy.
By allowing the Spanish to conquer us.
I still love David though. David will be forever in my book, so it doesn't matter. But
Let's go.
David,
I want nothing to do with you.
Well, I'm a Chad
That looks
conqueror.
like you.
I'm a Chad
No, you're
conqueror.
not. You
I
have to conquer
absolutely am.
yourself. You literally
I
have to
conquered
except
the
for
kingdom of Chads.
You have to
I've been a
trial
spy
for
until a little
Jesus' life.
baby.
talk to him and you go peekaboo, and then you run away and ignore him. That's like it.
I got a little headline for you.
I do not want to
You're
tag
making
him.
both men cry. They were never chats to begin with, so you're just sorely mistaken. But hey, that's okay.
No, chats are so emotional.
I'm gonna tell you that I thought about it. I'm gonna run to someone and then be like,
You don't know anything about the chats. You've obviously never been with a chat.
P and David are part of intelligence on this app. Wow. And that they're still getting paid by the government, and that's why they're still hanging on here.
Let's be nice. Let's be nice. Let's be nice.
Y'all be nice. Gotta get the truth.
Yeah, let's be nice, but still, like, we don't have to, like, go over our feeling, you know? Nobody have to know. If you, like, feel like this, just be open with your feeling.
Yeah. I'm sorry to lose my feelings. Oh, David, can you be open with your feelings for a sec?
What do you mean?
Just express your love. No one's judging.
Only after.
First of all,
You said be open with your feelings.
No, I won't go feeling, but, like, if something wrong, I really need to say, like, I will not, like, you know, be on the side to, like, look how a person, like, draw, no, for
Really shitty. Because all the big factories kind of fell behind in some ways. They weren't even really competitive areas. They're not that far ahead.
I would say, with all due respect, like, let's be nice.
Give this to your kid? Like, yeah, I guess. I just thought that was interesting. I'm like, one after another, really, though. Got it organized so I get in here. I downloaded this app on my phone.
Thank you for coming.
That's like paranormal investigators.
Hello, I'm wondering if you could possibly tell me what it means when you say, what is God?
I'm asking theists to define the thing that they believe in.
You're asking theists to define their opinions.
Republican.
Excuse me, did you call me a Republican?
No, your name is Republican.
Sir, I assure you, my name is March, and it is merely your opinion that I am Republican. Just as in the same way that it is your weak opinion. When men express their opinions about God, you dismiss them and say that what they're saying is incorrect.
Alright, anybody in the audience? Feel free to go. Feel free to
Donald, I have a question for you. Do you accept music as proof for evidence that God exists? By playing music, I can indefinitely and indubitably prove to you that God is not only a concept, but an actuality expressed through music.
How do you demonstrate God through music?
I play my little music machine.
Giving me the assumption that music is imaginary.
Correct. Correct assumption. Listen closely.
I'm just gonna continue.
I'm demonstrating God, you fool.
I don't understand why you think I'm not gonna do what I tell you I'm gonna do. I tell you I'm gonna do a thing, and then I do that thing. I don't understand what the misunderstanding is here. I'm not gonna listen to music at all. Wow, you guys. Bad argument.
Is that Andrew? Aw.
Not that. You can't falsify your shit. If you can't falsify it, then you can't prove it. It's fucking stupid. In space. They self-assemble in space. This is stupid. Any abiogenesis argument is fucking dumb. You all should just stop using this. Especially since we found life on Mars.
A friend of Northfit.
Every test we ever seen too much.
Okay, but they offered me, so like. You don't go to start a wish foundation. The kid makes a wish, and then you're like, well, I'm sorry, you weren't picked.
He's totally freaking playing victim.
Yeah, that was okay. That's my friend's thing. Okay. Maybe can I my friends are the ones about loyalty. You know what a good song to connect if you can sing this one.
What is a good song?
Reason. And the reason is you. And the reason is my life. It's my life. My life. It's my life. It's my life. No, sing this one. Reason, maybe. This is a good song for this room, Jackie.
We all need to hear.
And the reason is you.
I know the song.
Then maybe we can sing Imagine all together. Right?
There's a lot of cool singers.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's sing Imagine all together. My friend.
No, it's alright. I say it's clear.
things will go back to normal. I think so. I really think so.
There's there's like this patriotic thing about Canada, the U.S. that was popular many decades ago. You just felt it was everything else fades away. The more you look, the lighter you feel. You can't look away.
Oh, dude, that will never go
exactly
away.
as I asked.
Like, Trump's gonna be noticed.
Back and forth.
It's the media will calm down. Everything else. The media is so responsible for, like, I know they're all competing with each other to get views, and I know that negative shit sells, but
Off, bozos. This magnet says to high.
like a higher voice of reason and long-term stability, and say, okay, for the next 5 years, we're just gonna put on rainbows and people like farting happiness and jelly beans and cute cats and just hokey, really, really friendly stuff in the information systems to calm everybody down. Like something like that's gonna have to happen, you know.
I don't know. That's not what the Prime Minister is saying.
I just hope it does. I hope it's like.
What do you think of your Prime Minister?
He is a kind of banker and mathematician type. He's a logician. He's kind of logical guy. You know, he's kind of dry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Oh yeah. No, that's definitely good. It's good to be not emotional at this moment. Yeah.
And he's good to be
very calm. Yeah.
And he's got so much experience.
Yeah. Yeah, he has.
Very impressive.
Yeah, I think that speech really pissed off Trump.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He cited it at Davos, and then he immediately made some threats to Canada. He immediately withdrew the invitation to Canada to the Board of Peace after that speech.
That Board of Peace is such a fucking.
I know, it's amazing how many people. I mean, I'm just amazed that all these countries are signing up.
Dude, it's blackmail. I'm telling you that right now.
Oh, it totally is. And they're paying it because they're like, oh, okay.
It's complete blackmail. All of these countries that signed up, they're like.
Yeah, I mean, the only hope is that the thing fails, because if they succeed with Gaza, then he's going to try to make it a more permanent institution. It's going to be problematic.
Dude, that project is a complete, like, failure from every single angle, because first, from one angle, right, from one particular angle, it certainly paints Israel as a very cruel place, or like, what would you say, a dishonest actor, like with a broad brush, right? So that move is it's somewhat anti-Semitic in that way. You know, I mean, I made this argument earlier a couple times this week. The whole Trump using, you know, in the name of like protecting Jews for like just shutting down civil liberties and kicking people out of the country, right? And if you look back through history, it's always like minority groups of people, and then that's also including Jews, that are blamed for negative shifts in the country. So he kind of knows like that there's people around him that know what they're doing. They're being slick about it. And so you know that none of this money's going to go to people suffering in Gaza, right? So people from the outside, it's such a bad rep, you know.
And he already set it up in such a way that he controls the funding.
Yeah.
So it's just ridiculous. Even if the funding goes to help whoever he wants to help with it, you know he's going to be taking huge cuts.
Yeah. The whole thing, so that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. I've been watching
watched a couple documentaries on the Gestapo and then a couple documentaries on how, now I'm not making one-to-one correlations between the Gestapo and I, certainly not, but, you know, just seeing the similarities, right? And then, you know, watching documentaries, I read a couple books on how democracy slip into tyrannical rule, and I had no idea this before taking a dive into this, just how fragile democracies are. Like, 50% of them fail. It have failed. The world's democracies in the last 20 years, I think there's like 100 and... No, less than that. I think there's like 70, and then half of them failed in the last 20 years. So, anyways, there's a pattern to this shit, and he's consolidating as much power. Yeah, democracies are very, very fickle. Very fickle.
Siam is here.
So anyways,
People still get married, right?
Yeah, I know. But I forget who it was. I think it was Thomas Sowell, this economist. I know a lot of people don't like him. But he once said something that really struck me. He said, never ask why a country is poor. It's like the default situation of human organized labor and government is one of chaos and violence. Never ask why a country is poor. That's the default situation of humanity, is poverty and chaos. He said, what you want to do is you want to ask, how the fuck did a country become wealthy? And how does it maintain itself? And he laid out in this one book, I think it's The Wealth of Power Relations, like 7 specific things have to be in place and stable for a country to actually function well. And then after reading these books, or watching these documentaries and reading a couple books on how democracies slip into tyrannical rule, I get the feeling that you need a series of things to go very, very perfectly well in order for democracies to maintain democratic values. It's not a sure thing. So if a democracy fails, that's kind of the default situation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
the question is not why some countries are poor, but why others are rich.
Exactly, yeah.
He had another famous quote which goes something like, the first lesson of economics is scarcity. There's never enough of anything to satisfy all those who want it. And the first lesson of politics is to disregard the first lesson of economics.
Yeah, that's why we like people to lie to us.
Yeah.
That's almost what we want to hear.
Yeah, that's what they do all the time. It seems so crazy. But then we were in trouble. So, you know, the basic lie is this, is they tell people, essentially, lower taxes or keep taxes low. You know, all this spending to, because we don't cut spending. But they say they want to cut spending. And they end up just going into deficit spending until the debt gets huge. You know, the economy can no longer support it.
Oh, yeah. Hey, nervous.
Hi guys.
And then everyone acts surprised.
Pro, are you awake?
Pro, you awake, dude?
No, Pro, I think, is sleeping.
Alright, Matthew, and I'm gonna write something in the chat, so this is weird.
Did you see Hamza today?
No, can you just look at the chat, please?
Okay, I haven't seen him in a long time.
Okay. Now give me a minute, I need to send something.
I don't know who S is. DMU?
No, it's both of you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, alright, Matthew, can you just check?
There's nothing in my chat.
Delete, alright, 41 seconds.
Delete, there's nothing there.
Narcos dog is crying.
He's on his card. Okay, I'm gonna...
Oh, I don't care about that. I don't care.
I just wanted by mistake.
Oh, okay.
Riley, I feel left out. What's going on?
1 sec.
Yeah, she'll send it to you, but I don't care. I mean, I always make that assumption, Narcos. I always make that assumption.
Yes,
John Kitover's recording the rooms again. Fucking bastard.
I'm telling you, there's nothing in my messages.
Fucking bastard, John Kitover. That son of a
Oh, there it is. Okay. It was just delayed. Sorry.
There's no replays here. Can you read it?
No.
Read it. It's in your chat. Yeah, no, you're sure.
Okay, yeah, we know that already.
Like right now.
Yeah, we know that already. Yo, hold on, Benjamin, you there? Never mind, actually, we can't.
Benjamin.
There's nothing anybody can do.
Well, I know something I can do.
It's not even like something like you guys are not discussing it. What are you guys discussing?
Economics.
Yeah, okay, so why would anyone like do you think it's important what you guys are talking about? Like should I open a room and start streaming you guys?
Sargus, read my idea.
Okay.
Funny things.
I see you got my invitation.
Well, yes,
I understand you're no longer the King's Minister of War.
Well, I gotta go, guys.
Obviously not,
Yeah,
sir.
I agree with you.
Obviously not, sir.
My CPUs.
Silence! My chief of staff accept.
Yeah, I think we should do it.
I accept, sir. Good sleep. All's well that ends well.
Check your DMs.
Madam, your son Ferdinand was killed.
I don't care. There's nothing I ever see on this app that's like fucking. I don't know.
Oy.
I mean, we can just talk at this point. If anybody's paying attention, he knows. Doesn't matter. Did he get the message?
I did.
So, I discovered this a few days ago when, so he's always done that, and again, he knows that. At this point, he knows it, not who cares. You just kick out his accounts or whatever, but always, he never had a Clubhouse like Plus account, and recently, I saw the room streaming. Dude, I was kicking out innocent people from the room. What was that room? The trial of your.
Yeah.
I kicked out like 4 or 5 innocent people, just like checking to see if they were him. But then I kicked everybody that was there. When I figured out, when I saw the streams, except Anna, and that's when I was talking to Abe about this. That's when I figured out. I was like, damn. Kitover has a Clubhouse Plus account. And so now there's nothing you can do except not start public.
There's nothing you can do, friends. Nothing.
He can't get in. But public rooms, his little Plus account can get in wherever he wants. And so I actually talked to him also about this. It kind of makes a tiny amount of sense if you want to like to record this room, because this is not a replay room. I saw him restreaming one of like here in the hallway, one of Andrew's rooms that was already on replay. So he was making a replay of a replay room. I was even asking, I was like, what is the point? Nobody's gonna like look at your replay. It's like worse quality, etc. But obviously he made something up about, oh man, I'm streaming you guys to YouTube. I get like 10, 15 views. It's like not even a penny. I have no idea what he's doing. Again, these rooms that are not replay, you know, you can make it a case. You're turning them into a replay room. But he's also doing it for replay rooms. He was doing it for the Talking Apes room today.
There he is again.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he doesn't care about consent.
Don't give no fucks about your consent, because you don't need consent.
Like, there he is. Election. So he's here on 2 accounts, on his Anon account and that Election Buttercup account. What's up, Kitover? I don't think I can let you up, man. But yeah, he's been doing this. Look, there's the YouTube link if you wanna. Again, Kitover, I kind of understand you doing it to this room
why do you do it to the already on replay rooms? It's just stupid, and you're not making money from it. If you were like streaming it and getting like AdSense and actually had viewers, maybe. I know, dude. I know. I'm close to being monetized, dude. Even if you get monetized, you're gonna have to again. How much you get like a penny for 1,000 views? It's gonna take you forever to get 1,000 views on anything. Fourth of the way, dude. You're delusional, man. You will never get this original room doesn't get 1,000 views. What makes you think your bad quality audio live stream is gonna get 1,000 views? Oh, you don't. You're getting bots. It's like your views are also bots. They get put through like some kind of like authentication thing, and they get removed. Your views are gonna get removed because a lot of them are just bots.
Like, here's the thing, Sam. Like, John, for me, he's almost like hey, John. He's almost like a performance artist or canary in the coal mine. What I mean is he's making it very obvious what people that are far more powerful than him are doing to us on this app. Like our voices, our opinions, all these things are collected and the data sold. And anything that you say or Nargis says or anybody else says can easily be clipped out, taken out of context, or at this point with artificial intelligence, our identity is, anybody can be blackmailed for any reason whatsoever, like 10, 20 years from now. So let's imagine, in a worst case scenario, imagine that the United States did fall into tyranny. All right. Any kind of fight against government or powerful people that you don't particularly like, they're just gonna create false accusations against you, have fake videos of you committing crimes that you never committed, and lock you away. I'm absolutely certain of that. Like, that's obviously where things are headed. So John is just kind of like doing it in a playful manner, but he is kind of almost doing us a favor by saying, hey, look, anything you do online, it's nothing is secret. And, that's the world that we're heading into. I just don't know what to do about it, right? I don't know what to do about it.
I mean, that we know that we're being recorded and data harvested on the internet and social media. Like, we already know that. We don't need Kitover.
Yeah, I know.
Look what he said about Nargis.
But it's almost a good thing because people need to be reminded. Like, a lot of people come on this app, they think they have privacy. Nargis, I'm not saying that you're, gold or something. I don't think you believe that.
I am gullible. I don't think any of us actually said anything.
You're pure-hearted.
No, I just don't like this. Like, in this regard, I'm not very intelligent. Like, I get very... I get...
No, you're not
used and... I am. It's okay, my parents tell me too. Like, I know what the situation means. It's a growth area.
We are the product in this app. We get to come on here and tease one another and have our little political debates, but at the end of the day, we're the product and we're feeding this machine.
Yeah, and we forget that, and I think Kitover is like a good, like, example. You're right. Who's like reminding us that this is what's happening. And Kitover is doing it on a very small scale too.
Oh, tiny. It's nothing. No.
So, but then we don't think when we come on, we give the benefit of doubt to it not perhaps happening, right?
No,
Because
it's
someone's
happening.
directly doing it, that's when you feel like shit. I did not give consent. Like, what if I haven't got every freaking word that comes out of my mouth? And your mouth. I say I'm the same.
But you know, in my city here in Calgary, there's been reports a couple times it's happened already this year where people will record your voice and they'll find recordings of it and they'll it's called the grandmother or grandfather scam, where they call up your parents and they'll say, hey, this is Nargis, you know, I'm stuck in Mexico, I went on vacation, can you send me $3,000?
Yeah, it's happened. It's very toxic. And I'm telling you, I'm very gullible to the shit. Exactly. Yeah.
You know, and individual criminals are doing this, but they're not sophisticated whatsoever. Governments will do this. And people like Trump and the weirdos that surround him and the weird Epstein people and these billionaire control freaks, it's not about money for them. It's about control. It's about like them creating and you know who's them, but just there's a small group of billionaires, not your average billionaires, but there's a small group of billionaires that are absolutely obsessed with technology because they see it as a means of cementing control. Right? I don't know if you were in the other room before Nargis, but I actually know from my hometown, there's a family of billionaires, right? In my hometown, small town, 2,000 people. They're the largest steel family in all of North America. And they are at odds big time with, very, very angry with Trump, right? Because they have factories in Ontario and in Michigan and Illinois and in Mexico as well. And Trump's putting up these fucking tariffs and it's pissing his family off, right? So there's regular billionaires, if there is such a thing, right? Hard to believe, but there's regular billionaires. And then there's a small group of people that are friends with Trump that are really they're throwing all of their faith into technology and AI. And they think that they're going to be able to control the world. And they're going to do whatever they can to become as powerful as they can and to maintain power. And they'll do that by blackmailing everybody and just every means of control possible.
Yeah.
Have you checked out my PTR?
What is it?
Have you ever seen Kitover's setup? Where like his dozens of
Wow.
He had, so I've talked to him before. He told me he has, how many Kitovers? 40-something accounts, 30-something YouTube accounts. They're all streaming 24 hours a day. That's just one little corner where you see those 6 phones running. Then look at all the other phones there, like, lined up. Dude, he's got to have hundreds of phones. I don't even know how he afforded this. That's my question. Well, he did say he's buying them, like, used, maybe, like, $10 a pop. But still, if he has 100 phones.
John, what is this? How many phones do you have?
Hundreds, bro. $30 cell phones.
Oh my god.
Dude, he has hundreds of them running and streaming and uploading. He was laughing. He's like, I can't believe they let you upload 24 hours a day. There's no, like, data, limit. It was pretty funny, bro.
Bro, I'm telling you, he's doing us a favor by just, like, showing us what, like, these billionaires that I'm talking about, like, how they think.
The question is, why is John doing it? Like, isn't that a dopamine?
Called mental illness.
No, he's not mentally ill. He's
No,
a
he's
performance
not
artist.
Oh my god, bro, come on.
He is an artist. But
It is like
he's doing it.
No, you can say I'm autistic or whatever. This
No,
is
bro, from an artist to an artist, bro. No, you're not nothing.
undiagnosed diagnosed mental.
No, Siam.
This is
Siam,
from an
Siam,
artist to an artist. I understand why he's doing it. Yeah.
Siam, do you remember, what's his name? Andy Warhol. He used to like make pictures of like Marilyn Monroe or Heinz ketchup, right? And because he's just like a mirror, he's just showing society what they are, right? The reason he did like these boxes of like of ketchup or things like that, he just reflected society at that moment. Honestly, I feel Kitover's just showing us like the politicians that are showing us.
You guys are gassing him up so much. This guy's literally masturbating to this shit right now.
He's an artist.
No, the reason Warhol did these tomato can things were like he was trying to paint like really mundane stuff as opposed to like all the other artists trying to like paint like really complicated landscapes and etc. He was just he went the other way. And he was trying to get away from this abstract cubism art or whatever. Anyways, don't gas up Kitover, man.
No, Siam, the reason.
He's not critic, but he's not. Siam is just judgmental. He's not
Siam,
at the phones.
Look at his PTR.
Siam, the purpose of the murders is to, it's not normal, but our society is not normal. Our society is not normal. Politics are not normal at this time. Why do you think John ran for politics? He's mocking the system.
Sure, okay, I hope John. Damn, I wish we could bring him up.
John, come on.
I know, but I think Ben and Pro are asleep. Most likely.
Okay, get John up. I kind of want to understand this. This could actually be inspiring for my next project. John, what is this? You can't come up with it.
He's mad now. He loves you, Matthew. That's it after what you just said about him.
Yeah.
He is
mentally ill.
It's not.
It's not. Society is mentally ill.
He's reflecting
exactly what I want to hear. That's what he wants to hear.
No, this is how art works. I'm an artist. I know why he's doing it. It's just that this is exactly what's happening.
Marcus, he streams 24 hours a day. This is
That's because have you seen me do
art?
Have you seen me do art?
This is AI
slop.
This is the streaming version of AI slop. This is not art.
He's showing you what the fuck is going on in the real world. He's a reflection of that shit. This is what he's showing you. This is what's happening in a world we cannot see behind us. 24 hours.
Well, I would like to ask him about the thing. So if you look at one of his other accounts, I don't know if he made the ballot or something for this election on March 17 or something. But like, John, you understand that even if you got some votes, they could just clip farm you on YouTube and just break down your entire campaign. Like, you never have to do anything.
Well, that's what his point was. A regular person nowadays cannot run for politics. There's no way they're going to make it. He's mocking the system, dude. Look, Siam, every time there's a really good, like a good person that reflects good art, what they do is they reflect society as it is. And then people look at it and they get pissed off about it. And they react to it like, they're like, oh, this is fucking bullshit. It's like when fucking Andy Warhol was showing. No, listen, I'll give you an example.
You know he's stroking it to your words right now.
Siam, just listen to me for a second. Siam, just listen to me for a second. So, during the 1960s, there was famous news. It was a guy that went around New York City taking pictures of like car accidents or stuff like that, right? It was like horrific. And he became quite famous. So what criminals would do is they would call up this guy and they'd say, hey, I'm about to kill this person or something like that. And he would call them. The criminals would call this guy up and he would go to the scene and he would take the photos before the cops even got there, right? And people were fucking pissed off about them. And then his stories were in the media.
And then Andy Warhol came along and he did paintings of this guy doing this stupid shit. So it's like culture reflecting art, reflecting on itself. And everybody was pissed off at Warhol because he was showing culture just how fucked up it was. And they were calling Andy Warhol crazy. But all he was doing was he was saying, look, this is what we've become. And I think John, in a way, maybe he didn't set out to do this, but this is what he's doing at the moment. He's showing people, look at how fucking retarded everything's become. Right? Artist gets it. You're too much of a logician.
No, dude, I get art that's like,
I do this for a living.
criticisms.
What he's doing is just brilliant. It's awesome. Yeah, it is.
You're just giving him more shit to jerk off to.
Listen, we're feeling hurt, and I think I first felt hurt because I was like, this is not with our consent initially, right? But what Kitover is doing is that he's showing us that nothing is being done with our consent, except that we cannot see. Like God, he's being God.
No, he's not being God. He's just showing how
doing things behind the
corrupt
scenes.
everything is, you know?
No, I mean the God of corruption. He's like doing it invisibly.
He's doing it visibly. He's doing it like he's showing it.
He's showing the visible of the invisible.
Yes. But the scary thing about artists is that the people that are truly sophisticated with the billions and billions of dollars, they're doing this shit on a very fucking deep level. And we're in a lot of trouble. I have no idea what to do about it.
Look at CM, bro. Look at this.
That's genres now, bro. What are you talking about?
Just CM, what are you doing, bro? I don't understand. Obviously, I don't understand.
Right now, John is rock hard listening to you guys, bro. What the fuck?
John is rock hard.
I bet that was hilarious. Oh man.
Sick.
Oh god. This is disturbing to even think about, man. Get a life, John. It's not art. It's the equivalent of AI slop. It's nobody cares about this. Do real art.
I think he cares for us.
In a weird way,
He's just created a new room and we can talk.
I think so. Anybody that can come along and show the faults of culture cares in a way. You know, they care. They're like, look at this is fucked up. There's something weird going on.
That's why he says, go read a book. Why do you guys sit on this app and gibberish out for 24 hours?
Do you think he reads books? He has these things.
He reads.
It's not dumb.
No, bro.
It's not dumb.
Dude, he reads literature that I like reading with him. He reads Aleister Crowley. Like, who reads books of Aleister Crowley, bro?
I read Crowley's biography.
Well, his work is pretty good. And I've read with John before.
The only solution is gym and books. Two things, none of which he does.
Exactly. This also holds to you, John. You can't just want us to change. You can't be that sacrificial lamb on the cross.
The other day, he's like, I just ate 4 slices of pizza. I'm downing some.
He says, neuro-linguistic programming, NLP. I've done 3 courses of it. It's cold outside at the moment.
With all that money you spent on phones, you could have got some, like, home gym equipment.
For the love of art, baby.
I went to jiu-jitsu today. I'm glad about that. Oh, I do gardening too.
Well, John has self-neurolinguistic programming on himself. So, and he does hypnosis. By the way, his hypnosis sessions are pretty good. I think CM should go to one of them. Oh my god, CM.
Wait, to what?
To his hypnosis sessions.
I've heard him like ramble, or just read some random stuff, reading to himself. I've heard him.
But then you have to take in the words. Also the way he reads them. Sometimes he reads like,
hello?
Hello? He reads like basic stuff like Torah. He doesn't read the Torah. He reads it like the rabbis read it. Like basic literature. It's interesting.
Ish. It's I don't know how damn Matthew lived. I'm gonna say we can start a room and talk to him. But it's just like I'm telling you, interesting questions. How many phones does he own? How many YouTube accounts does he have?
He does read Tao. He does read Buddhism. Dhamma Padmas. He reads Upanishads. I have seen that. Yeah, he reads good books. Spiritual stuff.
Hello?
Hello? Do it again, Sam?
No, I can't do it, dude. Hello? It's got like a real funny like thing.
Nobody did it well. Hello?
Wait, that was Nairo? Read history books, man. Read science books. That's what you need to be reading.
Did he engage the quantum?
Tomorrow I'll tell Pro to like start modding me in these rooms because Benjamin and Pro always falls.
Yeah, exactly. Also, you guys can have like prep rooms if you want.
I mean, I've told Pro that we're getting streamed by Kitover. I mean, he doesn't care. He also said he's like, well, if you're on Clubhouse, you should assume you're getting recorded. Almost everybody. And he's got a point. Well, I wonder, I guess this room will be open all night. He's nice.
You wanted to believe in God? You want evidence for God's existence?
Yeah, I would love, yeah.
It's what happens in the invisible. Kitover is showing you the visible manifestation of it.
Again, you guys had him Rockford. This is not any demonstration of God. This is, again,
okay, do grant that God is a metaphysical being that is invisible.
To me, that sounds like non-existent.
Okay, let's hold that as a precept, right? So this invisible being has awareness.
Check out the phones. Look at his PTR.
No, that's what I'm saying. These are being recorded, and everything we do, the universe records it. Except that every now and then, something manifests in the universe, and all things recorded come to life. And Kitover is bringing that manifestation to life that we're able to see.
Do you want to go
down? Action we do. Yeah, let's go have a talk with them.
Okay.
Or you want to be in a new room or something?
Well, we're talking to him. He won't kick us because he's always kicking me out of his rooms. But
why? He left.
Because I'm talking shit in the comments. Well, not even when I'm not. Right, hold on. Let me see what room he's streaming in. Okay, I found it. It's called Jews, Muslims, and Christians. It's a club untitled. I can pay you. All right, Kitover, go to that room. The untitled Jews, Muslims, and Christians.
Okay, fine. Let's go.
Welcome.
So tell us the truth. How hard were you listening to Nargis and Matthew?
I'm not hard, bro. I don't think you understand. I am known on Clownhouse. In every room, they fear me. Every room, they talk about me. They say, "It's that motherfucker John Kitover. I keep telling that motherfucker to stop live streaming our rooms, and that motherfucker keeps live streaming our shit. Motherfucker."
Hey, do that. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, John. We're gonna interview you, okay?
Go for it.
So yes, let's start with how many Clubhouse accounts do you have?
6.
Come on, it's like 60.
No, I got 6, and I got one burner with the Plus account, which you noted today, and I plan on creating more. But over the years, I've had at least like probably 40 accounts at least.
Wow, so only 6.
Which is really annoying. You know, they created the Plus account because of me. I hope you know that.
No, dude.
Yes, dude. Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, they didn't create this thing without thinking about me. They know me because everybody complains about me because I've created so many accounts. Do you have any idea how many accounts I've had to, like, pepper, meaning, like, cultivate? Like, all of this, a lot of my work was leading up to the Trump presidency and Kamala Harris because I was live streaming all the pro-Kamala Harris rooms. Anyways, you know, what other questions do you have?
Okay, and so you said, so you record these on Clubhouse and then you stream them to YouTube, right?
No, I live stream my office onto YouTube, and everything that I'm listening to is being live streamed onto YouTube. And I have 40 plus YouTube accounts, and I rotate through them. And if you spend any time on my YouTube Live, you can just randomly go to YouTube Live and say, "Oh my God, that's me talking. He recorded himself, and I'm in the background talking about nothing."
I know.
John, why did you do this?
Like you said, it's just a hobby art project. There's no financial, reward. But one of my YouTube accounts is actually fairly close, and I think within like a month and a half, 2 months, I could get pretty close to monetizing it. If I can actually get a monetized account, it'll be a big accomplishment.
John, you do this, obviously every artist, I'm an artist. I mean, we want to create also some kind of awareness, other than just like express our art, right? What is that you want to?
So like the big thing is anger. I was talking to a Clubhouse user around here today, and I told him, I was like, could you imagine going 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 30 days without being angry? He's like, bro, I can't, I've never gone 1 day without getting angry. And so that's the big thing, is if you read all this wisdom and you're into God, the big message is, why are you getting angry if everything is, not a speck of dust out of place? Like, your anger is what's out of place. And too many people are just road raging. And this app is just a reservoir depository of anger, road rage sufferers who come on here and want to get their dopamine, but they're so stupid they don't read a book. And so, that's my complaint against these supposed atheists who come on here. They don't even read books about atheism. So you also have to look at it from a communications perspective, that all communication is hypnosis or politic or projection or spam. But my belief is most people just come on here and get their dopamine, but in the process they're just creating low quality spam. I would rather get my dopamine and create high quality spam. CM thinks I don't read books, but I have read many books on this app over the years, and many of my accounts, the original was called Audio Teachers, it got deleted. So years of work. Yeah, you say something politically out of line or controversial, they delete all your work. So this is the challenge that all artists face, which is the censor. And the censor on this app is very left-leaning. And a lot of left-leaning people on here who pose as right-leaning people are actually just left-leaning. And they report you, and they attack you, and they try to get you. Do you know how many people on here have called the FBI on me? The police, political people. Like, people absolutely hate me. And that's because of my opinion, but more than that, it's because I've recorded them being schmucks. And that's what really makes them, like, annoyed with me, is that, how dare he? I didn't give my consent. So, like, we're dealing with, like, fascist kings here who, give everybody a green bean and take your green bean power ring out your asshole. People are crazy, Narjas. People want to dominate. It's unsocial behavior.
Well, people don't want to be recorded without their consent.
I know, but I'm that guy who's challenging people to say, hey, guess what I'm doing? You don't like it. How are you going to deal with it? Because that's at the root of Stoic philosophies. You can't control your environment. You can only control your emotions. So when somebody comes in here and records you, how dare he? He's mocking me. Because see, and that's what's really happening is I'm mocking people. And so people will not tolerate being mocked. And I'm showing them that you can't prevent people from mocking you, but you can't control your emotions. But people can't do that, CM. That's the big thing in philosophy, education, and personal development is, are you in control of your emotions, or are your emotions in control of you?
Not just that, the content that they spew, it's filled with so much hate. And I'm quite certain that in their real lives, they're not exercising such behaviors, right? Because it would be so not antisocial. For me, sometimes I'm bewildered by how people make statements, use words, and sort of not care for the sentiment of the other person, as well as like not bother to check facts before making those statements. To rather take a quick check on what you're saying. Also, like, have you observed, Kitover, like the dynamic in the rooms? Would you say that the theists, for example, and the atheist rooms operate differently? Or do you see like similar patterns? Obviously, you're going through a
The
lot
one pattern is the dopamine creation. It doesn't matter what the topic is, it will still create dopamine. So that's why I say it's better to listen to smart stuff. Life is short, choose the best. Hang out with the best people, hang out with the best books, consume the best media. And so, this this app is going nowhere. It's again, it's John Kitover's garbage dump. And it will never stop because people are gonna create that dopamine for themselves. And I say read Shakespeare because then you're less of a dope. This app is brain rot. It really is perfect brain rot because AI can't compete with the dynamic of the human mind. Our brains, because we're so diabolical, and I don't know if you've ever like walked a dog. You'll notice that the dog is so multivariable that to even try to contain the dog or to get angry at the dog's behavior, that's a you problem. So people come on here and they get so immediately hypnotized with the other speakers that they basically become it deals with anger, or rage. Like, it is so funny listening to people crash out on this app from like a third party perspective recording them, because you're like, I cannot believe people come on here and behave this way. That is indicative of the way that they behave in the real world. If they're unstable here regularly, that means they are generally unstable in their real lives. And I don't like hanging out with people like that. I don't like working with them. I don't like talking with them. Like, you live your life that way, but I'm not a panicking. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't panic. I'm not gonna sit there and, get my feathers fluffled because of some obnoxious person. I mean, I will endure an obnoxious person, compassion and kindness and friendliness for a while. But again, it goes back to like that, you fool me once, shame on me, fool me, opposite of that. But anyways, this app is an experiment, and people that don't spend any time doing personal development, they're depressed. You cannot come here and think that it's going to fill you up with the psychology that you need to essentially succeed in the real world, which is hyper competitive. You can use this app for personal development, but people just don't do that.
John, when did you get on this app?
2020, yeah.
And were you ever like a regular user, normal user, one account, like just?
Of course, yeah. Of course.
When did this?
Eventually, my account got deleted. At Audio Teachers, I believe, was my first account, and I used it on my iPad. And I was recording books and talking politics and COVID-19 vaccines. Eventually, I got canned. I had many thousands of followers on that account.
Oh man, I can imagine your COVID live coverage.
Yes, John, obviously, like you're also observing a collective behaving a certain pattern, and you're also behaving certain individuals that stand out, right? Who are like either true obnoxious, true out there, or unique, like in their own sense. Do you think you differentiate between the two, or are you recording to understand like how a collective works as a pattern?
I recognize that, you said earlier that I do neurolinguistic programming on myself. Yeah. And so basically when I listen to people here that are angry, mean, and nasty, and hateful or violent, I become mean, angry, nasty, hateful, and violent in response as, a contrarian to their position. So I recognize the value of that, meaning that I am in control of my mind. And guys like Benjamin are good for a brief moment. They will help you focus your mind, encourage you to take a deep breath. So you have to look at this as like a public speaking opportunity for development. Toastmasters is a very professional way of doing debate club because nobody wants to waste their time at 7 in the morning before you got to go to work. So this app should technically be more professional, but it's not. I've sat through many years of college in classrooms like you two, and you don't behave that way when a teacher is trying to educate you on a topic. So this app is just so unprofessional. It's just a bunch of clowns. And therefore, everyone here is worthy of incredible mockery. Because the truth is, if people wanted to use this app productively, they could, but they don't. They choose not to. So therefore, it's my opportunity to make fun of people and roast them. And I've always said that this app is a roasting app, whether I'm personally self-deprecating and roasting myself and making fun of myself, which has a lot of value, or I'm being made fun of by other people, and that has a lot of value. But when I make fun of other people, it also has great value. There's a lot of comedic value here because you're dealing with humans at their worst. It's vulgar, it's profane, and that's what a lot of comedy is notarized for. It's successful because of that. So there's value here. It's just a question of how do you capture it, how do you frame it, how do you distribute it. I think, you know how difficult it is to create a publishing business? It's very difficult. It's because I'm totally censored. I'm a bald, white, middle-aged man who's a conservative heterosexual. The algorithm doesn't even want to know I exist. But part of my fun is also experimenting with the algorithm. I put up 50,000 videos on YouTube, and I'm still always amazed at how random it is. My keywords seem like they have no impact whatsoever. So the algorithm is obviously biased. And we all know that these major platforms actually curate their content. And I'm just one of those Hillary Clinton, terribles or deplorables. And it's a challenge, but it's not one that I think has no value because whether you like it or not, you're still stuck with the same game rules of communication. The same rules that Jesus Christ had, same rules that Buddha had, the same rules that Confucius had. But most people on this app will never read their books. And therefore, who's the schmuck, CM? The person who comes on here to waste all their time, to have casual conversations which go nowhere, or somebody who actually has the courage and the patience, because a lot of this deals with ADHD. Most people on here have an attention span of less than 30 seconds. 3 seconds is usually the most you can get from somebody.
10 seconds tops. Hey, John, what do you think reason people are like so crazy on this app? Because like I remember when Clubhouse first came out, people used to use their real names and pictures. And
Yeah, I was criticized. Why don't you use your real identity? And I said, well, why do you use your real identity? And so,
a lot of people did.
I know, I'm a contrarian always. But now, especially after running for Congress, I don't mind centering myself and recording myself in a very obnoxious way. Like, what my behavior here is very much frowned upon by family, friends, society. Somebody who sits in their office and live streams themselves, listening to strokers waste all their time, is not viewed as being socially acceptable. But
wait, your family knows about this?
What do you think? I don't have family and friends that Google me and look at my shit? Of course I do. My mom is like, why do you always read with that stupid British accent? And I'm like, Mom, it's still me. I'm just doing a voice. It's a performance. And she goes, Dad, just use your regular voice. And I say, well, it's still me, Mom. She goes, I don't like it.
Way crazier, dude.
Well, that's okay. My whole point is I'm never going to have success unless I can annoy people. If I'm just, another person being normal, well, then I have no... Part of media is the insanity of it. If you see something different, it catches your eye. Because most shit is just normal, but I'm actually normal, which is the funny part. It's society which is really fucked up. Nobody obeys the law. Everybody thinks their political position supersedes the law. And the law is all important. So, Nara, welcome to CM and Narje's Q&A with Candidate John. Nara, did you have something you want to say?
Yeah. Hey man, I don't think you sound like you. Yeah. I mean, always. Yeah. We're all fans of each other. This is not a room of strokers, for the record. And this is a collection of some of the most insane minds, insanely beautiful minds there has ever been. So not just CM much. Do you think you got it, bro? You really understand the artist, bro? You think you got it?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, bro. This is what I do for a living, bro. This is why I understand what he does. Except, like, he's showed me that perhaps I'm deprived in my life, and there's an emptiness for which I need to be heard, perhaps by people on a platform such as this, which could have been used less frequently, once in a while. Instead, the freaking dopamine kick is so addictive that it just constantly gets you back. And a complete delusion of reality sets in. And Philippines sit on this instead of like valuing every minute of our lives. Spend it on just jabbering.
A PhD like
And I love you.
PhD of maths.
John Kitover, I love you for showing this to me today. I truly appreciate you.
It's just like a work conference call. There's no difference. It's how professional are you? I can come on here and play the clown and the fool, or I can come on here and play the stock analyst if you want me to. I can be an architect if you want. I can be a philosopher. But the other thing that I've noticed, Narjes, is that people are actually better with the jibber jabber than without it. Because without it, they don't get the dopamine they need and they fall into depression. So guys like Doc, the military guy on here, he's a hardcore alcoholic. But actually, with this app, linguistically and for mental health, it's helped him tremendously because of loneliness and depression. And so some people are better with it, but I always suggest to him read a book on here and I'll listen to it, but he doesn't have the willpower to do it. Because most people aren't interested in books, or they just don't have the books. So, you can't really fault people for not reading great books when they actually don't own any great books.
Hey, John, so to go about what Nargis was saying, so who are like the most interesting characters to like follow and record here on Clubhouse for you?
Anybody who...
Are you willing to share the revenue of this dream?
Yeah, I will give dividends if I actually monetize. Of course I would. I would invite people. I would spend my money on real world events and soirees for people. Danny heard my theory earlier today about dopamine schmucks, meaning that it's better to read a book on here and get your dopamine because we all need dopamine and words or talk therapy. So therefore, on average, let's say you say 800 words a day and you listen to 1,300 words a day. That's your daily average. And my challenge to you is if you choose the content wisely and you read it yourself and you listen to it yourself, you've now created a bubble, and that is an anti-socialistic bubble because you're no longer participating in this bird cacophony in a tree of people road raging in a tree and chirping like birds, but accomplishing nothing, and it's low value information transfer. So there's a way to PSYOP or NLP yourself for education, for personal development, for joy. Because if I were to ask you what is the theory of joy, most people could never tell me what the theory of joy is. Everybody on this app, they play the game. Prove to me God exists. But nobody here ever asks, what's a theory of joy? How do I actually maintain my dignity, my happiness? How do I create will? Or how do I create gravity or power? There's just a lot of things nobody talks about here because most people are just, it's the same characters. It's the same people.
Why are you making fun of Lou in that account?
That's not me, Danny.
Who are your interesting characters to record?
It just randomly happens. It's like an earthquake on here. I just scan I scan the rooms. I don't even look at room titles anymore. I just look for profile pictures of people that I know that are like involved in these cliques on this app. And there are cliques. It is what it is. There's nobody specific that is more interesting or less interesting. Some of the dumbest people on here, all of a sudden, they can become the most brilliant people in the world if they just utter one sentence and you're like, oh, what a nice person in a room full of disgusting human beings.
Jesus Christ. He's angry, this man. What's up? He's angry.
128.
I'm not angry. I'm just, I'm a mirror, Nara. Well, I like making fun of people.
He's not really angry, bro. It's just like express. He's not this. Hey, John, who are some of the interesting characters that you've come across, like over a large period of time on this app, that are also like?
Again, there's nobody specific. The best way to see it is to just Google John Kitover and go to YouTube and then click on my lives and just randomly spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes listening to what I'm listening to. And then you would say, huh, like a lot of people use my YouTubes as like a backup for their Clubhouse addiction. They want to see who I'm listening to, who I'm talking to. They want to hear the gossip. People's dopamine flares when gossip is being spread. So some people will come on here and create lies, aka gossip, just to create a mind virus, to get their own dopamine out of it, and also to create dopamine for other people. But this is human behavior, and it happens in the real world. Everything.
This is owning up to your shit, and America fuck the world.
I got in trouble for making a rumor that someone on this app went to Epstein Island.
What's that, Danny? Danny, what?
They were really upset.
Danny, I don't hear you. What is it?
I was in a room and I just said, this person went to Epstein Island. And they got really angry at me for like a week.
Who believes you? Maybe they're a millionaire. Hey, John, how about this? How about from now on, like, whenever I'm in like an interesting room that like I think should be recorded, can I ping you? You come in and record it?
Yeah, you think you're the first person? I get people all day long. Come in here, record this room. Come in here, record that room.
No way.
People hate people on here. They know that I'm just a garbage collector. And they hate people here. And they go, oh, somebody ping John Kitover, get him to record this. Oh, I fucking hate this person so bad.
You're gonna say bitch, and you were talking about me.
Danny was crying hysterically
Yeah, I heard there was a room title.
Because someone told me that one of the people in the room was the FBI agent trying to put me away, and I have a child, so of course I'm gonna fucking cry.
So 22-year-old or 24-year-old bag.
Bullshit. FBI used to pull off that kind of time.
No, but this person keeps asking me for my social security number. This person keeps asking me really weird personal questions that I would never give someone else, you know? So I do kind of believe that it's true. And they were trying to meet me one day, and they keep saying they're going to poison me.
No, you guys are supposed to spend Thanksgiving together. I remember that.
Yeah, so he could poison me with some poisonous pie or some shit, and then take my organ.
You're playing. No, see.
Daddy, why do you even hang out with this guy?
Are either in on the joke, or you
I don't
have
think it's a joke.
just as bad mental illness as John. Which one is
No, John isn't mentally ill. John is a genius. Don't say that.
That's the mental illness that I prefer to have. Is genius. I prefer to be infected with genius instead of some other disease.
Okay, Danny, either you're in on the joke, and like I feel comfortable joking around with you. That's what I thought was the case. Okay, or you're a genius like John Kitover. Which one is it?
There we go. Maybe she's a
Which one is
genius.
it? Or are you normal like everybody else? Or you're a
CM,
special
what does that mean?
Why are you pointing a finger at Danny? Why do you need Danny?
That's what CM does. He always points the finger at the cutest girl in the room. That's what CM does. This is his approach.
Sam, don't do that.
No, I hang out with Danny a lot, and again, I'm always joking with her. The other day, I'm filling out filing the police report right now. Like, I'm joking with her, and I thought she knew that I was joking.
Bro, I'm a mom too. I know how to
She's crying hysterically in a room.
Yeah, because their
one of her
moms.
friends is a fed. I'm like,
Yeah, because their moms, we get freaked out with our children more than ourselves.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay,
The
let's.
guy who told me also tried to call CPS on me like 2 months back, but he said it was.
That's Gigi trolling you. He never said your name, nothing. I don't even know if he called
Gigi
you
says that they were trolling me when they were talking about Fiona, but then they were like, "How are we gonna deal with it? Are we gonna get guns?" I'm like, no, and I get that part was a joke, right? And it made me even more upset.
Introduce you to my friend John.
No, listen.
CM, we're already friends on Facebook, and I don't date women with children, even though Danny is a genius and beautiful. Listen, CM, let's move this conversation forward like a bridge, okay?
Yeah, why are you being stuck in particulars? You're asking him the principles of why he does his work the way he does it.
John, tell me about your Church of Buttercup.
The Church of Buttercup is a mockery room dedicated to mocking Buttercup, who said that I'm a loser who records rooms and just kick them. So, like, if you're going to insult me, be careful, because now I will mirror you and I will clone you. And then eventually you will realize, oh, fuck. All of my unrecorded activity out here has been recorded by this loser bald asshole across all of these different accounts. I can't believe it. Plus 20 different YouTube. Oh my God, everything I've done out here for years has been recorded by this bald asshole? Everything I ever, and it's like, I can't even believe it either, believe me, from like the person filming it. But a lot of this lives in my own mind because the quality of my work is so bad. But I have inspired others. There is a young man on this app that does a perfect one-to-one recording on Club Deck, and he live streams all these rooms on YouTube. And some of these rooms are so funny. You will never, these conversations will never be had again because most people don't like redundancy and repetition. And that really is the indication of mental health, is are you so fucked up that you repeat yourself all the time? And somebody like Noura Bandura, who repeats herself endlessly about this and that and this and that. I've heard the same story many times, and so I have a bell here. When somebody starts repeating themselves, I just hit the bell. I say, I'm hitting the bell every time you repeat yourself. So you gotta look at this also from my perspective, that I have offloaded all of these memories into the internet. When I go to sleep, I sleep like a fucking baby. I don't need to think about anything. because all my memories, I'm Lawnmower Man, baby. I've already transversed into the digital domain. So if I were to die tomorrow and not wake up, I would be confident with my upload that at least the people I know, if they ever wanted access to me, they would just have to type in John Kitover. So in a way, I've achieved a state of immortality via spam. And I know a very successful, wealthy man who is very wealthy, like $100 million plus kind of wealthy. He doesn't need to work anymore, but guess what he's doing? He's just an influencer now. And I think CM is right. A lot of this is all just bot traffic. And it flares my dopamine when I go, ooh, I got 5,000 views on this video. Chances are it's probably fucking all fake bots. And I am a schmuck. I wouldn't say it's a mental health issue. I would say it's not even gullibility. It's the fact that the dopamine will happen regardless of whether it's true or not. The environment impacts your dopamine. So, and anyways, does that answer your question, Sam?
That was my question.
Oh, Nara. Sorry, Nara.
Yeah, that's all right. Oh, the genius side. Kind of. I mean, that is the thing over there, right there, that tells, just that. Just that. John?
I can't understand you, but I'm not a genius. I'm a schmuck. I mean, I'm a comedian, man. I'm you know.
I was saying that tell right there when you said, you forgot whose question was that. Who asked the question? That tell, John, is what I'm talking about.
That tell?
Yeah. That gave you up, John.
No, it didn't give me up. I was going on a ramble. That was me giving you a download and me uploading to you. You got to look at this as packets and quant. We are doing information packet exchange real time. And part of the problem of this app is we can't actually transfer large amounts of information in short amounts of time. So naturally, we're going to have a lot of friction because people get frustrated that they can't get their thought or their opinion to properly be received, with acceptance. So, anyways.
No, it is. I mean, it is being received. I mean, it is being received on it is beyond anyone's comprehension, and it is beyond that's really what is truly happening here. All right. So let's have a little faith fulfilled understanding.
So, John, can I recommend a new target?
Go ahead.
I was gonna recommend Danny. You can help the agency, build the case against her, etc. By helping us gather information and recording the rooms that she's in. She's not into any recorded rooms. So if you could follow her around Clubhouse and recorded rooms on, like I said, you would have got her crying hysterically in a room today. I had never seen them before. And so yeah, you can help the agency, build a case, which is what we're currently doing at the moment. So
we've been helped that.
I recommend it anyway.
I truly believe we can help it.
Listen, I can't help Danny. Only Danny can run the scripts through her head. I've given her my, thoughts, opinions, and upload. But part of life also is actually just listening to your friends say stupid shit. If you actually like somebody, do you know what you do to confirm that you like that person? You listen to that person uninterrupted, and you let them get their dopamine off. And you know what? It's actually more annoying to resist somebody that won't shut the fuck up. So what you do is you just listen, and when you recognize that they've exhausted themselves and you can now get your word in, that's when you pop into the conversation. Otherwise is to cause yourself the friction. So, look, go into any room. People just hoard a green bean like it's the fucking Ring of Rings,
The Ring of Power.
It's the Ring of Power. It's crazy. People are crazy. And you think that I got mental health issues, CM? People on this app are neurotic. They're psychotic.
Lord of the Rings. John, do you ever record any black rooms?
Yes, absolutely.
A lot of them.
A lot.
Which ones?
Well, politically correct is my number one, and then there's others. But you will hear honestly some of the most ghetto, ratchet, hilarious combos ever.
For a good 4 months, just recording them every day.
Yeah.
Clubhouse
Chillism and politically correct, yeah.
Even Andrew's rooms, I think you were recording at some
Yeah, a lot of Andrew's rooms. And to me, he is the toy doll from. He's Woody. Like, the way he talks like he's a Christian evangelist. And it's like listening to Billy Graham sometimes. And I think that's his. See, you gotta look at this as like a performance. That's his well established identity. And it's a tragedy that he can't play any other roles. If you're typecast, do you know how depressing that is? That you have no range or flexibility or ability to basically transform into a new identity at will? Do you know how exhausting that must be to be that poor fucking guy? So he tries his best, but IQ and intelligence and genius, it's really like a cornucopia, meaning that like when you eat a Thanksgiving dinner, the genius is in the mixture, the admixture. Poor Andrew, unfortunately, he is he's doomed to failure because he's not dynamic enough. That's my critique of his art. You see how artists and critics work now? You are a critic to John Kitover, and I'm a critic to CM. But I think that, people always criticize my quantity, and they say you have no quality. I've tried to create quality with quantity by using high quality content, aka reading books. The content on Clown House is garbage. And people that I know, that know me in the real world, and then they see this online behavior and online recordings, and they say, who the fuck are you even talking to? And what are you, so is the joke on me, the guy who's mocking everybody by recording them? And, see, people look at me and they hate themselves. Why is that? Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello? Hello?
John, so you're recording since the inception of Clubhouse?
Hello? Hello? John, I missed your aunt, and I wish you the best. And I thank you for letting me know my own inner hello, I'm speaking. Hello? My own inner shortcoming, in a way. I think I'm going to get off the app.
I got fired from my job. I'm not ready for this.
No, I need to fulfill my ambitions and it's slacking. And you know what? The interesting thing is, John Kitover sometimes finds me, calls me to his hypnosis room, and gives it to me as though he's a psychic. He says, why are you miserable? What's going on in your life? Are you fucking depressed?
Not funny then.
Shit like that.
No, I say that to everybody because I recognize depression, meaning that like I myself have dealt with depression, but I'm not perfect. I'm consuming a lot of cannabis over here and drinking alcohol and trying to get to the gym and trying to read more books. But the point is this app is like a 3D simulator that you can, utilize for your own joy. Just many people just don't know, because basically Nargis, like in that Persian room you were in, I was like, the problem why there's still so much conflict is because nobody here is playing any music. And you were like, I actually agree with that. And so when you listen to music or you create music and you recognize the challenge of actually creating, beautiful sounds, you realize that it's like this wordless state of mind which is operating like at a subconscious, modality or function. Anyways, I'm just saying that, make music, don't make war. Make love, don't make hate. But again, what you put out in the universe is what is going to come back to you. So if the Persian people want peace, they have to put peace out there. killing 15,000 people in the streets, like, they're gonna cause their own demise. I mean, it's coming. Like, maybe it's fake news. I don't know, but how do you kill your cousins? How do you kill your neighbors? Like, I could never do that.
Because they're assholes. So every now and then, I've realized from the past like couple of years that if I break in the song, okay, even for the most ridiculous things, or become the clown for a very serious role, it just fucking changes. There's a shift of consciousness. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, anytime you inject a word or emotions, or like if I start, saying, don't think about the big, blue elephant in this room, like the brain is a sponge and it will absorb anything it hears and it will ingest it and metabolize it. Some people's metabolisms are different, but all communication is politics. So you have to admit, and most people aren't aware of this, they are being politicians and being political in all their communication, in the workplace, on this app, with their family members. It's happening all the time.
They just don't say anything after a while. They're like, oh, it's crazy Americans. It's okay. And you become that. And this is for everyone, by the way. I'm just using myself as an archetype. And this could happen to everyone. Anyone who's finding like a very serious role that is bloody suffocating with seriousness, inject fucking humor into it. Become a clown like John Kitover becomes.
Well, I have stopped calling. I want to stop calling people stupid and just call them fools. But my whole thing is, if I get angry in a room, that's a me problem. I have found if I want to be professional, I just have to politely ask, hey, can I read a poem for 60 seconds? Because I want to get my dopamine, but I want to spread high value wisdom and intelligence in that brief moment, because it doesn't matter if it's out of context. It doesn't. Out of context doesn't matter, because all of this nonsense is out of context. And if you juxtapose a beautiful 60-second poem into the live stream of the stupidity, the wisdom injection is a beautiful thing to do for other people and for yourself. So that's why I say, CM, like, to me, you're worthy of mockery. Narjas, you're worthy of mockery. Nara, Dan, until you read me a fucking book and you delight me and cause me to instantaneously go into a deep state of joy because you've now hypnotized me with intelligence, well, then I will applaud you. And until you do that, I will just keep roasting you. And then CM will come to me and say, hey, I got somebody new to roast for you. This is what people used to do in the 8th grade. They say, John, come make fun of Pam. I was like, why do you want to make fun of Pam? Because she pissed me off. Will you come make fun of her? All right, let's go make fun of Pam.
I was joking about that, but you should check out my, AI, consciousness, math, physics rooms. They're not bad.
You should check out my Sora videos. They're pretty funny.
Yeah, more brain rot.
I think I would need some Alistair Crowley with us. Me and John Kitover. They're so great. I enjoy them.
Yeah, just a little beyond common. Not everything is a quant. I mean, some things are mana, so as like mana from the heavens.
Yeah.
So when you inject that wisdom into a room full of stupidity or ignorance, you do transmute that. You pass on that. That becomes part of your genetic code because it's memory, it's remembrance.
Yeah.
Even a draw, even a word, even a letter.
That's what the Buddha says. Even one sentence of good words is more than 10,000 useless bullshit. One little sentence is more valuable than 10,000 bullshit sentences on this app. So, but to me, the whole thing about wisdom is the anger management issue, but then also hypnosis relaxation or meditation, or helping people focus their concentration, but using wisdom to do that. That is the secret sauce. That is the ice cream with the sprinkles on top. That is the New York strip with the butter, and in terms of maximizing dopamine. And that's why I told Danny, I was like, Danny, you should just start a Chabad and just read, wisdom books. She's like, I don't want to do that. And I can't sit. Danny's got an excuse for everything, but Danny now knows my trick, my hidden genius, meaning that neurolinguistics is the technology. Prior to the printing press, we were all pretty much just farmers and doing, manual labor. We didn't have this ability to use our minds and using our imagination to to mock, to criticize, because a lot of this deals with a caste type system. A book I read for the past week mocked doctors, and they were making fun of their vaccines. It was also mocking Christians and their appetite for fish. So you have to realize that there's a lot of hypocrites in very large organizations that are very much worthy of mockery because their supposed science is just eugenic garbage that is mutilating ourselves. It's not medicine. If you ask a person on this app, did the COVID-19 vaccine increase life or decrease lifespan? They're going to meet, it increased your lifespan immediately. And then you're like, okay, scientists, show me your evidence, doctor. And they don't have any. Maybe they've got something, but either way, it's so tentative.
Supposed to increase lifespan.
I get it, but that's my point about the question. The question itself, first of all, nobody should entertain any question unless you think it's worthy of being entertained. Too many people on this app will entertain any fucking question you pose them. That's a serious problem. That shows that most people, most people don't have the character, the will, the fortitude, the personality to say, hey, I won't entertain that question. Moving on. That's, anyways, it is what it is.
Well, check out my PTR. Look at this is Danny's bathhouse bucket. They're having a cool room right now.
Yeah, I could live stream them. You want to hear what they're saying? And then you tell me whether the conversation with John was more enlightening than something that you're going to hear in the bathhouse bucket.
Let's hear it.
They're not talking about you.
It doesn't matter what they're talking about. We want a sample. We want a random sample.
John Nosh.
Was it different John?
John Nosh. And whatever, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Because Fiona claims to have heard that in a room, but I never heard anything like that.
Well, don't be surprised if Kitover.
What's up,
guys? Hello.
Hi.
Well, Kitover, thank you for the interview. This was enlightening. I realized that you're not actually a great person. You're just an artist.
Finally, Sia. That's what we've been trying to do.
But CM, now that you know this, you're gonna think all crazy people are just artists. So
That's right.
There's no such thing as crazy people. You're all just brilliant artists. Okay.
Well, see, CM, I hope you know that all communication is projection. So every time you criticized me, I just secretly had pity for you. I hope you know that. That's my final roast. It's my final roast.
Whatever you think of me. I'll relay the news to Buttercup, man. I'll tell her you're not actually crazy.
You're just a messenger. You're just a messenger, boy, and you learn nothing from this conversation.
Why would you do that? She needs to learn it.
Yeah, I want to help her learn.
Like how we came and spoke to Kitover. Maybe it is on her, for her own good and growth, to come and interact with Kitover and face her fears and say,
Narcissus, it won't matter. You and I have done more work than she'll ever do. Just reading a book about the true identity of self is extremely valuable. CM will never do that work. CM, when you come on here,
What are you talking about, bro?
you won't see
I don't think I've read books about Buddhism. Have you ever read
You won't
Siddhartha
sit with him.
by Herman Hesse?
Dude, that's a history of Gautam's thought.
It's not history. It's actually
We read the Dhammapada. We read the freaking Upanishads. We read like Alice Crowley's freaking cult books, like taboo shit, and it's brilliant, especially the way you're reading it with eloquence and articulation and everything.
damn, you just have to look at this as hypnosis, and the whole point is relaxation and intelligence. Too many people on this app think that God is something else other than intelligence. God is like a software program in the universe of extreme intelligence operating in the background, in the subconscious as well. So a lot of this has to do with basically, it's all personal development. That's all it really is. It's just self-development.
I don't think God is intelligence either. I mean, intelligence is intelligence. This is like word games people play. Today, God is intelligence. Tomorrow, God is energy. The day after that, God is
That is
love.
why God won over.
Well, what is?
God is love. The day after
Yeah,
that,
okay,
God
that's
is
all.
God is the very attribute, the full set.
You could say God is 10 things. It's just God equals X to the 10th. I mean, it's just 10 different things to keep it simple. But the Yiddish expression is Alles is God. All is God. Everything is God. What do you think Allah means? Allah means everything is God. That's the secret. You're God. I'm God. Our words are God. The universe is God. The entire reality is what God is. Oh my God, Megatron can explain this.
man is God. Is ALLAH is arm, leg.
Bro, stop. John, tell him how you use it. Tell him how you use it, John. All. Ah.
Yeah, you have to slow it down. Too many people say Allah. You gotta slow it down and say all. Because that's like the eureka part of it. All? This, because you gotta look at it from a sound perspective. I know it's the English and we're not looking at it in Arabic. Anyways, Megatron, welcome to CM and Narja's Q&A with Canada John. They've been Q&A. See, Megatron's a cool dude. He doesn't care if I record his rooms. He doesn't give a shit. He does not care. Because he's a cool motherfucker. That's why.
He's the feds too.
You might be right about that.
Listen, anytime two white guys sit in a room or sit in a car or go to a bar, everybody always says, ew, they're the feds. That's because we live in this insane liberal leftist woke society where every white guy who's a heterosexual Christian, ew, it's a fed. I bet you people think Andrew R is a fucking fed. You know, that's the type of stupidity we're dealing with.
Yeah. Wait, which one is that? Is that the one that does the God rooms with the Discord, or is that the probably? Yeah, for sure.
He's not a fed.
God, shut up, Danny.
I have a crush on
Nobody here's a fit. Nobody.
I have a crush on Danny. I'm sorry, I don't do it. Sorry.
Yo, back over my girl, dude.
You had.
It's a psyop.
Well, how does it make you guys feel that Narja has told me she loves me? Has she ever told you that she loves you?
She's giving you your
I love artists, man. I love my own people.
Yes. Kitover is not crazy. He's just an artist.
I'm a video artist. You know, video art is not considered necessarily art, but it's the best form of art. It's the most dopamine creating artwork you can, because a 10-second video is actually 100,000 pictures, you know, or more. So it's compression. And you have to look at God as a compression. The now is the all, and the all is all important. God is what is called now in this nuanced, you know, spiritual Eckhart Tolle type way of looking at God.
Please, I'm done with the talking about God shit. Stop. Please stop. Peace.
That's all you talk about, of course. What do you think?
Yeah, that's right.
Arm, leg, arm, head. Yeah, that's right. Look at that. That's nice.
Baro gave me a headache last night. Look at these prophecies. Oh my god, I got seriously a headache. Sicario. Sicario. You're literally adding Jesus to your prophet. You say you don't believe in him. But it's like, I get you're a Jew, but you're saying that the Messiah now is going to build a third temple. But the second temple was up.
Alright, go to your room.
Jesus was here. No, I'm just saying. It's just fucking confusing. Shit happened.
Oh, he got evicted from his little
Like,
castle.
how are you saying that?
He's a regular
I
man.
don't get it. I don't get it. Are you circumventing this shit?
I get
And
it.
he's like, and then they're like, well, no, because you're just not the real Messiah. So how are you building a third temple? What the fuck happened to the second one?
Well, thank you guys. Thanks, Kitover, for giving us this picture. I'm gonna go ahead and save the replay, so everybody say goodbye. Thanks, Kitover.
Here's the feds.
You know, not
Here's
enough.
the red heifer.
Many people.
You see, well, you're gonna say way worse than shit for you.
Where's that?
Welcome back, Danny.
I was gonna say that I would think that everybody would like to be treated with dignity and respect, right? So if we all treated everybody with that, then we wouldn't have these problems. That is the end of my sentence.
Okay, so would you want to be treated?
With dignity and respect, yes. You don't want to be treated that way?
I don't want to be used at all. Treated? Never.
How the fuck did you get used from being respected?
You want to get treated? Do you care? Do you literally care? As long as you respect yourself, your family, your life, your business, and everything else, isn't that the only thing that matters? Do you care about being treated a certain way by other people? To be treated is kind of like to be submissive to me.
How did we get here?
No. Because I used your word against you.
No, you
What's
didn't.
up, James? Thank you, James, for showing up.
How's it going?
Thank you. That's a nice car, too. You're going back to the future.
DeLorean.
Oh, yeah. The DeLorean is crazy. That's nice, bro.
Yeah, I went to a museum where they have the original DeLorean. It's pretty cool.
Oh, shit. I thought that was in your garage.
Oh, I wish.
Bro. Anyways, I'm glad that you showed up because I was definitely about to get attacked by a bunch of lioness. But listen, like, I don't want to be treated. I don't want to see it. I don't want to know it. I don't want to be treated. No. I want to control the narrative, right, of my life, the perspective of my life, the protector.
So if every man for the rest of your life approached you and said, "What's up, you funky bitch," right?
And it's fascinating because Iranians are really nice people as well. So.
Exactly. Are you
But you've got to look at, can I just say as well, just one more thing? If you go back 50 years.
Welcome back, Lawshays!
100 years, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, many other places.
Next weekend, they be doing some shit again.
Anything you want to say, RJ? So that was a good room. You know, I hope it was beneficial for CM because he lives with a lot of anger and hate for me. You know, that's the thing is until you talk to somebody, you don't really know who you're talking about.
You know what it is? Kitover, he doesn't get it. Some minds are not designed like that. Like Matthew and I instantly got it. And maybe you've spoken to Matthew.
Yeah, many
I've
times.
known this about you, by the way. For me, it was always why. Like, what is the muse giving you? Like, how is it manifesting? Like, for you, where's the dopamine hit for you? That is what interested me. More than, like, I get the process. For CM, he's never gonna get it.
No, I mean, he's young, like,
But
you know, 20
he's
years.
young, but
If he
was
makes
open
it.
to
If
right?
he makes it. If he makes it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You don't know. Some
Yeah.
people aren't going to make 20 more years and then get the aha. But
Yeah.
even if you get the aha, you can still forget it. It's just, it's like, you know, it's very difficult. This is why Jews do what they do, because they are trying to control their environment. That's, you know, there's a book called the Shulchan Aruch, and basically it tells you when to tie your fucking shoes. So they are like robots. But by being a robot, they give up. Despite, you know, I'm saying they give in, they surrender to it because they know that it's so much chaos out there that they're
That's beautiful,
experimenting.
right? Like
Yeah.
they allow the discipline to sort of take its own role of control.
But it's the same thing as a Hindu. Like they're on a
Right.
calendar. Yeah.
Yeah. And these are very intelligent systems in which this robotic behavior is just one acting by default so that your brain can process more interesting things, more intelligent information.
Yeah. That's the thing I forget too is like meditation is actually just focused concentration. And one way to do that is through suggestion and breath. So this is my whole critique of Clown House is it's such a muddled chaos that it's totally worthy of mockery. You should you should film people at their worst because that's what we're trying to do the opposite of, which is focused concentration for achievements in consciousness and intelligence and other, just basically our lives on the back end of all this madness. Like, if you let this app, like I had garbage build up in my house for like, I didn't take the garbage out right away, and it's like, it's because I'm on this fucking app. So the power is real.
Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, I felt the same, and I was like, this is not right. This is so bad.
It is the black hole or the pit. It is, look, like, do you have a white background or a black background on your phone?
Black.
Yeah, it is a pit, and I'm not saying that you can't enjoy the pit. Like, the pit
It's
is.
not working. It's working to my detriment.
Well, that's my critique of you is your action. If you start recording yourself, if you got the balls to live stream yourself, but the thing you have to look at the word live stream is, I'm actually alive because of the live stream. It's in the word itself. So most people will never do what I'm doing. They're too afraid to film themselves, and they just do screen records. But they never use their identity. They never put themselves out there. And I'm in a situation where I can do what I'm doing without getting knocked off of my income stream. And all I'm looking to do is increase my income stream. But it may or may not happen, and it's okay because I think in the long run, my observations here will serve me well. I can confidently go knock or interview anywhere and not have that nervousness, that I used to have. And it's because I'm a better public speaker. I'm more in control of my emotions and more in control of my speech. But some people, my critique too is some like Uncle Steve. He wants to be remembered from Clubhouse. He said the other day, "When I die, I want this to be my legacy." And then I started shivering because I was like, "I don't want that to be me. I don't want that to be me." But at least I've read books, and I feel like in that way I've separated myself from the herd.
A lot of us have learned a lot. I engage in intellectual rooms a lot, or at least like they interest me so much. For my outside world, my real world, I engage in the arts, theater, and just design, right? Or architecture because I'm an architect. But within here, I engage in intellectual discourse, or at least try to.
Yeah, but poetry is the secret, though. You need to engage in poetry with these people. Do you know how much joy you would give people in this horrible app of despair if you just came here and read to them Rumi? Do you know how big your rooms would be? Oh my God, Pete, you would hypnotize hundreds of people, but you don't do it.
We do it sometimes. Once a week, we used to do it often. And then I try to do it in like analytical rooms. Like even in
CM is back for his dopamine. You'll have to go to the other CM and Narja's Q&A with John room, CM. It's in the Atheist Prove to Me God Does Not Exist room. Not this one. It's another one.
Even with the atheists, every time I've tried to like posit metaphysics, which is the poetry of logic, or people such as myself, they make fun of it. Like, which is nothing but the poetry of logic. And for some of us, we just keep quiet because it's branded as like woo woo or whatever the fuck. And I'm not ashamed of it. It is the core of theism. But it's just that I know I can't get through. And many of us are in such a boat.
Yeah, but my complaint is I don't want to eat your footnotes or your references. Just read to me the effing book and put it in my mouth. That's it. Like, but nobody's gonna do that. Nobody does that. Like, I come on here and I read, and I don't like if I have one listener, it's enough for me to read. I don't need 10 people. I'm here to read a new book, to run it through my brain, and you know the amazing thing is when I read a book that I've never read before, like every single sentence is new, and you can recognize when you've reread a sentence and you're like, "Oh, I already read that sentence. I don't want to. Why? Oh, I got to go to the spot where I left off." So the brain is so incredible at detecting what it's already observed. Its memory is like is perfect almost. So, but also by recording myself, it's like I'm just uploading my memories, and I don't need to go back and look at them. But when I do, sometimes I'm entertained. But I'm like Johnny Depp. There's no reason to go back and watch what you were in. Just move on to the next. So
I love Johnny Depp. You know what, Kitover? People like you and me and some others, including Daniel Nero, your arch nemesis, do not like have this drive for poetry and art, and basically me having a kind of, I don't want to be pompous, but I'm well read in like literature and Shakespeare and poetry, etc. Right? And simply because of the school system I went to
yeah.
and my own interest. This is not the crowd for it, and I don't know like where that crowd even exists on this app.
It doesn't matter. Hypnosis is what's happening here. So that's why I say it doesn't matter if you read something that's out of context. People will still take it because they're sponges. They just absorb whatever you throw at them. Everything is an experiment here, and you have to look at yourself and know, is this draining me or is it filling me? Because the metaphor is always the cup. You are the cup. And what you put in your cup is what you are. So if you come in here and you listen to Barth and you hear all these fucking endless, pointless, stupid conversations, which are actually nothing more than ESL fucking training sessions, your cup is empty. And then you are the tarot card of.
I remember you said that this is an app for like farms to come in, so you can practice. International students to go and practice their English.
That's it. Otherwise, reading a book, like you just here to practice English, speaking American English.
Yeah.
Like, give me valuable information. You have to look at it as like you're a spy and your time is running out and you're looking for nuggets. Gossip is interesting. Gossip and slander and defamation are actually more interesting than most of the slop you get fed here. That's why people love to hear that John Kitover is being investigated for election fraud. It sounds dramatic. It gets people's dopamine, titillated. Look what it does to Daniel Nero. It's the only thing he can talk about because it gives his depressed ass the dopamine that he can't generate. Lazy fuck can't read a book. Sometimes he does, I'll give it to him. Sometimes Barth does, but my point is, if you do it more, you're going to get a hell of a lot more out of this fucking app than you would otherwise. Not a lot of people can read because they're at work or they're in transport and they're driving. So count your lucky stars if you have the time and the focus to even read. I don't like reading. It takes like a spirit to get me to do it, It's just not comfortable reading, but the reward is there when you do it because it's like floods your brain at a level that nothing else can flood it with. It's creating neurons. It's expanding your consciousness, literally, in your brain. Like that former speaker said, it modifies your genetics when you read a book, which is remarkable. And if it's a really smart book, I mean, what else are we here for but, to try to exceed and improve and perfect ourselves. We are like, we're like artists molding ourselves. We're like in a tomb of a block stone and we're chiseling our way out of, this lack of awareness.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, I need to go to the gym. Like, I'm getting fat, and I'm too lazy to get in my car, and then my battery on my car dies, and I'm just like, this is crazy, like my fucking battery keeps dying in my car. I just got a new fucking battery. So like there's something draining the battery in my car. It's the alarm system, but life is frustrating.
change it because it happened to me, but you can return the battery to the store if it's within the year.
Yeah, it's got a policy, and I did AAA, so I can get the guy to come back and get me a new one. But I'm just saying, like, you think you're gonna go to the gym, and you finally get the energy to go to the gym. You get in the car, and your fucking car doesn't start. And you're like, holy shit, I can't even go to the fucking gym because my car won't start.
It will cost more money with the AAA, but then I guess if you have to get an Uber to go to the place, you know.
Yeah, but you're also kind of obsessed with this, I think, John.
No, I'm just saying my
I
default.
think you're also kind of addicted to the dopamine.
Of course I am, but I'm at least reading books, for God's sakes. I'm not just eating slop like the rest of the pigs on this app all day long. I don't care how smart somebody claims they are or how smart a supermod claims this speaker is. It's all hypnosis. And it's not benefiting me to listen to anything on this app. Nothing. Nothing. Unless it comes from a really good book. It's a low IQ packet transfer. It's just fucking
you're
social.
saying that the only people that you care about are the people that the publishers gatekeep?
No, I care about people on this app, but not for long. Meaning that, like, I'll care about with you if I'm talking to you. But truth is, like, we're all just siloed and totally categorized, and we're never going to go into business, and we're never going to go to the gym together. So the best thing I can give you is a little poetry from a little book. Wouldn't you
We go
agree?
into business, I'm ready, you know, let's go.
Well, here you are. Read a book. We can start there. That's what I'm saying, is like people are so
I don't know.
unprofessional.
I read like Rich Dad Poor Dad, kind of. Not really. I just like heard him talk on YouTube and read the book himself.
Well, you know, I told you to get a Tanya book, get the Tao Te Ching, get any wisdom book, and I'll record you reading it, and then you can put it on your social media.
You know, we can read that one.
Do you have Sora yet? Are you creating AI videos of yourself? Because that
No,
is.
I don't want to waste any water. Okay, I already take really long showers.
Well, you know, then we're never going to get into business, unfortunately. But you're more than welcome to listen to me or other people read a book. I'm telling you, Danny, IQ and EQ. Do you know what IQ, EQ stands for?
Yeah. My IQ is 128 and my EQ is on top of the world.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is don't waste your time in this pit of despair of an app unless you bring into it light. Because what you bring into it is what you're going to take out of it. You're never going to leave with somebody else's deposit. It's just impossible. This app is a garbage heap. It's literally a garbage can. And if you don't bring light into this dark pit of despair, you will just leave with other people's despair. It is a neurotic, linguistic pile of shit. That's what it is. It's literally, imagine listening to Resistance, that piece of shit, use profanity nonstop. You just walk away with turds all over yourself unless you come in here and read some type, like today was good. At least you're saying, you know, the Amida and other things. But like, you can expand on that. Don't just limit yourself to that. Come on here and grab a fucking book off your bookshelf, a high value personal development book like the Dhammapada, Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, any, you know, the Psalms, anything. Read it. Read it tomorrow. When you come on here and you want to get your dopamine, say to yourself, fucking John programmed me to read a book, and that's what I'm going to do. And then after you read it, you're going to say, I feel great because I just got the dopamine and I increased my IQ by reading something smart. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Hello?
Hello?
Hello is hypnosis. That is a black beacon signal for a radar system sending out a ping to see if it can hear back another hello. It's like a monkey or a bird in the jungle letting out a mating call to see what it'll hear back. Hello?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you
Yeah,
hear me
it's
now?
the same thing as can you hear me now? It's the same thing.
Well, that was a commercial, you remember it?
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me
With
now?
the bars? Does it have the bars in it too?
You remember Jared and all the Subway commercials? He's sitting in prison still for trying to molest children. You know, it's unbelievable.
I know. Was he on the Epstein list?
No, but he got brought down by some woman who was recording their conversations where she was entrapping him. See, Jared's prosecution could be like one of the crazy, morality police prosecutions where he didn't actually engage in anything, but he was engaged in a conspiracy. And this guy was like famous. But people, because of their lack of character, they get entrapped all the time. Like the honeypots, the CIA honeypots. There's more than just CIA honeypots. Girls are running honeypots, like for themselves. It's just crazy because I use these dating apps. I go out on dates. There are girls that are literally just running their own honeypots. Like some of these people don't work. Some of them do, but some women just don't work, and they've made it because of their thirst traps. Very rare, but there are successful honeypotters out there. You should make this app into a honeypot, Otherwise, you are the honeypot for other people. That's my point, is you can manipulate people on this app with your words. Reading a script is much better than just muttering your opinions. You will definitely hypnotize people on this app. And you can control them if you want. You can make them your slave. The slaves shall serve. Hello? I guess the final summation is I often also forget that there is like a mating ritual happening on this app subconsciously for a lot of people. Young men, like CM fingering you in this room, that's like him. We're just like monkeys in a cage, and there's a silverback sitting up there like aloof, and there's all these other, alpha primate monkeys running around trying to gather attention, the focus and attention economy inside the arboretum. Hello? There's a lot of women doing the same thing. I don't often think about that, but I always forget that people are essentially catcalling on this app. And it is very much like a jungle. And when Michelle Obama gets projected as a monkey, all the other monkeys in the cage start screaming, saying, like, you've mocked my entire... It was the funniest thing listening to black people on this app saying, we are fucking monkeys. You are a fucking monkey. You are a Homo sapien primate monkey. You are a fucking monkey. And now we need to have the conversation about why we are talking... Like, it was the funniest moment to hear people laugh about, like, say it was racist, but we need to admit that we're talking monkeys. I was like, I never thought in the world I would get to hear black people sit there and have a conversation about how they're monkeys, even though they're upset that Michelle Obama was portrayed as a monkey. I was like, this is probably the funniest conversation I've ever heard on this app.
But we are monkeys.
Well, that's an opinion. I would say we have transcended. See, the whole thing, the myth, the Egyptian myth of the Thoth, Hermes Trismegistus, he has a pet, he has like a monkey apprentice. So that whole metaphor is just, we are talking monkeys, but because of chemicals and because of linguistics, we have transcended out of this primordial monkey mind, and we have evolved into almost like a surreal or superficial projection, meaning that like we can use our minds like 3D simulators, like software programs. AI is still catching up to us. It really is, and in many ways, AI.
I have aphantasia, so I don't have that.
Well, when I close my eyes, I can visualize, 3D projects or completed projects. Like the brain can, whatever it can basically imagine, it can actually maybe build. And if you think about like the nuclear bomb and uranium enrichment and how to detonate it and all, like that was all visualized and mathematically formulated. Anyways, I'm a schmuck. I'm no chemist. I have rudimentary biological, chemical, physics, education. I'm just an undergrad and a poor one at that. But that's not what's important because I'm interested in influence. And philosophy to me is the smartest way to influence people because it's on the flip side of a politician, and every politician wants to be a philosopher, and they're trying to be. Many people are just catching up, and there's an infinite amount of work to be done. So you have to be very discerning and discriminating in what you listen to. That's the big secret. Why do you think, Danny, the word earth has the word ear in front of it? Because your success in life is not what you say, it's what you're listening to. Because what you say is dependent on what you listen to. But I'm just saying, be very discerning. Like, you've got people that are vampires and energy parasites that want your attention. And it's to your detriment because what you're listening to is stupid. It's pointless drivel. It's just garbage. So, the way to fill yourself with light is through wisdom. And the best way to get it is through a book. It can't be replaced. And that's the secret, Danny, is your life is really dependent upon what your consumption is, what you're listening to, and what you're putting inside of yourself. That's who you are for the most part. And if all you're putting inside of yourself is this app, well, you're just a black hole then. And you don't want to be a black hole. You want to be the sun, the source of light. And because the sun is totally automated and infinite. Like for the most part. I mean, it's an infinite source of never-ending energy and gravity, extraordinary density. The sun is actually, in a way, it already is like the opposite of itself, if that makes any sense. It is like the fact that you look at it and it's so light and so bright, it's actually like a black hole because all around it is complete and total vacuum and darkness and blackness. But where does it come from? Like, it's just shining out of nothingness. So in a way, it's like, because it's going to turn into a black hole, it already has like the engineering of a black hole. But I'm not saying we need to think of it backwards, but it's turning into a black hole. Anyways, does any of that make sense, or is that just like schizophrenic rambling? Hello? See, it would be better if I just read to you, because my stupid opinions are, it's the same shit you're going to get from other losers on this app. It's just stupid opinions. Better to listen to a book of a genius. John Kitover's not a genius. John Kitover's just a spammer. I hope you know that, Danny. I'm just a spammer. My whole life I've been spamming, and I've made money doing it.
I want to get paid to make spam too.
Well, join me. I just had J.D. Vance endorse me as a write-in candidate, but I made the deal myself on Sora.
Could you get in trouble though, like for that type of stuff?
You're so worried about getting in trouble. Do you know the secret of not getting in trouble is to ask for forgiveness later, Danny? Haven't you experimented enough and figured out you can do whatever you want to do as long as you don't physically hurt somebody, or defraud somebody? You can always ask for forgiveness. Oh, you want me to delete that? You want me to take that down? Sure, no problem. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. You know how many times sorry has saved John Kitover? Do you know how many apologies I've issued to people that I've offended because I didn't want to deal with more difficulties? I just issue a sincere apology. I say, I'm immature and stupid. I'm sorry. And they say, oh, you're the first person that's ever apologized to me. I forgive you completely. And in fact, I endorse you. That's how it works, Danny. That's how apologies work. You get an endorsement afterwards because they're so impressed with your apology. Because all communication is hypnosis. And it's political. Hello. Like, look at Narja's here. She just 50 minutes ago, she was saying she hates the Zionist kikes. She can't stand Jews. And now she's sitting here getting hypnotized by Jews. Narja's is the most tentative, superfluous person. She claims she's an artist, but she wastes all her time with non-artistic people, wasting her time. Involved in the most intricate little detailed conversations about the most pointless little details and things. She knows it. You know, I should have been there for the fish. I read such a great statement today about desire and conscious expansion, and really how in so many ways you're really not in control, but there's ways to like manipulate gravity itself, consciously or psychologically speaking. But I think it's all just like a projection, meaning that you're like a pass-through agent conducting an operation of spam and projecting against other people, because the whole, like, look at the Clintons, look at Trump, look at all of these musicians who are really just magicians, like Bad Bunny. Do you know people in that stadium couldn't even see the performance because he was surrounded by corn, and they could just hear the music, but the whole thing was just a charade, meaning that they just filmed it and put it out on the internet, and it's got hundreds of millions of views, but people in the stadium couldn't even fucking see it. So that's the type of communication success that I'm talking about with wisdom. It's the same thing that religions and churches are doing with these prosperity gospels. They're hypnotizing their audience and draining them like a parasite. And so, Danny, I'm just telling you that your success is really the sounds you can make. So get more interested in being a recorder, in the recording industry. You have to look at it as an industrial artistic endeavor. Like, I consult with musicians that already have huge followings, but they're not getting the engagement that they used to get because nobody likes repetition. It's redundant. So I'm trying to explain to musicians how to increase their audience and how to increase their engagement. Like, look at CM. CM is back because he can't get his dopamine in other rooms the way that he gets it here. Because I'm so good at giving dopamine to people. Because I know what dopes want. They want dopamine.
Well, some people like repetition,
Not an infinite amount of it. How many times do you listen to the same song? Yeah, people like, a variety. And yes, they may listen to the same variety, but they want the mix. They want the mixed nuts, and they want the bag of cashews, and the bag of walnuts, and the bag of almonds. Life is about everybody wants abundance, which is basically a big mix, but John is not insane, he's just an artist. See, I've reframed myself in CM's opinion of me, because he's never spent any time, actually trying to understand my perspective. And, people criticize me, but do you know how much time I've spent listening to people on this app? It's like I have a whole Rolodex of people in my brain that just, it's there. I know a lot of people because of this app, and I don't talk to them. I listen to them and I record them. I don't have to talk to them. I'm recording them. And the fact of the matter is, I don't even want to talk to them because what they're talking about is so stupid. It's so pointless. I don't care what you're cooking for dinner. I don't care about this. I don't care about... It's just a complaint fucking form for people. That's all it is. And all morning long, people just sit there and fucking complain. It's so pointless and so stupid. It's laughable. People are pathetic. Hello? Claudius, welcome.
Hello.
Oh, I know Claudius.
Do you know me?
Oh, maybe I don't. But usually it's a little bit like name that tune. You can identify somebody within just like 3 seconds of listening to them.
Maybe I've been in a room before that you heard me trolling in or something.
No, I don't know your voice, but I know who I'm thinking about that I thought you were. Anyways, welcome
You
to the
thought I
room.
was Travis? You think I was Travis?
No, I thought you were. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I'd have to think. He's got a little Chihuahua picture. He's got a Chihuahua dog. Anyways, we're just wrapping up here. Is there anything you want to ask a question about, or anything you want to say? Anything top of mind?
Was this in what was the topic of discussion before I got in here?
Communication theory.
Okay. Bitzer and all that. No, I have nothing to add. Nothing to add to Bitzer.
Fantastic. Danny, anything else? Because it's late, and I'm getting ready to use a water pick, and then I'm gonna brush my teeth, and then I'm gonna floss my teeth, and I'm gonna scrape my tongue. Do you use a tongue scraper?
I do.
I gave this girl a tongue scraper as a gift, a girl that I was dating, and she's like, why would you, I don't want a tongue scraper.
Yeah. I had the same. Well, for me, it was one of my girlfriends. I said, you should brush your tongue. And she was horrified. And she was like, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? I was like, yeah, every time I brush my teeth, I brush my tongue and I scrape it. And she didn't believe me. She thought which means she never brushed her tongue in her life, which really, really kills me.
The girl that I gave the
I
tongue.
just like the plastic scraper. The metal one's a little too much, And I don't do the brushing of the tongue. Is that bad?
You have to do both. So the scraping removes the actual physical tar, but the brushing sanitizes, brushing the tongue gets into all the nooks and crannies. All the scraper can do is get rid of the majority of the gum tar that forms on your tongue. But yeah, you have a lot of dead skin cell or tongue skin cells.
Detritus.
Yeah, detritus. Actually, that's the perfect term. I compare it to something else, but I don't want to make that comparison because it's disgusting. So detritus is much better.
Let me ask you a follow-up question, Cletus. Have you ever said to your girlfriend, why don't you wash your pussy with soap and water and scrub that pussy?
That's a pH issue.
Well, that's my complaint is, how the fuck are you going to tell me you don't wash your pussy? And it's a pH issue.
They do wash it with what's called intimate soap or this special soap.
What's the difference?
The intimate soap is a non-pH affecting, whereas although I don't know how that's possible because any water, if you introduce any water whatsoever into the opening, you would naturally change the pH. But I don't know if that's even true, right? I don't even know if that's a valid thing. I think you can wash it outside without affecting it with normal soap.
Okay, final follow-up question is there such a thing as a hermaphrodite? Or is it a concept?
Isn't this a genetic, isn't this a biological reality?
Talking about intersex.
I'm asking, intersex hermaphrodite. Is it a concept or is it a reality? Is it a fact?
Wait, I need to get it. So Danny, why did you correct it and say intersex?
This is the new age
I feel like
term.
this is what it's called now.
Yeah.
Why would it, so that's a political term.
Yeah.
Historical and biologically correct term is hermaphroditism.
Okay.
But my point is, it doesn't exist, just like the word intersex. Because if you Google hermaphrodite, guess what you're going to see? You're going to see pictures of women with enlarged clitorises. And they're saying that is what a hermaphrodite is.
They don't have dropped, they don't have dropped sexual organs, so they would have male organs, but they had not fully developed, and so they're neither, they're infertile as well, which is another, in either direction, they're unable to.
I think sometimes they could be fertile, but I don't know. I think sometimes because there's minor, and then there's I guess hermaphrodite would be full, maybe there's a difference between intersex and hermaphroditism, I don't know.
I think it is the same thing. The idea that there is in one person, although the person is always
presenting as one gender, typically. And they imagine themselves as one gender, like they don't. It's not a social choice either. There's like some specific, like their body presents with biological markers of a woman or a man.
No, I don't. I think what happens is when you're born, my mother was a speech pathologist teacher for just a little bit, and one of her students had it, and I think this must have been in the 70s or something. But they had to make a choice, right? Like when the kid was young, like what gender. And I think after research, they're finding that could be very harmful to make the choice for the kid. Well, I don't know. So
That's why I'm laughing.
Yeah. You have a son, and then you're like, you know what, honey? I think that we should pick the female gender for our son. And then they're like, it might be harmful to pick a new gender for our son. It's like, come on, Danny. Like, are you really retarded?
No, but this was intersex. This kid was intersex.
Yeah, but there's also a non-intersex phenomenon, like in California and other places. Like it's apparent. And I remember reading about this. I'm not American, by the way, or Canadian. I just have like an American-sounding accent because I went to boarding school. But I remember reading about this phenomenon in America and thinking, this is surely rage bait. Like this is surely not a real thing, and this is just propaganda. And then I looked it up. It's a real fucking thing. And there were people like advocating for it on the Wall Street Journal. Or like, no way, this is a thing. And the way they discern this is they give the kid like toys or something, to that effect, and they let the kid like pick the toys or pick the color, and that's how they figure out what gender the kid is, because they're trying to like gender affirm early on. Anyway, that's fucking insane. Like I didn't know that was a thing. But yeah, no shit. That then when you extend it to someone with the actual biological issue, it's even worse. It's gotta be even worse.
There are people on this app that for them the trans issue is so political for them. It's like the first thing or one of the most important topics that they go to when they're talking about conservatives and Republicans and Trump. And it just blows my mind that so many people, like, that's their big issue. They don't care that we're 40 trillion in debt. We were in war for 25 years. We've got all these major issues going on. They're concerned that a man who wants to go into the Target bathroom and then gets busted wants to put on a performative, complaint and say, oh, how dare you? That's what they're concerned about, is the guy's performance in the bathroom.
Their argument for gender subjectivity is reductio ad absurdum, because you can never create any label priors for what defines gender, and because you're unable to really, and this is, okay, I'm obviously a conservative if I hold this view. I think because you can't establish priors, you can't be prescriptive about it. So in their own self-defeating argument, they're basically eliminating womanhood and eliminating malehood, right, as like a social concept, overlying the obvious biological reality. And by doing this, they're actually hurting themselves, like the feminist or socially progressive movement or the gay rights movement or whatever. They're all sort of harming themselves in trying to eliminate these gender distinctions altogether, because once you get to this reductio ad absurdum on gender, you can also apply it to anything, and you can eliminate any distinction between anything. Like it's sort of a I don't know. I think these are like gender is something that is irreducible. Like you can't really you can't. I mean, I understand that it is, or rather, I understand their point that it is irreducible to any one single aspect when it comes to the social element, but at the biological level, it is just a reality. There is nothing that can be done about that. I mean, I can imagine myself as another entity, right? I can imagine myself as an animal, or I can imagine myself in other contexts that I could even socialize and make socially acceptable. But that doesn't change the biological reality that I cannot be that thing. And the point is, if we entertain certain delusions, because this is a medical delusion, meaning there is no question that this is not actually a correct assessment of the person's own biology, where do we limit that? I mean, at what point do we draw the line and say, okay, well, but you can't change your age because you identify as being younger, or you can't identify as a horse because you think that you are a horse, This whole argument of, oh, this is how I feel, and as long as I'm not hurting anyone, I should be able to do it. I I mean, at what point are we sort of saying, okay, it's totally fine to behave within and interact with society however you want. There are no limits.
Yeah, that's interesting and smart. I mean, when you say reductio ad absurdum, or absurd reductionism, like
Yes, yeah.
I'm sure it applies to other political issues, even abortion, where my complaint about abortion is, if you don't believe, if you think late term abortions are wrong, like what's the cutoff point? Is it 600 hours plus 1 second? So it's like, how are you? Yeah.
That's because they're so left wing. Like people who are socially left wing are obsessed with this anti-Christian perspective on human life, because their whole point is, oh well, like because we've come to these conclusions about the sanctity of human life through what we consider to be an oppressive social configuration, like, so for them Christianity is not just Christianity, but it's like an entire culture, and it's an entire encoding of the West. Like all Western society is Christian, and Christianity is oppressive, therefore it's one of the things that makes all of Western society oppressive, right? And their whole principle is like, okay, well, how do we solve this? I mean, if all of our ethics and values come from Aristotelian, Platonic, and Christian thought, or like ancient Greece and ancient Rome and Christianity, how do we move away from this? Oh well, we have science. Science is the new God, right? And this whole principle is like, okay, well, we should try to I don't know what the term in English would be, like technicize. We should try to technicize the process of dealing with these highly philosophical questions, right? Like the issue of life in the womb is not something that can be dealt with empirically in the way that these people would want, because any attempt to sort of claim there is anything close to an objective truth, as they would imagine it, is absurd. About the nature of life in the womb, like life has agency and has like a right to be respected, previous to any sort of one thing, like the brain function or the heart function, right? Because if you say that about a baby in the womb, like, oh well, it's not cognitive, it's not cognizant, right? Or it is not living in the true sense. Well, what do we say about people who have Alzheimer's? Or what do we say about people whose brains are degrading to the point where we still keep them alive because we believe they're owed a certain dignity? But at that point, what you'd be arguing essentially, if you're trying to be consistent, is, oh well, we should exterminate those people because they're a burden on society. I mean, like the reverse occurs at the end stages of life as well. Like the thing they're trying to apply to children would also apply equally to people who are in the end stages of their neurological capacity.
Starting to just look at Canada and the MAID program.
Yes, well, again, this is all related to utilitarianism, effective altruism, the left's general push towards empiricism, like against philosophy, and this idea that philosophy is a kind of corruption of the human soul. Because why should we debate things metaphysically when we could just debate them at the highly technical level? Because of course science is the answer to all things. It's like, well, yes, but like if you can't verify anything as true because it's all rooted in subjective sense perception anyway, we might as well debate everything on the subjective, like metaphorical, metaphysical, philosophical plane, right? We shouldn't debate things in this like highly practical way, especially when it comes to questions like deep questions of human dignity and human integration into society, whatever. Like these people are they're trying to like put it as simply as possible. They're trying to fool people into thinking they have the best answer because they are being as dispassionate and technical as possible. But this dispassionate technical approach they have is actually just sociopathic.
Yeah, I agree. And to me, it's so funny to ask somebody. I like to say that all communication is hypnosis, or political, or projection. And if you ask somebody, are you political? They'll deny it, even though they're talking about politics nonstop. And then, a lot of it is sociopathic. And if you ask them, what is the difference between, facts and opinions? They can't actually they can't explain that. And then the funniest thing is, it's just, if you ask them, their political position after they just told it to you, is that a fact or opinion? They will say it's a fact. And so that to me is like the epitome of a hypocrite. And like you said, a sociopath. To me, that indicates, a sociopathic tendency with that person. Yeah.
They're not concerned with the human being. They're not humanists, right? They are concerned with moral superiority, and I mean, I think a lot of this, like modern neuroses in the left, is something that is strongly rooted in trauma. A lot of these people have been heavily traumatized when they were young, and they had to deal with the hard reality of a single person's philosophy in raising them against their own flaws, and they were too weak to overcome these flaws. And in my opinion, like if I'm doing a very broad scale like psychological analysis, I think a lot of these people are trying to regain a sense of control by eliminating all the humanist, all the subjective humanist, stoic, conservative, philosophically legitimate like understandings we've come to about humanity as a form of rebellion or as like a form of counterculture, which has now just become the mainstream. I mean, we're finally moving away from this after a long time, but there is something inside these people that wants to rebel against the initial upbringing they had, against the highly structured society they were living in. I don't understand why. I mean, a lot of these people are millennials who lived during what is arguably the most prosperous period in American history. Who knows why they have so much to complain about? I think probably their prosperity is also partially the reason, right? If you just have too much given to you and you have so much time to sit around and sort of ponder life, and you're not from a particularly cultured or adversely affected generation, right? Because you don't really develop character in these periods of prosperity. You're going to make a mess of it when you actually try to engage in sort of broad scale politicking and sort of societal construction, all of that. You're going to probably shit your pants in that regard. And they have quote unquote shit their pants in this regard. They're fucking useless. A lot of these millennial philosophers or politicians who are trying to be nice, like their whole thing is, oh, niceness is very important. You have to be very nice. You can't offend people. You can't hurt people. But they're totally disinterested in goodness. Like whether someone's fundamental motivations, despite outwardly being controversial and potentially provocative, whether their actual interior motivations are good, does not matter to them. It's all about aesthetics. It's all about superficiality.
Well, I've been going on and on about my theory of like the average speaker, the average listener, meaning that like we may say 800 words a day and listen to 1,300 words a day on average. But basically everybody on the left in particular is like Beavis and Butthead roaming around, never reading a book, just social do-gooding, Karening, LGBTQing, DEIing, CRTing, BLMing, everywhere they go. But they will never engage in poetry. They won't read any sacred wisdom text. And so they're literally just like spammers. And that's their real politic. There's no philosophical engagement, no question of the soul. It's
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's all politic all the time.
Or they're not developing any wisdom because they're like, I guess their whole political agenda is radicalism for the sake of radicalism. Because like again, if your ideology is mostly performative and you need to perform in order to survive in this ideology, you have to always come up with new and more aggressive ways to perform. Like a classic example of this would be like the kneeling for BLM, right? This was like a big thing back in like the 2018, 2019 period. Like a lot of people were kneeling to apologize for the crimes of. This is a performative act of humility, even though the person might have no sincerity or even comprehend the gesture they're making. The point is, how ostentatiously, how aggressively can I humiliate myself in order to show that I'm a virtuous person, in order to show that I'm a good person, without regard for whether there is anything beyond the superficial gesture. Same as like Native American burial ground acknowledgements or land acknowledgements, right? It's all about like, how can I be as bureaucratic, obsessive, how can I be as pedantic as possible about these cultural issues so as to show that I'm very aware of them, that I care, that I'm deeply engaged, but there's no follow-up. There's no like, okay, but what have you actually, besides just saying these pretty words to make yourself look good, what have you concretely done?
Okay, I'm all brushed up, ready for bed. Just water picked and brushed and flossed and tongue scraped. And now I'm gonna leave you with a special little erotic ASMR. And I'm gonna close my door and let my cameras roll all night. It's now 3:45 in the morning. The rest of the world is just waking up. They're gonna come across this live stream by the thousands. I think it's, I can't remember what it's called, erotic ASMR. It's this chick that has this YouTube channel. There's like a couple of people that do this, but Simone ASMR. So many people on YouTube. It's like, oh yeah, here you go. Sensual Mystic ASMR. Let's see how many subscribers this chick has now. 6.2 thousand. She does a lot of work. She's only got 6.2 thousand. She keeps going and going and going and going. A sensual serenity, a hypnotic journey into mindful presence. And I'm gonna let it run on repeat. She's a beautiful woman. I love what she's doing with this. It's like ultimate relaxation. I think it's mostly ad lib. She doesn't read anything.
And we built a coalition.
That's true.